It's derby time in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. 30 teams, 60 players, all competing in a FIFA 20 crossover event being brought to you from every corner of Germany. We've got stars from the Bundesliga and Bundesliga 2. We've got esports pros from the virtual Bundesliga. And we've even got a team of referees. Hello and welcome, one and all, to day one of match day 4 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, an esports invitational put on by the DFL to help us cope with the lack of football due to the coronavirus pandemic bringing the world to a standstill. We hope you and yours are safe and healthy, practicing social distancing and exercising both body and mind despite any restrictions on normal everyday life. This is a time where we need to pull together and do our part to keep loved ones safe and ensure that the health services can provide the best possible care. So we encourage everyone tuning in to follow any and all guidelines put forth by your respective local services. The good news is that for the next 7 hours and a bit, we're here to add a bit of comedy, culture and carefree fun as the two worlds of football, real life and virtual, collide once again. Whether you're a Bundesliga Home Challenge veteran or a bright-eyed rookie, we would like to say welcome to you. My name is James Thorogood, and joining me once again, his debut in the hosting hot seat now seems like a distant memory. He's now one of the first names on the team sheet. It is, of course, my fellow FIFA and Bundesliga enthusiast, Alex Chaffer. Alex, it is great to have you here, my friend. Are you ready for match day 4?
I am indeed. As a Bundesliga Home Challenge veteran myself, I am well equipped with the way this all works, so I'm very excited to go once again with this Bundesliga Home Challenge.
Well, that's it. I didn't say you were the first name on the team sheet. I'm keeping you motivated. I want to keep you hungry for what's coming. But yes, if you haven't joined us for match day 1, 2, or 3 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far, all I can say is buckle up. You're in for a wild ride. The Bundesliga Home Challenge is the #1 FIFA tournament when it comes to goals per game ratio. We've had wins by a 10-goal margin. We've had heartbreaking late drama, and we've even had referee and FIFA Fußballgott Dennis Eitekin in the win column. We should have a look at the format of the Bundesliga Home Challenge and let you guys know at home exactly how this is all going to play out. The first and most important thing is to note that this is an invitational. There's nothing on the line. It's not a knockout tournament. There will be no prizes at the end of it. But what we do have is 30 teams, 60 players. Every team consists of at least one professional football player, and these 2 games will be played over 2 one-on-one matches on FIFA. The aggregate score over both legs will be combined at the end to name a winner of the tie, and it's worth also noting that all matches are played in the 85 mode. Alex, for anyone who may not be familiar with FIFA, tell us a little bit about the 85 mode and what it entails.
I can do that. Indeed, it is the 85 mode that brings all players onto an 85 rating, so you can have your Borussia Dortmunds, your Schalkes coming up against a Bundesliga 2 team like Holstein Kiel or another Bundesliga 2 team, and it puts them all on a level playing field, which means it all comes down to the players' ability to control their virtual players on the pitch and their ability to play FIFA. So although everyone is 85 rated, there are some little moments where you can get an advantage, the likes of strikers having more pace than a centre-back. Those things still apply, although they are capped and have been reduced from their normal ratings or have been boosted from their normal ratings depending on the player. So it's all trying to bring it onto a level playing field, and it means that it definitely comes down to the basics from these FIFA guys and what they're able to produce.
Absolutely. We have seen it used in the virtual Bundesliga. We do feel it is the most even playing field, but it does also give us a chance to see some players that maybe wouldn't be that prominent if we were playing FIFA 20 or if you were playing Ultimate Team come to the fore. And that has been a nice facet of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Of course, you can get in touch. Hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge is what you need to use on all the social platforms of choice, whether that be Instagram, Twitter, wherever you are. Get involved in the chats. Let us know where in the world you're tuning in from. Who are you looking forward to seeing? Which team are you backing today? Because as we've said, it is derby time in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and we've had highlights aplenty on match day 1, match day 2, match day 3, and we are expecting many more on match day 4 as well. So it's worth us maybe taking a look at the fixture list because we do have some very tasty encounters, to say the least. And yeah, the fixture list gods have been kind to us. They have pitted a lot of local rivals together. We've got lots of derbies, all teams that are essentially in very close proximity to one another. So local rivalries on the line today. Alex, where do we start? What are you looking forward to most?
Well, I'm looking forward to all of them, of course. I think we have a really nice group of fixtures. As you can see, it goes from start to finish. We've got really interesting topics throughout. I think, obviously, you have to look at the standout highlights. For example, Borussia Dortmund against Schalke, arguably the biggest derby in the Bundesliga for a lot of fans, obviously involved in both teams and neutrals as well. And it means that we'll get to see a really fun matchup between Achraf Hakimi and Buyalab today. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Werder Bremen, of course, obviously the virtual Bundesliga champions. It's always great to see them in action. And obviously another highlight has been a highlight for the whole weekend, really, since they came in on match day 2. Is the referees, and they will be coming up against Hoffenheim today. So it could be a very interesting task because Hoffenheim, as you know, if you've been watching with us, have been one of the more impressive teams in this tournament. And Munas de Boer, their striker, in real life has been a dominant force in the virtual Bundesliga world for the Bundesliga home challenge. He's been fantastic so far. So he'll be looking to make sure that stays the same way against the referees.
Yeah, I think we were hoping the referees could maybe provide us some more highlights again, like they did on match day 2 with Dennis Eitekin beating Jonas Hoffmann. Unfortunately, I don't think the fixture gods have been too kind to them.
No.
I can see quite a high margin of victory ahead in that one, potentially, for the referees against Hoffenheim. To throw another one out there, Gladbach against Köln, of course, it's the Rhine Derby. It's a big one in our neck of the woods where Alex and I are situated. But in terms of the matchups as well, a great one in the esports world, it has to be said, Jeffrey against the Stranger. So that should be a real clash of giants.
100%. Two of the most impressive guys that we've seen so far. The Stranger has had a few mixed results, so he'll be wanting to make sure that he gets a big derby win. And of course, obviously for the players as well, we've got a couple of really young guys. One who may be known to Bundesliga fans a little bit more is Noah Katterbach. He's played this season for Cologne on various occasions, but he'll be going up against Louis Hiepen, who is a youth academy product from Gladbach, who obviously impressed last week in his Bundesliga home challenge debut, where he got himself a win. So he'll be wanting to obviously do the same thing and win the derby again this weekend.
That's it. Given their ages, something tells me those two have crossed paths in the youth academy of both Gladbach and Köln when they've gone head-to-head in the regional leagues. I can see that certainly being the case. And yeah, two very different experiences last weekend when they both made their debuts in the competition. Hiepen coming away with quite a comfortable victory. Katterbach on the end of a 6-goal thriller that did not go in his favour, a 4-2 defeat against Ulrich Bappo. So yeah, some redemption there for him as well. And closing out the show, it has to be said, we've got some big games as well. Bochum against Leverkusen, Wolfsburg against Hanover. Wolfsburg certainly a team that have impressed us, or at least maybe not impressed. It caught the eye at the very least. They've had a mixed bag of results, but they really have been fun to watch. And we do have another big name coming in from the esports world today, Bene CR7X, a virtual Bundesliga player for Wolfsburg. We've had some big names coming from them. Mike Doolan picked up a massive result last week against Megabit of Werder Bremen. Can Bene CR7X... Oh, that one's going to be a mouthful today. I can tell you already. I'm going to have to get ready for that, the final game of the day. But how do you think he's going to be feeling coming into his debut, given Wolfsburg's standing?
Yeah, that's it. This is going to be his debut, so it's an interesting one for him to come in on the 4th match day and be playing his first game. But as you said, they have been good so far in the Bundesliga home challenge so far, and they'll be wanting to make sure that continues. And him being only 17 years old, he's got things to prove as well, and he'll be wanting to impress as they have done. And obviously he's going to be partnered by Lino Kasten, the young goalkeeper who has yet to make his Bundesliga debut in real life. He suffered a defeat against Buyalab in a tough game so far for him. So against Hanover today, he'll be hoping that he can get a different result when he goes up against Janus Horn.
Absolutely. No, we can't wait to get our teeth stuck into today's fixture list. Of course, we've got one extra game today, 8 fixtures on the docket today, 7 tomorrow, so don't go anywhere. There's action aplenty in the Bundesliga home challenge, as there has been from the start. I mean, if you look back to match day 1, we came into that wondering what to expect, and we saw a lot of these players, both esport pros and footballers, making the crossover into the virtual world deliver at a very high level and a high standard. We have talked throughout the 3 weekends about the spectrum of experiences that we've seen, both in terms of what happens on FIFA and FIFA skill levels, whether that be Maximilian Mittelstädt suffering an 11-1 loss to Nico Schlotterbeck, or some of these esports pros grinding out 1-0 victories or very close games that also have an air of anticipation and drama and high drama about them. They really have kept us on the edge of our seats from start to finish. And we tried to draw as many lessons, I think, as we could from what we've seen. On match day 2, we saw that no first leg lead was safe. It was comeback central. They just couldn't stop the comebacks. No lead seemed safe. Last week, we had the woodwork playing a pivotal role, it has to be said, Alex, in what went on. Do you have any predictions for what may be the big takeaway from today?
I'm not sure. We've gone through so many footballing cliches. We've got comebacks. We've had woodworks getting hit. Obviously, the first week we had a lot of surprises just from, obviously, as you said, not knowing exactly what we were in for. So, no, I'm not sure actually. Maybe James, this is going to be the weekend of overhead kicks, and we'll be able to see not one but maybe several overhead kicks. That's what I'm hoping for, at least.
Can you imagine? We've been waiting with bated breath for an overhead kick. We even played our own rendition of FIFA Bingo on match day 2, where we had a checklist of things that we were looking for, and almost all of them got ticked off. Of course, one of the ones that did remain was the overhead kick. And as I say, we've seen almost every type of goal possible, but an overhead kick has so far proved elusive. We've gone close twice.
Very close.
Very close twice. So we're hoping to go one step further today. And yeah, wouldn't it be ironic if we then had more than one? We're also still looking for a direct free kick goal, it has to be said. I've been on the overhead kick campaign, but you've been on the direct free kick train.
I know how hard that is to produce on this game on FIFA 20, regardless of what mode you're playing. So for 85 mode, it's even more difficult. We've come not as close as we did with the overhead kicks, but we've had a few good efforts go towards goal. But that is one thing I'm hoping that we get to see. Obviously, it would be a really big opportunity for people to produce something special. We've seen some special goals already, but an overhead kick or a free kick would be pretty magical. And hopefully, we can already see that from our first matchup of the day.
I was going to say, we're starting with a good one. The Hesse Derby, Darmstadt against Frankfurt. It hasn't been a game we've been treated to too often in Germany's top flight in recent seasons, but we are treated to it in the virtual world. These two local rivals going head-to-head, Darmstadt against Frankfurt, and Luca Bernhardt and a newcomer in Emil SGE, Köhler, stepping in today. Luca was a debutant last weekend. He picked up a 5-1 win against Daniel Schlager, the referee. The problem with that, Alex, very difficult to read into his game and what we can really learn from that performance.
Exactly. Daniel Schlager, obviously, one part of the refereeing team, so not too much we can read into that just because we didn't expect much from him, and he suffered a big defeat in his first week and obviously last week as well, Daniel Schlager. So for Luca Bernhardt, this is a good opportunity to show that result was warranted and that he can do it against any other player. And of course for Emil SGE, this is a really great chance for him to impress for Frankfurt, having had Andy Guber in the last couple of weeks, who's been fantastic for them on the esports side of things. Emil, a 17-year-old, is going to be making his first appearance in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, so a great opportunity for him to show his stuff. He's been in the virtual Bundesliga with them this season, and now he gets a chance to do it on the Bundesliga Home Challenge stage.
Yeah, that's it. He was calling out for a few opponents on PlayStation the other night to try and practice the 85 mode, and that is something that a lot of these players are having to get used to. Some of them may actually be more foot veterans in terms of the FIFA Ultimate Team game mode, in which they can create their own teams, and really some of these players have unparalleled skills compared to what they can use in the 85 mode. Something that we should mention as well, skill moves capped at 3 stars, which is a factor. It does mean that some of the flashier tricks don't always get pulled out, but what it does mean is that there's a bigger focus on the basic tricks. And what we've seen in this Bundesliga Home Challenge, Alex, is that those can make a massive difference if you can employ them correctly.
That's it. It's huge. And we've seen a lot from esports guys, obviously, which is what we would have expected. But a lot of the professional players have been pulling out these tricks as well, the little drag backs and ball rolls, the basic skills that you need to be able to get past the player at this level. Obviously, you need patience and composure as well in your passing and build-up play. But in these one-on-one situations where someone's camping on the edge of their own box and trying to keep you out. You need to be able to beat them with tricks, and obviously in the 85 mode, as James said, capped at 3-star skills, it reduces the opportunities to be able to do that. So if you know these basic tricks and moves, you can get through someone and create these little opportunities where you can get a shot away at goal.
Yeah, it is worth noting as well that while these two sides haven't been competing in the same league in recent seasons, what they have been able to do is compete in the virtual Bundesliga against one another, and they had a tie on match day 1 of the 2019-20 season. Darmstadt coming away with a 7-1 victory over the course of the 3 games. Of course, in the virtual Bundesliga, the first leg is played on the PlayStation 4, the second leg is on the Xbox, and the third leg is a 2-on-2. And it was Darmstadt that proved convincing in all departments, really.
They did indeed. They won 2-0 on the PS4 and 1-0 in their duo game as well, and a draw was made in the Xbox game. So dominant from Darmstadt, and they'll be looking to make sure that that stays the same in our first derby of the day, the Hesse derby. These two cities only 35 kilometres apart in real life and brought together now against one another in the virtual world as we get things underway.
Match day 4 in the Bundesliga home challenge. So much excitement, so many twists and turns that we've seen throughout this whole entire tournament. And we're expecting match day 4 to follow the trend, I think it's fair to say. And what a way to start it off in this derby weekend with Frankfurt against Darmstadt. And a chance for Emil SGE making his debut to maybe settle those early nerves in the Bundesliga home challenge.
We've been through so much already, James. As we were talking about before, I think the best thing to do coming into this weekend is to expect the unexpected, to be honest, especially with the games that we have in store, the derbies, derby galore weekend from the Bundesliga home challenge. So wait and see what happens.
Yeah, we've tried to spice up everyone's life a little bit with the fixture list this weekend. And we'll see how it plays out. I was going to say, not that we really need to spice up the Bundesliga home challenge too much. It really has been a rip-roaring affair. Goals galore. We've broken our goal-scoring record every single match day. And we're hoping to do the same again today. On match day 1, there were 92 goals scored across all the matches. Of course, we had a few more teams enter the fray on match day 2. So, of course, we were going to break the record that week. We had 139 goals scored. We weren't sure whether we were going to be able to beat that. Then came along 146 goals last weekend. So maybe we break the 150 mark this time round.
That is an aim. That's a nice aim, actually. That could be the theme of the weekend, the goals galore derby weekend. We need to get one going in the early stages of this game. We haven't had shots on goal so far, but Darmstadt pouring forward now, trying to get the first of the game.
Yeah, these two players certainly feeling each other out, which is something we have come to expect in these games between esports pros. Early goals seem to fall in the ones between professional footballers, where a bit of lax defending from kickoff can cost you.
Yeah, these guys have full concentration from the first whistle to the last, so chances of getting those little goals, the little mistakes are far less than with the Bundesliga players themselves.
Yeah, Luca Bernhardt is in half-face mode there on the top of your screen, and he's carved out the opening chance, and with it, the opening goal. What a way to kick things off.
What a goal that is. Obviously, might not be the flashiest of goals, a nice simple finish from around the penalty spot, but if you take up the build-up play from Bernhard there, he kept the ball for about 10 FIFA minutes around the edge of the box, just passing and trying to find the little openings, and in the end he made that breakthrough pass through the Frankfurt midfield into the box, and the little touches, the little tricks, the intricacies open up that space, and then he slams home the opening goal of our fourth weekend here. And what a magical way to do that with a perfect team goal.
Yeah, lovely play from Bernhardt to break down his opponent. Welcome to the Bundesliga home challenge, Emil SGE. If you thought this was going to be a walk in the park, then you were sorely mistaken.
This is no simple invitational.
It really is not an invitational, and there may be nothing on the line, but the competitive juices, Alex, are certainly flowing.
Yeah, that's the same case for these esports guys as well as the professional players. These esports guys obviously not having the issue of not being able to play their usual games. Obviously the virtual Bundesliga has come to a stop, but these guys have been streaming consistently whenever possible and have been keeping those competitive juices flowing. But the Bundesliga players, this is a great opportunity for them to get a win over a fellow professional, and especially this weekend with the derbies that we have, an extra special incentive for them.
Right now, Emil SG has to be a little careful not to fall too behind on the turn. The shot comes from Bernhardt. Well blocked in the end.
There's a nice turn in the box from Bernhard. I think it's Oljevic up front. Tried to turn onto his left foot, and at first thought he had the space to get that shot away, but then the defender came and stopped him in his tracks. It might have been worth him turning the other way once again, but he won't mind. He's 1-0 up, and he's looking really good and comfortable in these opening 30 minutes or so.
Oh, the chance, though, potentially for Emil. Snuffed out quickly by Rapp at the back, and Bernhardt under no pressure to bring the ball out. Nice outlet to the near side with Kwietnia now. And this is it. For a lot of these players, it's also worth noting that they are coming up against each other for the first time. So these opening exchanges are so important in terms of reading the play, working out their rhythm, working out their preferences when it comes to how they like to break down opponents. Right now, Emil SG is standing off and allowing Bernhardt to push forward, but he's getting lots of bodies behind the ball.
This is one of the things we've seen so far this weekend. It's really important to see who takes control of the game from the first whistle. They're going to be the ones who are trying to dictate the entire game. Obviously, we know how quickly things can change in the FIFA world. Someone being able to get a swift counter-attack, or even in the second half, the game can totally change. But the person who tends to take the lead and take the incentive of the game from the first whistle tends to stay on top for most of the game, and that's certainly been Bernhard in this first half between Darmstadt and Frankfurt.
Yeah, arguably that may have been the big lesson from match day one, actually, is how important that opening goal is and taking the lead can be in securing a positive result in this. As we said, it was match day 2 where we really saw that you can have a very strong result in the first leg of the 2 one-on-ones of the Bundesliga home challenge in these two-legged ties, but it doesn't mean that those leads are safe when the second leg rolls around. Right now, this is such measured play from Bernhardt, and well, Emil spotted what he was trying to do and was able to close that one down.
Yeah, really, really good work from Bernhard again. So composed and really measured, actually. He knows exactly what movements he wants to make. You can see that. Does everything very cleanly. No finger bashing or analog stick twisting, or however you like to call it. He's very measured in his approach. Just well read there from Emil, actually, in his defence.
I have to say, Bernhard is having a lot of possession, but Emil is doing very well to shadow him and work out when to pounce with the challenges. As I say that, the post rattled by Bernhard right on the stroke of half-time. That could have really given Emil a mountain to climb, but instead it's just a 1-goal lead at the break for Bernhard, and you have to say, fully deserving of that lead at the break.
Fully deserving indeed, James. He might be a bit annoyed to only be 1-0 up, considering those stats, 5 shots compared to Emil's 0. He'll be wanting to make sure that that reads differently come the end of the game. But for Bernhard, that would have been a fantastic way to go into the half. 2 goals to the good. Fantastic chance there. Just his striker just holding off the defender with a bit of strength, and he had enough time to get the shot away at the near post. We've seen how overpowered that usually is, just going marginally off target there, just hitting the post. Not what he would have wanted. But again, the woodwork making its early statements in this Bundesliga home challenge.
Yeah, picking up where we left off on match day 3 potentially. It certainly played a massive role. The amount of, you think about it, we broke our goals record, Alex. The amount of more goals we could have had if the woodwork hadn't been hit, or it had gone in off the woodwork, then that could have been something that really would have made this week's tally insurmountable. For now, Emil SGE winning the ball early from the restart and showing some early intent. Unfortunately, I think it's fair to say a few more of his passes have gone awry compared to Bernhard. He's been a little more composed and calculated when it's come to picking his passes. Emil certainly is a player that has a reputation of being a very attacking player. He took part in that week-long Frankfurt scouting event to earn his place in the 4-man virtual Bundesliga squad. He did say he couldn't wait for his Bundesliga home challenge debut. He said, "I will do my best to be a worthy representative for Frankfurt," and hasn't acquitted himself poorly so far, but certainly hasn't really been able to establish any control of his own on this game.
Definitely not. He's started this second half well, though. He needed to come out and make a statement and get the ball moving forward well.
Oh, it's broken for Paciencia. Well, Bernhard had his keeper off the line quickly.
It's his first real chance of the game, and as you said, James, he's just lacking a bit of composure. He's rushing things when he's getting the ball forward. It's been few and far between that he's actually had the ball in the Darmstadt half so far, but in this second half he has pressed well and won the ball back in good positions. Just hasn't been able to be composed and remain calm when he's bringing the ball forward. He's not getting bodies with Bastos and Paciencia up front, and as you see, he's still not happy with things, and an early change is called for. He's called for the pause before the 60-minute mark here.
Yeah, maybe not a bad idea to queue it up as early as possible, given the fact that it does take a while for the ball to go out of play sometimes. And, well, look at Bernhard's reaction. He can't believe that he skied that effort as bad as he did. We can't believe he did. But Rose Ed's quite happy with that.
Rose Ed is very happy with that. They did not expect to see that ball come towards them. Bernhard, if he doesn't laugh, he'll cry, I think, in that situation. That's an incredible miss. And I think that's one of the only big glaring misses we've seen from any player in the entire Bundesliga home challenge, let alone an esports guy. Incredible, just in front of goal, and you expect these guys to put those away without hesitation. And unbelievable to see it go skyrocketing over the crossbar. I think he might get a few messages about that from fellow esports players or friends.
I was going to say, if he's streaming right now, I'm sure the chat's going absolutely mad for it as well. You have no idea. As you said, that is definitely the biggest and most glaring miss we've seen in the Bundesliga home challenge, I think it's fair to say, in terms of its distance to goal, proximity, the fact that he really wasn't under pressure from a defender, so there were no mechanics maybe putting the shot off there, really. So quite a surprise there. We've had a few of them in the Bundesliga home challenge. Admittedly, they've been more on the positive side of the spectrum than the negative, like a glaring miss from 6 yards out that, as we said, ended up in row Z as opposed to the back of the net. For now, Bernhard trying to put together that move for a second goal. He's come close a couple of times. Yes. Really have to think that a second goal would probably put it beyond reach for Emil, who hasn't been able to get anything going in an attacking sense.
Definitely feels that way, James, just because as much as Emil has done better in the second half and had a bit more of the ball, it still looks like Bernhard is the likeliest to get the second goal in this game. Should have done before half-time or even with that chance just gone, but that's why this scoreline at 1-0 is so dangerous, because Bernhard knows, and Emil knows, one chance is all he needs.
Paciencia went for the cutback. Dost was a bit crowded out in the middle of the penalty area. But it's in exactly those situations where Emil and Frankfurt here have not really committed that many bodies forward. And it does mean they're short on numbers in those moments, short of options as a result. And therefore we're seeing some of these passes fail to find their intended target. Whereas I feel like Bernhard's pass completion rate is probably around about the 95th percentile right now.
100%. And that's why he's getting more bodies forward, because he's happy to keep the ball a bit longer than Emil, as Emil's pushing it forward really quickly. He knows, obviously, being behind that he has to do that, but it means that he can't get all the bodies forward that he needs to. No, he is looking good here as he comes forward.
He's working it well, it has to be said. It's with Gibril. So, shot blocked behind for a corner. But finally, we're starting to see signs of life from Emil SGE in an attacking sense. I mean, it is a tough act coming into this Bundesliga home challenge, your first go at it, and then working out how everything's working. And you've only got one game to prove yourself. And as we've seen, one goal can change a lot of things. But to fall behind in that manner made it very difficult for a debutant like Emil.
100%. And he'll have been not out of whack, but he wouldn't have been used to playing the 85 mode, of course. Obviously, he's been doing it in the virtual Bundesliga, but with that coming to an end, as most of these guys will have done, they'll have been playing FUT Ultimate Team a bit more than the 85 mode. So obviously, he's been asking for people to help out, get his 85 mode warmed up a bit more in the last couple of days.
Good interception by Evan Unjika at the back for Emil SG. I mean, that's what he said. He said it was a great challenge, the Bundesliga home challenge, especially as a young player, because he said it's a chance to gain experience. And this is it. He's 17 years old. Fine. If he doesn't come out with a positive result from this, not the end of the world. There's nothing on the line. What he has done is gone up against a very proficient esports pro in Bernhard, and probably will take a few lessons from this match. However, that being said, still a chance for him to get back into this. He's putting together an attacking move here, moving the ball about very quickly, very nicely. Finger with the shot. Ooh, just wide.
Whisker wide. It took a deflection as well, so he'll have the corner.
Corners we have seen so hard to score from, even with a man like Bastos with his physical stature. It's not easy to beat goalkeepers from those types of set pieces.
It's definitely not. It's one of the harder ways to score a goal on this game on FIFA. Sorry, on this game, heading has been one of the more difficult ways to find the back of the net. But with 10 minutes to go, less than, Emil at the moment is playing well and he's getting forward where he just needs to get some more shots away and test the goalkeeper a bit more.
Yeah, Bernhardt has not put this game away, and Emil's growing with confidence. Dost on the turn!
Oh.
I think that may have even clipped the bar, Alex.
I think you're right. We won't get to see a replay, but I think that did clip the top of the crossbar. As that ball came across Dost's body, I did think he could try and go with his left foot or maybe turn back inside and look for an extra body. That might have been the better option because it was a tight angle. But I don't think that's going to be the last chance he gets at the moment. Obviously, Bernard is looking good on the counter-attack as well with fresh bodies on from the bench. But it's end-to-end stuff now.
Yeah, this game has really opened up and come alive after that feeling out process in the opening exchanges. And it really is, in most part, the fact that Emil has grown in confidence over the last quarter of an hour. Finger just couldn't slide the ball through. Now Bernhardt will look to counter with Wirtz, who's got fresh legs. Kostic a little tired. Struggling to keep up. Man at the back post. It's a good save.
No.
But it's a calamity at the back for Frankfurt as they fall 2-0 down. Nothing Emil can do about it. But Bernhardt doubles his lead.
Considering the chances that Bernard has missed, it might have been that way, that kind of goal that would get him the second one. Looks like it is that own goal from Danny da Costa. You could see that move developing really nicely as soon as he got in behind. The man at the back post was getting behind his marker. It was a great ball. Just very unfortunate for Emil to concede a goal in that way. But as you said, James, making your debut in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, he can hold his head high. He's put in a good performance here. Just he'll be disappointed that he didn't make more opportunities going forward himself.
Emil SGE on the losing side of our opening fixture of matchday 4 in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. The debutant losing to Luca Bernhardt, who after that win over Daniel Schlager last week shows us a bit more of exactly what his game is about against a more equal opponent in Emil. Unfortunately for the 17-year-old, it was a bit of a step too far. He did have a 100% record in the virtual Bundesliga. Admittedly, he only played one game, Alex. He did win it, though. That was a 3-2 win against VfL Rob K, 1848 of Bochum. Unfortunately, in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, he couldn't follow suit as Bernhardt makes it 2 wins out of 2 for himself and gets Darmstadt off to a flying start in their tie against Frankfurt in the Hessen derby. And up next, we will then have Nils Stendera against another newcomer, this side on the opposite side, or this time on the opposite side. It's Eric Berko of Darmstadt, who will be stepping in to represent them as their professional player. And an interesting move, because we've lost Felix Platter, Alex.
Yeah, Felix Platter has been one of the best guys so far in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Obviously, he had the performance last time out where he took apart Dennis Eitekin and showed that the Fußball FIFA got of Eitekin wasn't quite as godly as we thought it was after that first win that he got over Jonas Hoffmann. He beat him 5-0 and
He's still a FIFA Fußball got.
That is true. That can't be ever taken away from him. He'll always be in our hearts now in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. But for Platter, he did say what could possibly top a 5-0 win against Dennis Eitekin. So he's handed over the baton to Erich Berko here. And again, coming up against a Bundesliga Home Challenge veteran in Nils Stendera, who's played every weekend so far, even if he's had very mixed results.
Well, this is it. Felix Platter had won 3 out of 3, and we thought that's a great recipe for him to then, preserve this unbeaten record or keep the winning streak going. But he decided to bow out on a high, which I can also respect. Sometimes knowing when to step down at a good point is also the measure of a smart decision as well. So I think we can say that Felix Platter, he definitely bowed out on a high with that 5-0 win over Dennis Eitekin. But this is it. Nils Stendera, one of the rare players that will actually have competed in all 4 match days of the Bundesliga home challenge. And as you say, a bit of a mixed bag. He started with that 4-2 win against Baris Attic of Dresden. Then it was a 7-1 loss against Bielefeld's Marcel Hartl that saw Bielefeld turn around a 6-1 deficit from the first leg against Frankfurt in that game. A stunning comeback, one of many on match day 2. And then it was that 6-2 loss against Louis Hiepen, the debutant for Gladbach last time out. We thought that might be the end of Stendera, but he's come back for one more go. And I think that's a good way to approach it. And as we've said, he's now taking on a newcomer in Erich Berko, who, again, with a lot of these players, we've learnt what their FIFA skills are like as this tournament has progressed with Berko. It will be very much a case of learning on the go with him today, won't it?
Very much so. We don't know much about his FIFA abilities, so we'll be able to see from the first few minutes just how good he is at the game. We can see a 4-3-3 formation, very attacking from him. He's going for goals, you can imagine, in this Hessen derby, but for Stendera as well, he definitely doesn't want to end with 3 defeats to his name. He's going to want to make sure that he can get another win on his tally of the Bundesliga home challenge. So these guys, obviously, as you can see, they were ready to go nice and early for us, and now we're ready to take action. I think Berko's sat on his phone a bit there. Maybe might have a new Achraf Hakimi here, James.
We may, but I just wonder, I think these guys were so eager that they may have actually been earlier than the time slot that's been allotted to them. We do have to follow a rough schedule throughout all of this. We're trying to stick to the right times because there are certain broadcasters dependent on it. So I just wonder whether these two were a bit over-eager and they've had to be held in their tracks just for a moment, because normally we see their pre-match preparations, whether they're making any tactical changes, and that does sometimes, Alex, give us a look into just how they're going to approach the game, but also how seriously they're taking this.
Yeah, that's it. If you see a guy setting up his tactics, and you can go through everything now on FIFA 20, you can set up how high you want your defensive line, what you want your team to do when they lose possession of the ball. You can do all of these different things, and being able to see if a player sets those kind of things up can really be a telltale sign of how good they are at FIFA and how much time they've spent on the game if they know exactly what they're doing in those situations. We don't get the opportunity to see that here. But as we get things underway, it'll only take a few minutes, I think, for us to see just how good Berko is against Frankfurt Stendera.
Of course, a nice time to say, if you want to get in touch, please do. We look forward to hearing from you at all points. We hope you have enjoyed what the Bundesliga Home Challenge has had to offer over the last 3 weekends, and we are expecting more things on match day 4. Hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge is the hashtag you can use on your social media platforms of choice. Get in touch in the chat. I mentioned earlier we were looking forward to seeing where people were tuning in from around the world. We've had Nigeria, Las Vegas, Dubai, Tanzania I've seen as well. We've got Hamburg fans, Werder fans, Bayern fans, even though they're not involved. But that's all right. We don't hold anything against them because we've got plenty of teams that are in the mix for this Bundesliga Home Challenge. And right now, Stendera is trying to at least repair some of the damage from that first leg, with Frankfurt looking to overturn a 2-goal deficit against Darmstadt here.
100%, and coming up against Darmstadt in the Hessen derby, he, as a player, obviously won't have been able to play in many himself. Obviously, as we said in the build-up to this game, these two teams haven't been in the same league for a couple of years now, so we haven't seen it on the pitch. But for Nils Stendera, this is then a great opportunity to represent his club in a rare derby experience. He's on the back foot now, though, as Berko comes forward.
Gives the ball away cheaply on the edge of the area as he was starting to pose a threat. Comes away with it with Hertner now, Berko. And this is it. We've seen a varying degree of skill level from Stendera. Really does depend on his opponent. Right now, Berko making life difficult for him, and the early chance goes his way. And just like Luca Bernhardt before him, he makes absolutely no mistake.
It's all going Darmstadt's way here. You can just tell he knows what he's doing on this game a little bit. He's got the ideas to make the right passes and the right positions. Obviously, getting into the box down the wing there, it's always going to be difficult to find the back of the net with a shot from that tight angle. So he cuts the ball back in front of goal. And when you've got a free man in front of goal like that, it's very difficult to keep it out. And it's a simple way for him to go ahead in this game. But Stendera's got an answer for him. And an immediate equaliser with only 18 minutes gone. Bas Dost has given hope to Frankfurt in this tie. Aggregate score now reads 3-1, and James, we have ourselves a game.
We do indeed, and also a timely reminder of just what the Bundesliga Home Challenge is all about. Anyone that's tuned in for the first time this week may have been going, oh, a 2-0 win in the first leg, tight game, this is going to be a tight contest. What happens, ladies and gentlemen, is when the esports pros play each other, these are very tight, tense affairs for the most part. There are a couple of breakaway wins every now and again. But when these professional footballers get on the joysticks, it's goals galore. There's no holds barred. It's attacking football at its finest. It's defending at its worst, but it makes for a fantastic spectacle most of the time. And we're seeing exactly that between Berko and Stendera, who have already scored the same amount of goals in less than 20 minutes as we saw in the whole first leg, and Berko almost going for a third as well. Well, some interesting defensive approaches taken there by Neil Stendera, but he got away with it in the end.
He got away with it in the end. Anyway, we'll do, obviously, as you said, these esports guys, we're used to seeing them keep control of the game. They know how to keep the ball out of their own goal. It's much more about dictating the game and making sure you keep a clean sheet. For these professional players, it's all attack, attack, attack. Goals galore. And that means we do get entertainment. Obviously, both sides, both games bring different kinds of entertainment. If you're an esports fan, you'll obviously love seeing these guys perform and see their talents as well. If you're a FIFA player yourself, you know how difficult it is to control a game in the way that they do. And maybe as a more casual player like these Bundesliga professionals are, you're very happy to see how enthusiastic they get, how attack-minded they are, pushing the ball forward with every waking minute. And that does bring entertainment, as I said, in many different ways from both games.
Durham with the cross into the box. Plenty of players to aim for. Silva with the knockdown to Stendera. Well, looking to join that illustrious club of players that have scored with themselves in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. There's a fair few of them out there now. Stendera so far not amongst them. And that's the closest he's gone in all four fixtures, but he's combining well now in the final third. Stendera through on goal again. Tees it up this time for Dost. And it's 2-1. The comeback for now is complete. But the comeback overall still needs one more goal from Stendera.
Superb composure from the midfielder there. As we were just talking about it, James, he had the ball with his own player there. Going towards the near post, he could have been very tempted to take a strike at goal, but he saw that Dost was in acres of space around the penalty spot. And all he needed to do was find the right pass, and that's exactly what he did. And a measured finish from the Dutchman to make it 2-1. The comeback is complete in this game, and as you said, the tie is wide open now. 3-2, the score across the two legs. And at the moment, Stendera is pouring forward and piling on the pressure.
I really think Neil Stendera has certainly, and I think we can say this from all of his Bundesliga Home Challenge matches, adopted the attack is the best form of defence approach. No doubt about it. The lowest scoring game he was involved in had 6 goals. That was match day 1 against Baris Attic, a 4-2 win. 7-1 loss against Hartl, 6-2 loss against Heepen. So even if he's on the losing end, goals are guaranteed with Neil Stendera. But right now he seems to have actually found a worthy adversary in Berko in terms of someone that is at a similar level in terms of his FIFA ability. And it's making for a very good fixture between these two. But it has to be said, it's a very open one as well.
100%. This is a really even game. Both guys getting forward well. As you said, it's very open. Defence has not been the order of the day for these two guys, as Stendera looks to maybe get a rebound before the break. 2 minutes of added time. He still has a chance, maybe if he could have got one there. But as you see, the ball breaks away for Darmstadt, and immediately the counter-attack is on. Not many bodies left back in defence by Neil Stendera. Means we're going to see plenty of goals today in this game. But not any more in the first half, I don't think, as this whistle should go. For half-time, and there it is. What first half that was.
A brilliant first half. Perfectly poised now for the second. As we said, in the context of not just this single solo game between Berko and Stendera, but in the tie as a whole as well. Interesting to see there, Berko, 1 shot on goal, 1 shot on target, 1 goal. That's his first and only shot of the game. Got him into the lead, but Stendera, it was the wake-up call he needed maybe to wake him out of his slumber. And he's turned it around with a brace from Bas Dost. And the question is now, can he complete the comeback? He was two goals down at the start of play. He's reduced the arrears by a goal so far, and he's got 45 minutes now to work with in this second half. maybe dole out some of the treatment that he received in that loss to Marcel Hartl of Bielefeld when it came to a comeback defeat for Frankfurt. It was the esports professional Andy that had set him up so well with a 6-1 win against Andreas Vogelsammer of Bielefeld on that occasion. Right now, Berko just looking to take the sting out of proceedings a little bit at the start of the second half. Now looking to inject pace as he's in and around the box. Manu on the ball. Oh, he went for the fancy back heel, but something of a more simple variety could have perhaps been a better choice there.
He looked like an esports player for a minute there, James, with his passing control. But now he's got defending to do. He does it well, though, to keep Stendera out. And I think the Frankfurt midfielder is not going to change his style of play here, even if he is winning his own game here. He's going to have that aggregate score in his mind and make sure that he doesn't let his team suffer an aggregate defeat in this derby. It's very important as well for the fans watching at home that they do overturn the overall scoreline. And as you can see, he's not changing it at all as he continues to pour forward.
Just can't get that final pass to go his way right now, Nils Stendera. The same could be said of Berko as his through ball is cut out at the back, and then a costly concession of possession from Stendera. Berko now breaking into the box with himself. Two men in the middle. On the rebound. Oh. And the chance no longer alive for Darmstadt.
Somehow it doesn't find its way into the net. A good chance for Berko for himself with that shot at the near post, and I thought the rebound might have fallen a different way, but now Frankfurt coming forward, looking for a third goal.
Twisting and turning is Gibril, so he's got the cross towards the back post on the volley. Well saved. Rebound saved as well. A fine double save to keep Darmstadt ahead in the tie. Nils Stendera's frustration levels raising with every passing moment. Just over 25 minutes remaining of FIFA time in this game. It's still enough time to work with. Plenty of time for one or two goals still to fall.
These guys need to remember how important the changes can be. Making some substitutions, get the fresh legs on, especially with how intense this one is so far. Oh, what a strike that is to bring the game level. It's Manu for Berko across the goalkeeper into the top corner. We see it so rarely in FIFA esports play. What a stunning way to quieten down the commentators and bring this game back level again with 20 minutes to play.
Yeah, that re-establishes Darmstadt's two-goal advantage from the first leg. Stendera looking to pull it back to one again. Denied on that occasion. Bastos looking for his hat-trick. Now with Gibril So. Cross not forthcoming. Stendera cannot afford to panic here. Even if Berko has given himself the upper hand once again in the context of the two-legged tie against Frankfurt.
He has to stay composed. He's doing well here as he's bringing the ball forward.
Oh, that was a good cross to Paciencia at the back post. The Portuguese striker unable to guide it on target. Well, this is derby weekend in the Bundesliga home challenge. Up next, Mainz against Wien Wiesbaden. But kicking off our show on match day 4 of this esports invitational. Darmstadt currently on course to take the virtual bragging rights of the Hesse derby. Berko making his debut. Took an early lead, fell behind, pulled it back. And it looks like he's going to be able to see out what will be the victory for Darmstadt. 13 or 12 minutes to go. Scoring twice is not outside the realms of possibility for Nils Stendera, especially if he can grab a goal now with this attack. We'll have to settle for the corner for the time being.
We've definitely seen stranger things happen in the Bundesliga home challenge, so you know that for these last 10 minutes or so, Stendera is going to be pouring men forward.
Just hoping the ball would break for him. Now we do see a pause lined up. So just over 10 minutes to go and a chance to bring on some fresh legs. And as we mentioned, in the 85 mode, Alex, it's so important because when there is such a minimal discrepancy in terms of advantage in the stats of each individual player, fresh legs and stamina can play a huge role late on in the game.
100%, especially late on in the game when you're trying to get a counter-attack going or bring some fresh legs into attack. If if your attackers have a full tank of fuel on them and are coming up against slower and more tired defenders, it can wreak havoc for you going forward in attack. So for these guys, very important to have fresh legs going forward in the final 10 minutes or so.
Nice ball to the edge of the box. He's teed it up well, and that's a good save from Trapp to tip it beyond the post.
Berko doing really well coming forward. He's very composed in the second half of his chances that he's had.
He's going to get a second corner. No, he's kept it in. Or has he?
It's offside.
Oh, it's offside. Well, there's one of the stranger decisions we've seen in this game.
One of the strangest offsides I've ever seen, I think.
Yeah, corners are hard to score from. They're even harder to find yourself offside from. But Berko achieved it there, whether he wanted to or not. Now it's Daichi Kamada coming forward. He looked for the 1-2 with Silva. And again, it was a little too hasty. But he's done well to win it back here, Stendera. Dost. He's got men over. Right idea, wrong execution.
100%, just a bit rushed there. He saw the opportunity opening up and he just went for it at the wrong time. And that's not what Berko is doing. He's making all the right decisions at the moment as he breaks forward once again.
Oh, lovely cross. He went for the header. It's one of those crosses where I was thinking, this looks good for an overhead kick, Alex. Wasn't forthcoming, unfortunately, on that occasion.
I'm not sure our message of hope for the overhead kicks has quite been relayed to these guys.
I thought it's one of these things you should be able to manifest your own destiny, right? And if I haven't managed to manifest an overhead kick by the end of this, then it clearly doesn't work.
Yeah. It's disappointing, but we do have to face reality as well. Hopefully we're surprised, though.
Well, Berko couldn't pick up where Felix Platter left off in the win column. What he did do was enough to secure the victory on aggregate for Darmstadt over the course of 2 legs against Eintracht Frankfurt. A 6-goal thriller to kick us off for the first tie of the Bundesliga Home Challenge match day 4. But it is Darmstadt who take the virtual bragging rights in the Hesse derby against Frankfurt to get us kicked off in this derby weekend of Bundesliga Home Challenge action. And you have to say, a relatively calm beginning by our standards, Alex, but a very good one from both Darmstadt and Frankfurt there.
Yeah, very much so. As much as Darmstadt obviously unbeaten across the 2 games there, Frankfurt did well in stages, of course. Luca Bernard was a bit more in control of his game, winning 2-0 over Emil SGE. It could have been more, it probably should have been more, but he had to rue a few missed chances, whereas Berko and Stendera was far more open game, but I think it deserved a draw in the end. Stendera did well to bring the game back, having gone 1-0 down and go 2-1 ahead, but Berko in that second half was very composed, very controlled, especially going forward, whereas Stendera was a bit rushed and struggled to sort of keep the ball and create actually goal-scoring opportunities. So a deserved win in the first derby of the day for us, for Darmstadt. And the next one is ready to roll as well, as Mainz and Wiesbaden get ready to have the second derby of the weekend so far.
Yeah, that's it. 2 teams that have had very contrasting experiences in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Mainz, more often than not, have ended up on the wrong end of results. They've suffered some pretty tough defeats, it has to be said. Whereas Wien Wiesbaden are a team that have certainly caught our attention, not just because they have a football player that has also crossed over into the virtual world and represents them both as an esports pro and as a football player, that being Sascha Mockenhaupt, who's certainly been, I think, one of the biggest characters of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, no doubt about it. But we've also seen this weekend the return of Simon Bremo Döring. We saw him in action on match day 2, and he suffered a 4-0 loss to Lukas Fiedler, the Paderborn pro. He'll be looking to redeem himself today, but he's taking on an unknown quantity in some respects, Alex. Lars Wemke, stepping in for Mainz. Tell us a bit about his story, because he's won a tournament to book his place here today.
He has indeed. A bit like Frankfurt, as we mentioned before, Mainz set up a tournament for someone to win the opportunity to represent them, alongside a professional player, of course, who we'll be seeing later on in Jonathan Burkhardt. But the esports spot was open for Mainz, and in the end, Lars Wemke was the man to win it, the 22-year-old. He is a former virtual Bundesliga finalist himself, back in 2014 when he was just 16, which is pretty remarkable. But, you know, he's been able to win this Mainz tournament that took place to find this spot, and So obviously he's very deserving of his place. And coming up against Bremo, who suffered that sort of surprise defeat to Fiedler of Paderborn, he's got a good opportunity to show what he's made of.
Well, that's it. We couldn't find much information about Lars Vermke online in terms of in the lead up to this game, and I think that's fair to say he was a bit of an unknown quantity. But he's obviously got a track record with the virtual Bundesliga. It's just interesting. He hasn't seemed to dive headfirst into the esports world the way some others have. But on that note, let's just take a quick look at the format again in case you are just joining us. Of course, first thing and most important thing is to note that there is nothing on the line in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. No prizes on offer. It's pride and fun that is at play. We've got 30 teams, 60 players split over the course of 2 weekends. We will have 15 ties that are played, consisting of 2 one-on-one head-to-heads. At least one professional football player will feature for each team. An aggregate score will then be made up of the results from both legs. And as we've mentioned on a couple of occasions, we are playing in the 85 mode, which means that all players are either raised or capped at an 85 FIFA rating. There are still discrepancies and advantages to be had, but they are much more minimal than in other game modes, and it makes for a much more even playing field. And it does mean that when the likes of some of the minnows of the Zweite Bundesliga come up against some of their Bundesliga counterparts, they will not be outmatched. Instead, they will have an even footing to work with in the game. And it's just interesting, really, Alex, with the 85 mode, the contrasting opinions that are out there regarding it, especially from the esports pros. You've got some that say it's the best mode because it really puts everyone on an even playing field, and therefore it really does come down to your pure skill level and whether you can differentiate yourself there. And there are others that are not big fans of it, it's fair to say.
Yeah, that's it. It's a matter of opinion for a lot of people. Obviously, I think some guys who play Ultimate Team a lot more are happier and feel better when they're playing with those attacking stars that you can get on Ultimate Team with the skill moves and the pace that is available to them. But these guys know the 85 mode from the virtual Bundesliga. It's what's used in the virtual Bundesliga to keep that at a level playing field as well. And it means that at least they are used to it. Being able to have that experience does help, but it might not be the most fun for them as players as well. Obviously, you have to take into account these guys most of the time play FIFA every day, at least for a few hours. And so for them, it's no laughing matter. This is a way of life for them. This is a job for them, and they want to be able to play with the best guys available. And so when they're being restricted or being held at an 85 mode, it can be a bit more frustrating for them. But for us as fans watching it, it does make it a lot more enjoyable to watch, just because there's no chance of having an advantage if you've got a better Ultimate Team than your opponent, for example.
Yeah, you wouldn't want one player to have an advantage or disadvantage one way or the other, and that is really what we are playing to here. I mean, Simon Bremo During was one of the players that I was in his stream last night on Twitch, and he was talking about the 85 mode, calling it a tricky game mode. What he was saying is that he suffered some connectivity issues in his first game in that 4-0 loss to Lucas Fiedler, and he's hoping that there would be less of that today against Lars Vermke of Mainz. And he did say, I think I should be considered the favourite, but you could have said that last time as well. And as we said, a 4-0 loss, certainly not covering himself in glory, especially when he'd poked a bit of fun at another esports pro from Wien Wiesbaden, Juice, who lost, he drew on the opening, he did lose. No, he drew on the opening weekend with Mark Flecken. He got close to losing. Yeah. He came from behind 3 times in a 3-3 draw. That's why I'm getting my wires crossed. But Bremo apparently gave Juice a bit of stick for that result on match day 1 and then suffered a 4-0 loss himself on match day 2. So definitely some redemption on offer for him today, it has to be said. And yeah, we'll see what that produces. But one of the things that we've liked to do on this stream as well is we're dipping into the virtual world. This is a crossover event, but we like to bring you stories from what is going on in German football. And there was some interesting news, or some headlines, I should say, that hit the tabloids in the German press this week, because Dietmar Hamann has interesting opinions about who Bayern maybe sign once the season does restart if they were looking for some more cut price players and maybe weren't looking to splash the cash as much, Alex. And I thought there was an interesting name that got thrown out there in Mainz's Jean-Philippe Mateta. Now, he had an incredible debut season, top scoring with 17 goals for Mainz. Injuries curtailed what would have been his second season this season. He hasn't quite managed to break into the first team regularly since making his return from injury. But interesting opinions thrown out there by Dietmar Hamann.
Yeah, I really like Mateta, and obviously, as you said, he's had a bit of a struggle in the last year. Obviously, didn't get to play quite as much as he would have hoped, and Bundesliga fans would have hoped. Obviously, coming in off that, was it 17-goal debut season? Fantastic for a young forward like that. He's such a big guy for Mainz. Obviously, in terms of goal scoring, they haven't missed him as much just because they've had Robin Quaison's goals backing him up. But for Mateta himself, he'll have been frustrated not to have been able to quite push on as much as he could have done this season. The young French forward, who's a big unit, obviously, and is important for this 85 mode. I'm sure we'll see him a few times. But being 22 years old, hopefully that sort of injury doesn't curtail his career and become sort of a niggling effect for the years to come. And for sure, being a talented young guy, I'm not surprised to see his name put on those sort of wish lists for the bigger clubs. And
Could you see him at Bayern, though?
I'm not sure. Just because Robert Lewandowski's there, and I can't see anyone else there until Robert Lewandowski.
When you picture a Bayern striker,
away.
yeah, that's all you can picture right now nowadays. There's no doubt about it. It was just interesting to hear Dietmar Hamann. It kind of, I mean, split opinion. Some people were saying, oh, Bayern should never be looking at those types of players. Others were saying, well, you never know what's going to happen afterwards, what the landscape of football is going to be like, especially in the financial sense, and whether big money moves will be quite as available as they were before the coronavirus pandemic swept through the sporting world and really brought everything to a standstill. Good time as well to remind you guys to be washing your hands, practicing that social distancing, and of course we hope you are exercising both body and mind, because that's incredibly important during this time. If you are going through any sort of quarantine, self-isolation, we know it's difficult. Alex and I are doing it. Things haven't been quite as tough on us here in Germany as it has been elsewhere around the world, and so our thoughts go out to those affected in whatever extent that has been. But it's an interesting time, but there are things that you can do at home. We're hoping that today and tomorrow, with this Bundesliga home challenge, as we had for the last 3 weekends, can provide a little bit of light relief in amongst everything that's going on. And let's be honest, this really has been a fun-filled couple of weekends. And this is really what I think my big takeaway from this is it's all... I come away with a big smile on my face going, we've seen some thrilling action. Yes, there have been some players that will be disappointed with their results, but will they cry themselves to sleep tonight? No, because it's the Bundesliga home challenge. This was all for fun, and it was all for a bit of a carefree nature. And I think it's been executed as such.
Yeah, it's been fantastic, and as you said, it's been something for us personally as well to be able to look forward to during the week. Obviously, we know how difficult it is at the moment for everyone, really, getting through the sort of difficult times at home, the boring sort of lonely times. If you are on your own or away from family, it can be difficult. But this has been something that we've been looking forward to on the weekends, and we hope it's been the same for you as well. And obviously it has been fun-filled, and everyone's finding their ways of getting through this difficult time. Might watch a new TV series or make a new hobby, discover new skills. But that's what we wanted to try and do with the Bundesliga home challenge, is keep that sort of Bundesliga action involved with your weekend through Saturday and Sunday. Make sure that, as you usually do if you are a football fan, you have that week, and through the week you're looking forward to the weekend because it's going to be fun. You know the Bundesliga is coming, and that's what we've tried to do over the last month or so, into our 4th weekend now already. It's been a crazy ride so far already, hasn't it, James?
It's been a wild ride, and I've loved every single minute of it. James Surrogate, Alex Traffer, your hosts for the Bundesliga home challenge for a 4th weekend running. Sorry for any of you who have somehow maybe not enjoyed our commentary as much as we've enjoyed providing it, but we hope you can take a few laughs out of this. Of course, you can check up on all things Virtual Bundesliga at the Virtual Bundesliga website. Twitter.com/VBL_official is the Twitter account you'll need to use as well if you do want to get in touch. Of course, hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge is the way to do so. Let us know whether you're enjoying the action, who's impressed you so far. Of course, we've only had 2 games to speak of, but we are hoping to line ourselves up for the 3rd shortly as we get the tie between Mainz and Wien Wiesbaden underway. But we do like to hear from you guys, and I can say anyone asking whether Bayern are going to be featuring in the Bundesliga home challenge, I do have to say I'm very sorry. Bayern, the reigning Bundesliga champions, the German record title holders, will not be taking part in the Bundesliga home challenge. There are 7 sides from Germany's top 2 tiers that aren't taking part. There's no point naming and shaming them because there really is no shame in not taking part. We missed them. We would have loved to have them involved. But in fairness, the teams that have taken part and the production that's gone on and how extensive that's been behind the scenes, I think really the Bundesliga home challenge, we can be delighted with what has been produced. And to be honest, a few extra fixtures might just have killed us, Alex.
That's very true. As much as we've gone away with a smile on our faces after our 7 and 8 hour streams across the weekend, I think turning those into 8 or 9 hour streams may have been the killing point for us both. Although it has been a lot of fun, that might have been the push over the edge that we didn't want or need. But it has been really fun. We found that actually, didn't we? That after the first weekend, obviously coming into this new, I'm sure it would have been the same for some of the guys playing as well, that it was an interesting feeling at the end of the Bundesliga home challenge. At the end of that lengthy stream, you just, ears are ringing and maybe you've got a headache or something. We personally have been talking for 7 or 8 hours straight, but we've definitely become used to it actually over the last couple of weekends, which might be quite worrying for my colleagues in the Bundesliga offices when we return to normality, hopefully in the next coming weeks and months, if I'm consistently trying to talk for the 7 or 8 hours, which is something that I do personally already.
I was going to say, you say that like you're not a chatterbox already, mate.
This is why it's been so good to do this. It's been giving me, Mr. Chatterbox, who's been sat at home on his own for the last few weeks, it's been giving me an outlet to be able to chat away.
Some might call you a chafferbox, but I won't go there.
Another nickname on the list.
There you go. We can add it to the list. No, I mean, this is an outlet on so many levels, right? The virtual esports world for years has been an outlet for people, at home when they just wanted to kind of distract themselves from everyday life. And this is an outlet for some of these esports pros and these professional footballers that are cooped up at home, an outlet for their competitive juices. For us, it's an outlet to, yes, be a little chattier than we have been maybe in recent weeks as well. And we are now underway in this game between Mainz and Wiesbaden. You can see there the 2 players at the top of your screen. Bremo representing Wiesbaden. Lars Wermke representing Mainz. Wiesbaden in the red and black kits, Mainz in the white and red. As well, one there. Burkhardt now on the ball for Wermke. Burkhardt, who will be representing Mainz as their professional player in the second leg later. It's a good early ball in. It was looking for the physical presence of Jean-Philippe Mateta, who we were talking about before the game got underway. In this 85 mode, a player like him, who's tall, lanky and strong, can be such an advantage up front. Well knocked down by Aigner, but cut out at the back. Wermke really has a zip to his game, a real pace to proceedings that we don't always see from some of these esports pros.
Good early start from Wermke by all accounts. I think we were following his view of the game in the first few seconds there, which you could see he was on that sort of wider camera angle, which is what I play on personally as well. It gives you a wider view of the game, wider view of being able to keep that Wiesbaden chance to nothing there. But he's good passing in the opening half and opening 15 minutes or so. And as you said, James, a good early opening for Mateta there. It was a lovely through ball from, I think, Burkhardt to find Parker down the right. It's one of those opening passes you don't see too often from these esports guys. They're so much used to passing across the pitch. These sort of simple passes from left to right and maintaining possession and control. But Wermke is definitely pushing it forward a bit quicker than we'd expect, as is Bremo, as he brings the ball forward here.
Yeah, much more open than we are used to seeing from the esports pros head-to-heads. And that may be because Lars Wermke is coming from a more casual background. But he's certainly very competitive. He was going to feature in the virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals after qualifying as one of 12 players that come from outside the league standings. It's a good chance here for Wermke, the opening goal. And it goes his way. It's Kari Morisiwo who has opened the scoring.
Really nice work from Wermke. Obviously, a tidy little chest control there from Onisivo and getting the finish to match as well. Another physical presence in attack for Mainz. A tall guy out on the left wing for Mainz. And he made it count there, being able to get in the right spot at the back post and get that control with his chest. Didn't need to try and force a header at goal, which would have made it a bit more difficult for Vemke to control. Instead, the chest and controlled finish. And he goes ahead, and it has to be said, I think it's a bit of a deserved lead just because he's been pushing the ball a bit more further forward than Bremo in his opening 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, this is it. Bremo was talking about that 4-0 loss to Lucas Fiedler in his stream last night and saying it was exactly the type of game he really doesn't enjoy on FIFA. I'll hold this thought for just a second because, it's looking dangerous in a second if he's going to gift it to Vemke like that. Vemke is going to accept.
He's definitely going to accept chances like that. A scrappy one indeed, but Onisivo makes it 2, and he makes it 2 for Mainz as well. Just not quite sure what Bremer was doing there as he got the ball with his defender. Just a bit of a lackluster moment. Used to seeing them just punt the ball away there in a situation like that, right in front of your own goal, but instead he passed it straight to Onisivo, and the chance with aplomb. No questions asked for Vermco, who's made a fantastic start to life here. And as you were saying, James, Bremo just not enjoying the Bundesliga home challenge so far.
Don't think it's his challenge, Alex.
No, I'm not sure
And I think he may be the first to admit that. But yes, as I was saying, to finish the point, what he was saying is the game against Fiedler was a type he doesn't like. The thing is, the way Vemke's playing here is so different to Fiedler. It's a lot more high-paced. It's a lot more straight at you, right, going for the jugular. And yet Bremo looks almost more uncomfortable against this approach than he did against Fiedler, where at the very least he kept that game tight and it was late goals that made it look like a more convincing win for Fiedler than it maybe was. Bremo let his head drop, went on more attacking settings that allowed Fiedler to pounce. Whereas this one, he's already fallen 2 goals behind inside 35 minutes. And that, as we've seen, is so difficult to overturn in the Bundesliga home challenge. And right now, you have to say, Vemke is the one playing with all the confidence in the world. And here he is with Baku. Space opened up, but they are so reticent to take long shots, these esports pros. They want those golden opportunities on the edge of the 6-yard box, and nothing else will suffice. Mateta trying to play it now through to Burkhardt. The offside flag stopping Vemke in his tracks there.
So many moments, as you were saying, where the time and space is just wide open, like it was there for Baku, for Vemke, where I'm shouting in my head, shoot, 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 because that's what I'd be doing. But obviously, as you said, these guys, they know that chances are few and far between coming up against a fellow esports pro, because just how good these guys are at defending, how good these guys are at keeping those chances out and controlling a game and being a persistent defender further up the pitch. It becomes much more difficult to get chances. So when you do have the ball, you want to maneuver and work your way to get that perfect chance, which is going to result in a goal, which is why so often in games between these sorts of players, we see very few shots on goal, and most of those shots do actually result in goals just because of how well worked the chances are.
Approaching half-time in the first leg between Wiesbaden and Mainz. And Mainz, after some tough pills to swallow in terms of the losses they've suffered. Match day 2, it was a 12-1 loss against Hoffenheim, who were in action against the referees later. Last weekend, it was a 10-1 loss against Augsburg. But right now, they have got themselves on the front foot here with the debutant Lars Vemke, who is proving exactly why he's seen as one of these exciting free agents in the German esports world. And he takes in a comfortable 2-0 lead at the break. And it does make me think, Alex, that if a guy like Vemke hasn't decided to dive headfirst into the esports world, whether something like this could help kind of push him over the edge and maybe get a team to look at him, bring him into their virtual Bundesliga side. I know he's studying at the university in Köln, but what a dominant first half that was.
Yeah, this might be the opportunity in the situation where he says to himself, okay, I should actually, maybe go forward and really get involved in this. And Mainz as well might be watching this and think, we've got ourselves a new virtual Bundesliga player on our cards here, because he has been fantastic in this opening first half. And as you said, they haven't had the best of results in the Bundesliga home challenge so far. Haven't actually got a win across any of the previous 3 weekends across the aggregate scoreline. So a perfect opportunity now for Mainz to get their first aggregate win of the Bundesliga home challenge with this 2-0 first half lead. Vemke will be wanting to make sure, though, that the situation of the game stays the same. He's not quite. He hasn't been in control of proceedings as such, but when he's had the ball, he's pushing it forward with every opportunity and definitely playing a different style than we're totally used to from these esports guys, which makes him a more difficult prospect to handle. And with Jonathan Burkhart coming up later against Mocky, who obviously is an esports player himself as well as being a professional Bundesliga player, it's going to be Mocky who's the favourite over Burkhart going into the game. We'll have to wait and see just how good the Mainz forward is. But if Vermke can give his teammate a good lead to build from this first leg, it will do no end of good to their chances of getting that first win as he pushes forward again with Burkhart. Oh, he looked for the pass across goal, which was definitely on the cards, but great last-ditch defending from Bremo to cut it out.
Yeah, he did absolutely everything right there, Vermke. Just couldn't pick out the right pass at the end. And he commits a foul in one of the rare moments we've seen him pushed outside his comfort zone on the defensive end. You have to say Bremo hasn't really done enough to warrant getting a goal in this game so far. No shots in the first half. And at times we've talked about players not having the answer to the attacking threat being posed by an opponent. But right now I think it's fair to say Bremo has little answers when it comes to how to break Vermke down here.
Definitely not. I think he's a player who's used to keeping goals out at the other end and hoping for one or two chances for himself going forward rather than having to come back from a 2-goal deficit. It's definitely going to be a different task for him now. He's had these sorts of chances very rarely in the game, but he makes the most of this one. The first time we've seen him really open up the Mainz defence, and it's the first goal for Wiesbaden, and it's really well taken from Bremo.
Yeah, fantastic finish there from the Wien Wiesbaden esports pro. And a lifeline now in this game, something for him to work with as he looks to maybe mount a comeback in this second half. He's got half an hour to work with still. And we have seen how momentum can shift at times in this game, even if comebacks in individual matches have been hard come by, but that's the way to break down a team, unfortunately, for Bremo. The offside flag up to deny him.
As you said, James, you can see how quickly a game can change. Bremo's confidence has gone from 0 to 100 in moments. Fantastic way to open the scoring, and now he continues to open up the Mainz defence. He's winning the ball back in good positions here and trying to push it forward and keep this confidence up. If he can build on the pressure and get an equaliser, it'd be fantastic for him. I didn't personally expect this from Bremo. I didn't see him coming back into this game, but possibly Vermke is thinking, don't worry, I'm staying calm, I'm staying composed, and he knows he'll get other chances, as he does have now, and he takes those chances with Burkhart. What a finish at the near post. And just as we were saying that Bremo might have hope of coming back, the 2-goal lead is restored.
That's it. Oh, we almost had a badge kiss there from Vermke. A point to the badge we'll settle for. He is representing Mainz incredibly well in the Bundesliga home challenge so far. And after suffering that setback, as Alex said, has now restored that 2-goal cushion. And looks set to be on course for a relatively convincing first leg victory here. Bremo isn't going to raise the white flag just yet. And of course, it is worth mentioning, and I think we saw this last weekend more so than we had in other weekends in the Bundesliga home challenge, was people's awareness of the 2 legs, Alex, and the aggregate score. Bremo knows that even if he doesn't win this game, if he can pull it back to 3-2, it does give Sascha Mockenhaupt something to work with in the second leg, and more of a platform to potentially mount a comeback of his own in the second leg. And
definitely.
that's something I think, we're seeing Bremo factor in here a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. He knows that maybe getting one more goal would be great, and that's why he's trying to keep a bit more control of the ball here, not give Vermke any more chances, because he knows, as we said before, Mocky is a virtual Bundesliga player himself, and he's going to be the favourite going against Burkhart, but Vermke continues to push forward on the counter-attack and get these openings.
Well, that pass didn't quite find Burkhart. He's looking to join Onisiwo in terms of bagging a brace in this game, as we see Bremo look to make changes. Although you do have to wonder, is it a little too late? Precious minutes have already gone by where substitutes could have made an impact.
It's been a frustrating game for him. only been able to really cut open the Mainz defence twice. Scored with one of those times, the first of those times, with that opening goal, and then had a second chance quickly after it. But that third goal was a killer for him, the way he conceded it. And the fourth is a killer as well. Jean-Philippe Mateta bundles his way forward. The powerful Frenchman, impossible to stop, and that near post finish comes to his aid again. And you can see the frustration on Bremo's face. The last couple of goals there for Wermke have been difficult ones to concede. A rebound back to Burkhardt going into the top corner, and then Mateta just sort of powering his way through the defence and not being able to be stopped. Really disappointing ways to concede.
Yeah, you could see he's just disconsolate right now. The pain was etched on his face as the fourth went in there, and that will certainly be the final nail in his coffin in this first leg, as Mateta adds a fourth for Wermke. But I think Bremer's big takeaway from the Bundesliga home challenge will be the fact that it hasn't really changed his opinion about the 85 mode. He wasn't a fan coming into it, and I don't think he'll be a fan coming out of it either, given his results. He's now scored just once and conceded 8 times in his 2 games in the Bundesliga home challenge. And I think he would like these 10 minutes to go by as quickly as possible, though he wouldn't say no to getting another goal of his own. The thing is, right now, Wermke, you have to say, this has been a very impressive performance from him as a debutant in the Bundesliga home challenge, and he's looking for a 5th. Oh, it almost broke for Dong Won-ji at the back post. Snapped up by Lindner, who can now spark a attacking move from Wiesbaden, but cut out well by Mateta. Dong Won-ji with the fake shot. Couldn't beat his marker.
And he's made a statement here as Wermke. Really compromised win that he's heading towards 4-1. Obviously, Bremo, is, as you said, not the biggest fan of the 85 mode, but he still has to be beaten, and that's what Wermke has done. He's been fantastic in all assets of his game and taken the chances that he's been given. You know, they haven't been the nicest goals. They've been frustrating ones for Bremo to concede, but Wermke has taken them and made sure that those chances didn't go to waste for himself. So credit to him for the way he's played as well.
Yeah, you've got to ask the question as well, whether if Mainz had Lars Wermke involved earlier, whether they would have suffered the same results as they had match day 1, 2 and 3. He certainly brought something a little different to the table than some of their other club representatives. We saw Julian Greiss feature in the first couple of games and suffer a mixed bag of results. But Lars Wermke, it's a thumbs up from him, and rightly so. What a way to introduce yourself to the Bundesliga home challenge. A resounding 4-1 win against Bremo, one of the virtual Bundesliga veterans from this season. And you have to say, that'll be a result that will give someone like Lars Wermke a lot of confidence. Like some of these other esports pros, he had to put his virtual Bundesliga plans on hold when it came to the grand finals that were due to take place when we had our first match day of the Bundesliga home challenge, so 3 weekends ago. They were due to take place here in Köln to close out the season, but just like the Bundesliga and Zweite Bundesliga campaign, that has for now been postponed. But Lars Wermke, I think anyone that may have gone into the grand finals not knowing much about him, Alex, will now have a full repertoire of 90 minutes to be able to draw from and look at and go, you know what? His style of play ticks these boxes. Here's how I'm going to approach going against him.
Definitely. It's a very different style of play from what we've usually seen from the esports guys this weekend. They're used to keeping possession far more in the opposition's half, whereas Wermke is very much a cutthroat, attack-minded player who pushes the ball forward well, plays those long balls, plays those difficult through balls, which, you know, are very risky and often don't work out. But for him, he got a bit of luck on his side in that game as well, but you have to create your own luck in this sort of game mode. So for him, a fantastic statement. And Mainz fans watching this at home, Mainz esports fans especially, will be saying, let's get this guy involved on a permanent basis, because although Bremo, as we said, wasn't the biggest fan of this 85 mode, 4-1 is a fantastic win, and it does set up his teammate Jonathan Burkhardt, as you see there, with a big lead to work with. And I think that's really important actually for this 2-legged tie, because Mocky, as we've said a couple of times, he's a virtual Bundesliga player as well as being a professional for Wiesbaden. He's played in all but 2 Bundesliga 2 games this season in the middle of defence. So he has experience both on and off the pitch, and it means that he comes into this game, this single game, as more of the favourite, just because we know how good he is at FIFA, whereas we don't know how good Burkhardt is. We have to wait and see exactly how he sets up. But for him to have that big lead, it means that Mainz have a good foot in front of Wiesbaden in terms of taking the bragging rights from the second derby of the day so far.
Yeah, it just takes a little bit of the pressure off Jonathan Burkhardt coming into his first Bundesliga home challenge game. And you have to say, yes, they are on opposite ends of the spectrum when it comes to the age gap between these two. Burkhardt, 19 years old, Mockenhaupt, 28. But what Mockenhaupt does have is a wealth of experience in the esports world as well. And that is the point. He is the epitome and really the personification of this crossover event. You know, real life football coming into the virtual world, real footballers playing in the esports world. And that's what Mockenhaupt does on a regular basis for Wiesbaden. He did it on a couple of occasions this season. We saw Diego Demmer. He was the first to do it in the virtual Bundesliga, making the crossover from the Bundesliga with Leipzig. He actually had Julian Nagelsmann as an interested onlooker when he competed in the virtual Bundesliga, almost coaching from the sidelines. Nagelsmann just can't help himself when it comes to tactical information and coaching his players, and that is just how involved he is with his club. But Diego Demmer has unfortunately since left and joined Napoli in the Serie A. And so it does mean that right now, Sascha Mockenhaupt is flying the flag for professional footballers competing in the virtual Bundesliga. And Alex and I have asked this question a couple of times throughout these streams. We're wondering whether that may actually have a knock-on effect, whether we may see more players cross over into the virtual world and maybe say, you know what, every now and again, when I don't have a game on a Saturday, I can be available for the virtual Bundesliga as well. Would love to represent my club there. And let's be honest, Alex, we've seen a fair few players that would be worthy of stepping into the virtual arena.
100%. We've seen more than a few. We've seen the likes of Munas de Boer, Nassim Buyelab, even sort of unknown guys like
Lucas Zander.
Lucas Zander is one of some
Julius Kader.
Julius Kader was the name that left me there from Union Berlin. He's arguably been the biggest surprise package just because we didn't know anything about him and his FIFA skill coming into this tournament, this invitational Bundesliga home challenge. But he's been fantastic and obviously got himself arguably the most surprising win over Basinho, 3-2 win over the highly acclaimed esports star of Bochum. So so many names that could definitely make that move from the real life pitch to the virtual one whenever available across a weekend. Obviously the Bundesliga, the real Bundesliga on the pitch would have to take priority for them, but being able to step into the virtual Bundesliga world as well would be not only fantastic for them, a fantastic chance for them to have some fun and represent their teams on a different level, a second scale. But for us as fans watching it as well, it would be fantastic to see some of those guys playing in an a real esports league, a real esports tournament on a regular basis. It would be fantastic to see.
Yeah, one of those players that's in that bracket really is Nico Schlotterbeck as well, and this is the interesting journey that Mockenhaupt has had. So he met Nico Schlotterbeck on match day 1. He picked up a 2-2 draw, and we were wondering, oh dear, that seems a bad result actually against Nico Schlotterbeck, a professional footballer against an esports pro, Mockenhaupt. What's gone wrong there? In the context of this whole tournament now, a 2-2 draw against Nico Schlotterbeck is an incredible result, it has to be said. And the fact is Mockenhaupt and Mocky has then since gone on to prove his pedigree. You know, he picked up a 6-0 win against Rifat Karpic of Paderborn on match day 2, and then he picked up that 2-0 win against the YouTuber from Hamburg, Wakes, last time out. And I have to say, his backdrop has been one of the most impressive that we had in the Bundesliga home challenge. If anything, Alex, I feel like we've added more shirts since match day 1.
Definitely. We've been enjoying ourselves with seeing the different backgrounds that these guys have from their player cams, and Mockenhaupt has definitely added to that collection. I feel like we only had 4 or 5 shirts at the start of the weekend, so I don't know how many it is there. It must be at least 10. There looks like there's 2 levels to it.
We've definitely got 2 levels, and he's just adjusted his camera to take even more out of shots. So
yeah.
I think he's got a fair collection there of what I would assume are the kits that he swapped shirts, well, the kits he swapped after the final whistle with a lot of players. So yeah. I bet you there's some fascinating names up there.
Definitely. He's shown his experience, obviously, as you said, 28 years old. He's been around the game for quite a while, so I'm sure there's some special names up on that wall, which is why he's showing them off. I think he might be on his own stream as well as he's chatting away there, smiling away. So I have to see what he can produce in this game. And as you can see, we were talking about it before, it's an interesting sign of how competent a FIFA player someone is, if they're setting up their tactics like they are, and Jonathan Burkhardt is doing that here for Mainz on the left-hand side of your screen, as you can see. It's going through and giving different instructions to all of his separate players, different tactics and so on. He might have just got a message from his teammate to do those things, or he might be doing it himself. We're not able to define that for you, but the fact that he's putting those tactics into his team for this game tells you enough about how seriously he's taken this one.
Yeah, and I think it's also fair to say that one of our learnings from the Bundesliga home challenge is that players on the younger end of the age spectrum tend to be fairly decent when it comes to their FIFA ability levels. I don't think there are many that have kind of walked away and we've gone, oh, that was slightly disappointing, actually. If anything, they seem to be the ones with the, I don't know, whether it's the hand-eye coordination, the twitch reflexes, whatever it is. You young guns seem to have a little bit of an edge on occasion to those of us, as if you are joining for the first time, you won't know, but I'm in the over 30 club, and there are a few players out there. Mockenhalt's knocking on the door. He's not there yet, but he is a fantastic representative for some of the older generation of gamers, let's say. At 28 years of age, that seems absurd to say. It's almost as absurd as certain football being considered old at that age as well, you know, in their careers. It's not that dissimilar in the virtual world, it seems, as well. But Mockenhalt, as we've said, unbeaten record in the Bundesliga home challenge. 1 draw, 2 victories. Can he keep that going? He's got an early chance here, through on goal. And, well, the perfect start for Mockenhalt. Aigner breaks the deadlock. And, well, it's a rude awakening for Jonathan Burkhardt in the Bundesliga home challenge.
It is indeed. We said that Mocky would be the favourite, and has made that statement very true in the opening minutes. A lovely through ball across the Mainz defence there, and Stefan Aigner is the man to be on the end of it and provide the clinical finish in front of goal. And now Burkhardt knows he might have had that first leg lead coming into this game, but Mockenhalt is not going to hang around and wait for it to simmer. He's pushing forward and trying to get back into this game already.
Twisting and turning in the box. Burkhardt's got to get close or risk falling further behind. The intricate little skills that can just help a player fashion a yard of space on the edge of the area. And he's got it here. Oh, it's off the post. Mocky is running rampant.
He is indeed. He's made a fantastic start to this game. And as you said, there's little movement. Some professional players, some more casual FIFA players might not be used to those movements. In that situation, it earned him that shot towards the near post, but just cannoned out, clipping the outside of the post there.
And now Burkhardt can come forward for Mainz. He wouldn't mind an immediate response, but he is going to be so hard pressed against Mocky, it has to be said. He has acquitted himself so well throughout the Bundesliga home challenge. And Alex is right, he is currently streaming on Twitch to his own channel. So I'm sure he'll be chatting to them throughout, but so far the chat seems to be very happy with the fact that he's a goal up. Having to defend here though, Parker, with a bit of space out wide. Burkhardt a little hesitant to put the ball into the box. He's worked it now with Mateta. Mockenhalt's defender's gone walkabouts. And the shot was on, but well blocked in the end.
Did really well to find the man there, did Burkhardt. Good eye for a bit of space. Obviously, being a striker himself, a forward for Mainz, he knows exactly how to do that in the real world, and he can do it on the virtual pitch, as we saw there, but he's got defending to do at the first point.
Yeah, Aigner looking for his second. In the end, relatively comfortable save for the goalkeeper on that occasion.
That is one of the interesting aspects of this tournament, which I've been looking at, is, you know, these professional players, depending on what position they actually are on the pitch, you can tell that they're using some of those learnings that they have from the real world in their gameplay. Obviously, there, Burkhardt finding a really nice pass back to possibly get a chance, and maybe looking for it again here.
Oh, the chance is on for the equaliser, and Burkhardt has got it with Parker. That was the type of response he was looking for. A wry smile from Mockenhalt. He'll be disappointed to have let the lead slip so early.
Those attacking instincts shining through for Burkhardt. Lovely work down the left wing, and then just one of those dangerous low-driven crosses into the box. So difficult to deal with if you don't have your men already in the right spots. It's very, very difficult to react quickly enough to to that cross coming in if you're not prepared for it already. And in the end, Burkhardt and his forward got to the ball before Mockenhout's defence, and he brings the game level against the run of play, you could say. Mockenhout's been fantastic in his openings, but as we said, Burkhardt definitely doesn't look like he's a total amateur when it comes to FIFA.
No, absolutely not. If anything, he falls into that category of professional players that are very good going forward and a bit suspect when it comes to their defensive work. And there really is nothing to shirk at in that sense. I think I could probably describe my own FIFA game in very much the same way, Alex. Defending is not my strong suit, especially in FIFA 20. I thought I had a good grip of it in FIFA 19, and then FIFA 20 basically taught me that I didn't. And so I think that's what some of these professional players are learning the hard way as well. Right now, Burkhardt doing well to retain possession. But this is also the added benefit of this 85 mode that we are playing the Bundesliga home challenge in, is that even if there is a skill discrepancy, the skill gap can be narrowed as Burkhardt fires wide, because Mockenhout surely puts in more time on FIFA than Burkhardt does. I mean, Mockenhout is someone that plays FIFA Ultimate Team regularly. He's competing in the weekend league, so he's probably got more minutes under his belt. But in the 85 game mode, there's not this noticeable discrepancy that we see sometimes.
Definitely not, and it's what means that Burkhardt is level in this game and been looking good since going behind. He's actually come into the game quite well. He won't want to go behind here. He has to keep battling away with the Mainz defence. He's doing really well so far, though. And I think it does come down to, you know, he might not have the FIFA experience that Mockenhout has, but he has that playing experience that Mockenhout also has. He has that attacking experience that knows what decisions to make in what certain situations. As he tries to pour forward here and maybe get a go-ahead goal. Doesn't quite work out for Parker there, but he's just trying to bring the instincts that he has on the pitch in real life into the virtual world, and so far it's not working too badly for him.
Yeah, Mocky just needs to keep his cool here, because of course he is trying to overturn a 3-goal deficit from the first leg after that 4-1 win for Lars Vemke against Bremo. And the way he started this game suggested he really was going to attack that lead. And he's now had to maybe rethink his game plan a little bit. He is one of those that is also not a massive fan of the 85 mode. It has to be said. He said on his stream last night, if you think the weekend league is stressful, 85 mode takes it to another level. But he's coming through here with Schoenfeld. Oh, lovely fake shot. And then he went for the pass when actually the space had completely opened for him to have a go at goal.
Yeah, Burkhardt hadn't read that at all. It was fantastic stuff to put a stop to his man and create that space. But as you said, he went for the pass rather than the shot, which we so often see from these esports guys. In that moment, maybe not the best decision for him to make, but he might get another chance just before the half-time whistle blows here as he brings the ball forward.
He does have numbers on his side here. He doesn't want to rush the chance. Instead, he's looking for the golden opportunity. And he found the space, but the shot was unconvincing there, and it does send the sides in level at half-time. Sasha Mockenhout making a strong start to proceedings. Stefan Eigner grabbing the opening goal, but Burkhardt has pulled it back.
He's doing some robot dances there, was Mocky. He might have let his lead slip there, but he's definitely enjoying himself in this game. It's nice to see the fun-loving side of things for him. The Wiesbaden player himself having a great time in the Bundesliga home challenge so far.
Oh, it's been one of the best aspects of this whole thing since it started, since the Bundesliga home challenge started, in the fact that we are seeing these professional footballers in a very different context, very behind closed doors, and in a way that we certainly are not used to seeing them. And that's been something to behold. We've had interesting backdrops. We've had Ashraf Hakimi on his phone. We've had Marco Richter texting you while it's all going on. We've had a bit of everything throughout the Bundesliga home challenge. And, well, I saw there a change at the start of the second half. Burkhardt immediately went on to all-out attack, suggesting he's looking for an early goal in the second half. The thing is, he's on the back foot right now to start it. Eigner, the goal scorer, again trying to wiggle his way past a few defenders in the box. Unsuccessful on this occasion. And no counter-attacking possibilities there for Burkhardt. Instead, the pressure still on.
Lovely interception there. Could bring forward a counter-attack. Burkhardt, who obviously being only 19, one of the young guys in the Mainz team, hasn't quite broken into the first team as he would have liked. He's made 5 appearances this season, but working under the likes of Onisiwo, Mateta and those guys can only bring good things for him, and he has said he can learn so much from Onisiwo, Quaison and Mateta, who are so cool in front of goal. And obviously for him as a young guy, it's all about learning from those around you, learning new ways of scoring goals and being that attack-minded player that he is. That's what it's all about for him at Mainz.
Yeah, that's it. It was the former head coach Sandro Schwarz who said his goals-to-game ratio has always been really strong at the youth levels. But he said with someone like Burkhardt, he had to explain in detail that actually spending more time in the under-19s team and getting regular game time was also important. As Burkhardt takes the lead here for the first time in the game, he has turned it on its head, and he's got a goal with himself to join that illustrious group of players. And he seems to be now loving life, Alex.
He pulls out the celebration as well, doing the little Antoine Griezmann dance, and he has joined that list of players who've scored with themselves. Really lovely goal there as well. Just working down to the byline on the right side and finding the space for the pass, and in the end, his own man was in the right place at the right time, showing his attacking instincts to find the back of the net there. And I think it's fair to say we are having a bit of a shock on our hands here, with Burkhardt 2-1 up ahead against a virtual Bundesliga player in Mocky.
Yeah, and arguably one of the best performers throughout the entire Bundesliga home challenge. And it does seem that things just aren't quite falling his way on a lot of occasions in these 50-50s. And that can make a huge difference in FIFA 20. But he's not given up yet, and he's going to get the rebound. That's an equaliser. And he's got time to work with here as Schrader levels the scores.
That might have been the luck that he needed. He, as you said, was maybe needing to push the game forward a bit more. I think that second goal that Burkhardt scored might have just made it a bit more serious for him, might have made him sit forward a bit more in his chair. It took the smile away from his face, but very quickly responded there, getting that rebound, having the right man in the right spot. Very frustrating for Burkhardt, but the luck that Mocky needed to bring the game level again. And even if Mainz are heading towards an aggregate win, it's a great game on our hands here between these two guys.
Yeah, I have to say I did not expect this. I actually thought we might see Mockenhaupt really put Burkhardt to the sword and to try and overturn that 4-1 first leg deficit. And when he took that lead early on, it really kind of just reinforced my pre-match expectations. But Burkhardt has done incredibly well here to turn this game around and make it so competitive. And you have to say, it may not be enough for Wiesbaden to change the aggregate score, but it does mean that we've got 20 minutes remaining in what should be a barnstorming ending to this game between Burkhardt and Mockenhaupt, and maybe the perfect appetizer before the mother of all derbies, as they call it in Germany, Borussia Dortmund against Schalke. We were denied the Revier derby in real life a couple of weekends ago. We're going to get it in the virtual world right after this. For now, though, Mockenhaupt looking to rescue a measure of pride by, at the very least, winning his individual one-on-one. And he's twisting and turning. He found the space and he's found the top corner. A stunning, stunning strike from Sasha Mockenhaupt.
What a goal that is. Absolutely fantastic work. You can see how composed he is. The patience to be able to move the ball back and forth like that in the opposition penalty area. I was thinking to myself, he must be getting frustrated here. He's not quite getting the position that he wants, the opportunity, the opening that he needed. But he earned it there. He really earned it with his patience. And what a stunning finish that was to find the top corner. And he's gone ahead for the second time in this game. And with time running out, could that have been the winner? Unless Burkhardt can get something else in these final moments.
Looking to take, or at least level the scores again. And he's got another chance. It's off the post. Burkhardt can't believe it. What an opportunity.
Well, how on earth has that stayed out, James?
I don't quite know. because that really would have taken the wind out of Mockenhaupt's sails. Instead, his comeback is still arguably on. 10 minutes to go. He does need 2 goals to pull the tie level on aggregate. The problem is he's also leaving himself vulnerable at the back for Burkhardt to maybe get a third of his own. The drag back there, just letting him down. Momentum not on Parker's side.
Unbelievable chance. I don't think we've seen a player come that close to scoring without it finding the back of the net. The shot from Mateta hitting the post and bouncing all the way back across the face of goal towards himself. Burkhardt will be frustrated to have not found the back of the net with that. But a fantastic, entertaining game from these two guys, going head to head, going toe to toe, and it's been end to end throughout as well. That's why we have 5 goals so far, and the goal train that we've seen across the Bundesliga Home Challenge has shown no signs of stopping today, James.
Choo-choo, choo-choo. Indeed, yeah, let's keep that going. And we're not surprised. It's what the Bundesliga Home Challenge is all about. And this game really does epitomise everything we've loved about it. A game that has been open, expansive, back and forth. The lead has changed a couple of times. We've had comebacks thrown in the mix as well. And let's be honest, we've still got time for a bit of late drama in this one as well. As we can see here, Mocky making some changes. Wholesale as well. 3 in, 3 out, all up front. He wants those fresh legs. He wants that injection of pace in the final third. 2 goals may be out of reach. 1 goal is still doable.
As we said, we have seen crazy things happen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far. That ending between Mukiele and Balerdi, I still can't quite believe that it happened. The missed penalty that he had, but then still being able to find the back of the net, all in the space of a couple of injury time minutes. He'll need an early goal, a quick one for Mockenhaupt, if he does want to get the tie back his way. But Burkhardt is looking composed, he's looking good, and he might be able to hold off this onslaught.
Yeah, he's aware of the aggregate score. He's not that fussed on maybe getting an equaliser. He'd rather take minutes off the clock. He won't say no to a chance, but he knows that this result is good enough to see Mainz take the win overall over the course of the 2 legs. And indeed, it's Mockenhaupt who grabs a 3-2 win, but it is not enough to overturn that deficit as Mainz take the local bragging rights against Wien Wiesbaden in the second of our 2 derbies in the Bundesliga Home Challenge here on match day 4. And the derbies, like the goals, are still going to come thick and fast. Of course, you can get in touch. Hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge is the one you'll want to use if you want to get in touch on Twitter. Of course, you can follow some of these highlights on the virtual Bundesliga Twitter account at VBL_official. They will be churning out the clips from the Bundesliga Home Challenge. You won't have our commentary on it, though. You will have that of our German colleague. But my name is James Surrogate, and I am joined by Alex Chaffee, your 2 hosts for this, the match day 4 in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. We've been with you from match day 1 through to now. And right now, it's fair to say that match day 4 is very much matching the standards that have been set over the last 3 weekends. The goals are coming thick and fast once again. A look at the format. We've got 30 teams, 60 players. Each tie between 2 of these teams from either the Bundesliga or the Bundesliga 2 will consist of 2 solo one-on-one matches on the PlayStation 4. The important thing to note here is that there is nothing on the line. There is no competitive value. There are no prizes. This is all for fun and all for pride. We are looking to provide entertainment and light relief during this football-free period that we are all having to endure, where football, let's be honest, and sport as a whole has taken a back seat in light of the coronavirus pandemic. But we are, of course, also playing in what is known as the 85 mode, where we believe it is the most even playing field, where physical attributes actually play a bigger role than some of the in-game statistics that these players have. But I have to say, Alex, when the fixture list came out and we realised what match day 4 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge was all about, and it was all about delicious derby encounters, which you have to say is one of the delights of the Bundesliga season and the Bundesliga 2 campaign as well. And what a mouth-watering clash we now have on our hands in the virtual world. Even if we've been denied it in the real world, at least we've got it in the virtual world.
What a game we have on our hands here. This is going to be something very special. Borussia Dortmund against Schalke. And so many storylines from this. Obviously, it's the Revier Derby, the mother of all derbies in the Bundesliga. But as you can see there, the first man on the team sheet for Dortmund is Eldin Todorovac. And this is going to be his first game in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And he's only 16 years old. What a moment this is for the young man to represent Borussia Dortmund against Tim Latke, who's been one of the star performers of the virtual Bundesliga so far as well himself, the esports man. He's 2 wins from 2 so far, so he's got form on his side coming into this game. But what an opportunity it is for the teenager on Dortmund's side to make a huge splash in the Bundesliga Home Challenge against Dortmund's arch rivals.
Well, this is it. We got used to seeing Erne Mbele's name on the team sheet for Borussia Dortmund when it came to their second representative that didn't necessarily need to be a professional footballer. Erne Mbele, of course, a very, very successful YouTuber and one of the biggest names in the esports community when it comes to FIFA players on YouTube. Just under 2 million subscribers across his 2 channels. But now we have someone that comes from the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of his reputation. There's very little that can be found about Eldin Todorovac, but what we do know is that he is seen as a bright prospect in the Austrian FIFA world. He represented SK Rapid in the Austrian E-Bundesliga, but interestingly, he wasn't old enough to play in the top tier, let's say, in the actual league, in the league format. What he was able to do, though, was play in what was the youth tournament, and he came out on top. So SK Rapid not only excelling in the Austrian E-Bundesliga with their team, but their youth academy also represented very well. And so it's very interesting to see that Dortmund have poached him for this one game in the Bundesliga Home Challenge to see what he can produce. And of course, the Dortmund website, I think when they announced it, they called him an ambitious FIFA 20 talent. And we are excited to see what he can produce because, let's be honest, he's coming up against a tough opponent in Tim Latke, someone whose defensive reputation precedes him.
100%. Obviously, he came up against Lukas Zand in the first week, one of the Bundesliga professional players who's impressed us most so far. And he came out with a 1-0 win, one of the more measured games that we've seen. One of the more controlled games that we've seen. He made sure that there was no chance for Zander to get a goal, and even if he only scored one himself, he was in total control of that game, and then obviously got himself another win in his second game in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, 2-1 over Salzburg. So while we might not see goals go in flying through for Tim Latke or anyone in the games that he's involved in, it's so often the case that he comes out on top just because he's so competent in defence, so assured in being able to keep out his opposition man. So Eldin's going to have a big job on his hands to try and break through Tim Latke's defence. But as you said, him being an ambitious FIFA 20 youth talent, it doesn't get much more ambitious than this. For a young guy who's making his first steps really into the big esports world, what a huge chance this is on a really big stage, the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Plenty of people watching, and you're coming up against one of the most experienced and best current esports players around the Bundesliga scene, and you're doing it in a big derby like this.
Yeah, let's be honest, a 16-year-old making their debut in the mother of all derbies, the Revier Derby between Dortmund and Schalke, is not a headline that would be too out of place in the real world, but we've got it in the virtual world today, and it's quite an occasion, it has to be said, for the young Austrian. And as we said, what was interesting with Tim Latke is he's such a conservative player. And in the first game against Lukas Zander acquitted himself well, but didn't really force Latke to break out of his shell. Salzburg of Wolfsburg at least managed to do that by scoring the opening goal. Yep. Tim Latke then scored 2 very eye-catching efforts of his own. Nassim Buyalab finding the top corner with one of them that set himself up well for the second leg. And really, it's great to see Tim back. We missed him last week. It was nice to see Jean-Claire Todibo get involved, but he did pick up the first red card of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, so rightfully serves his suspension this weekend, Alex. I think it's only fair that we should carry the real-life rules of football into the virtual world as well. And that was a thrilling game he was involved in last week. It was a 9-2 loss, but it had a bit of everything, and it gave us lots of thrills and spills. we're expecting a very, very different game from Tim Latka, it's fair to say. But what it does do is with Eldon, 16 years old, he's got nothing to lose. Tim Latka used to be the hot FIFA prodigy in Germany. Eldon is that in Austria. And he really has nothing to lose and a chance to really prove himself. And the good news for Eldon is that Dortmund have already kitted themselves out with a kit as well.
Indeed, that's what we've been hoping to see from these guys. We've seen it so often from the esports guys representing their club in their esports football shirts, and the professionals as well, of course, playing in their kits as well. And it's great to see him representing his side today in the yellow and black of Dortmund, and Tim Latka, of course, in the blue of Schalke, as we've seen him in the last couple of weeks of the Bundesliga home challenge. What a spectacle this is going to be. I think coming into this game, we can expect that Tim Latka is going to try and take control of the game from the get-go, from the first couple of minutes. He's going to try and keep possession of the ball and be the man in control of the game. Eldon might have to be on the back foot and work with a bit less possession than he might be used to, but we haven't seen this guy play, so it could be a totally different mindset from him. He might want to come out and produce something really different and go all gung-ho at Tim Latka and try and make him play a way that he's not used to. So we're open to all possibilities in this game, as we have been in the Bundesliga home challenge so far. Anything can happen, and especially when it's a tie like this one, Schalke against Borussia Dortmund. We've seen how special it can be in the Bundesliga itself. In the real world, we saw it earlier this season just once when the sides went up against each other at the Veltins Arena back on matchday 9. It ended 0-0. Schalke had plenty of chances to win that game. Rabbi Matondo was a man who could have made himself a derby hero, but fluffed his lines in front of goal just a couple of times. And they were, of course, due to play that second game of the Bundesliga season. And when things do get back underway, that will be one of the first games that gets played if the Bundesliga does return. Borussia Dortmund playing host to Schalke. It's always a special occasion. And so for us to be able to bring it to you in the virtual world is an absolute treat. So whatever happens, I'm very, very happy that we're being able to see this sort of tie get played.
Yeah, that's it. For the time being, we have lost a lot of good fixtures in the Bundesliga since it's been put on hold. And let's be honest, for people like you and I, Alex, every game lost is a big game lost.
Of course.
But when we do return, the fact that the second Revier derby of the season will follow shortly behind, the second Der Klassiker of the season will also follow shortly behind. There is something to get excited about for Bundesliga fans out there. But right now, we can get excited about the virtual crossover that is the Revier derby, and on this occasion. And interesting to note that Eldon is streaming right now on Twitch. You can go give him a follow at Eldos_FIFA if you want to get involved and support Tim Latka, because that's something we've been trying to encourage you guys to do as well as viewers, to go and give some of these content creators and some of these FIFA streamers a little support by giving them a follow on their Twitch channel, subscribe to their YouTube channels. Tim Latka can be found on YouTube. Tim Latka is all you need to search. He is the one and only. And as we said a few years ago, he was seen as the hot property in terms of young German FIFA players. Now he's going up against a hot property from Austria in Eldin Todorovac. And we are ready for the first leg of the mother of all derbies. It is the biggest derby in German football. The two teams from the Ruhrpott, Schalke and Dortmund. This isn't just about bragging rights. This is about so much more. Even in the virtual world, we'll go that far. And you have to say both sides will be intent on picking up a victory over the course of two legs. We've got Achraf Hakimi of Borussia Dortmund and Nassim Buyalab of Schalke ready to represent their sides in the second leg as the professional footballers. Both have proven themselves very efficient on the joysticks. The same could be said of Tim Latka. And he's trying to look for an early goal here, but Todorovac has dealt with his advances well. And as we said, with Tim Latka, a little more used to what the Bundesliga home challenge is all about. If anything, I think he learned a big lesson from matchday one, the fact that he didn't have to be quite as conservative as he was. After all, this is a fun, free-to-play invitational. There is nothing on the line in terms of prizes. But it is a chance to gain some added exposure for some of these players, and that seems very fitting for Todorovac, who will certainly be an unknown name even in German esports circles, it's fair to say. But maybe a chance for him today to make a name for himself.
Definitely, that's definitely the case. And just as we were getting this game underway, I was thinking to myself that this is a big show for Tim Latka as well, because obviously, being a virtual Bundesliga pro that he is, he won't have been used to playing against Borussia Dortmund. Dortmund's not represented in the virtual Bundesliga at the moment, so this is a rare chance for him to come up against his club's arch rivals in Dortmund. Obviously, Hakimi and Buyulab have both played in Revier derbies and have experienced what that's like, on the pitch. They've experienced the drama and the thrill of playing a Revier derby, but this is something new for these two guys in the virtual world to be able to take part in such an occasion. So big opportunities for both of them, and we've seen both guys start relatively well here in the opening minutes, and Tim Lapka pushing forward, trying to get the first shot away of the game, but well defended by Todorovac.
Yeah, Dan Axel Zagadou stepping in, a big player in the Bundesliga home challenge for Borussia Dortmund. Wouldn't be one of the first names on the team sheet, but he is one of those that benefits from the 85 game mode, where his rating is raised to 85. And given the fact that he's got a 6'5" frame, I believe it is, that physical presence next to Mats Hummels can certainly lend an advantage for Todorovac here against Schalke and the likes of Burgstaller, who's a physical presence himself. Not easy to shrug off the ball as Mats Hummels does there.
And that is why you might not see the likes of a Marco Reus playing for Dortmund in this game mode, just because, these younger guys like Bafunta, who Todorovac is starting here, he's getting raised up to an 85. It means that his card goes up by an absolute mile in terms of rating, and it makes him a really fun player to use, because these young guys, they might be young and talented, but the low rating means they're more difficult to use on this game. But if they're up at 85, the possibilities are endless, really. As Todorovac pushes forward, gets the first shot of the game away, but it is blocked by Latka. Seeing his defensive strengths coming through there.
Yeah, you have to say, for a 16-year-old, Todorovac, with a very mature performance so far, and a performance that really does mirror a lot of the qualities we've seen from a lot of the established esports pros in the Bundesliga home challenge. You can see the angles, you can see the intricacies, you can see just the small adjustments and movements he makes to try and fashion space, which he's trying to do now with Sancho. Stopped in his tracks for the time being. Interesting to see that he's got the midfielder Bafunta on. That will be a name that is not known to many from the youth circles of the BVB setup. But this is very, very patient play from Todorovac. Doesn't have a lot of space to work with. We talked about Latka's defensive qualities, and he almost carved him apart there. And the final pass just didn't come off for him.
That's a fantastic pass there to pull the ball back towards the edge of the box. But as you said, James, that final pass that would have been the one to put him through on goal, just getting cut out really well there by Latka. Both guys very patient in their play. Fantastic stuff to see the concentration that this takes, the experience, the quality and control of the players to be able to maintain that in such difficult spots on the pitch is fantastic to see. Both these guys look like they play a very similar style, both trying to keep control of the game. I said coming into it that I thought Latka might have a bit more of the possession, but Todorovac is taking it to him and keeping plenty of the ball himself as well. So he's not sitting around and waiting to go behind to Latka. He's taking it to him as well, and it's good to see that both these guys are having that sort of mindset in this game.
Yeah, we haven't had many goalless draws in the Bundesliga home challenge. If I'm correct, we've only had one. But Tim Latka would be a candidate to be involved in another based on his reputation. And the fact that Todorovac, as you say, is playing a very similar style does make me think that goal-scoring chances in this one are, as they have been in the first half, throughout the entire match, going to be few and far between. Because there is so little daylight between these two. But you say that, and now Haaland a chance to use his physical stature to his advantage. Chance here for Todorovac. And he earns his side a corner. Haaland with the header now. And again, Nubel with the save. A little bit of an onslaught here for Todorovac as we approach half-time. Haaland again popping up at the front post. Nubel punches clear, but the chance still alive with Achraf Hakimi. Now with Haaland. Back to Haaland. Oh, there was quick play from Todorovac. And he had a man in space in the middle.
Really good pressure right now from the young man just before the break. If you can maybe get a goal to go ahead, that would be a huge way to go into the half-time.
Yeah, could force Tim Latka out of his shell as well a little bit. Could force both players actually out of their shells. Because I think there's been a distinct risk-averse approach adopted by both in the first half, and that does mean we go on at the break, goalless so far, and we can see there, Tim Latka. It was his game on match day 1, which is the only game, Alex, and I can say this with full confidence, the only game that didn't have a single shot in the first half in the Bundesliga home challenge. He hasn't managed a shot, but we did see Todorovac start to turn the screw there a little bit at the end of the first half. Yeah,
that was it. In the last couple of minutes of that first half, he pushed the ball forward really well, got in and around the Schalke penalty area quite nicely and had a couple of chances. Just Latka being able to block them, though, is the big thing right now. It's why these guys have to work these near perfect chances to really get a goal, because you're coming up against especially someone like Tim Latka, who's so fantastic at keeping the ball out of his own goal. You need to create the perfect chance, because you know you might have 6 or 7 shots in the game, but the way Latka plays, they're all going to be really difficult shots to score from. If you can get that one that's a definite goal, then there's not much someone can do about it in terms of keeping it out.
Oh, the ball just doesn't break kindly there for Todorovac inside the area. It does give Latka a chance to push forward, but again, not too many blue shirts streaming forward in support. Here is Benito Roman, Belgian forward, signed by Schalke in the summer from Fortuna Düsseldorf. Now with Caligiuri. Now time for Tim Latka to show a bit of patience as he looks to create his first chance of the game, but he's not going to do it with passes like that on the edge of the area.
Yeah, Tim Latka just a bit lackluster, actually, in this second half so far, but not the best pass there from Todorovac either. So both these guys making a couple of mistakes. It might be the nerves of playing in a Revier derby that's getting to them a little bit here, but it is fair to say that Todorovac has definitely been the better of the two so far, even if it has been really tightly contested. Latka's just not been able to get anything going really in terms of getting shots away on goal. He'll be wanting to make that change though, very early.
Zagadou again with the interception. I have to say, Alex, one thing, and I do say this tongue-in-cheek, disappointed with the lack of full-blooded challenges we've had in this Revier derby. This is the mother of all derbies. Has no one told Tim Latka and Todorovac that they need to get stuck in and let their opponents know they're there? But I think this is it. They are such consummate esports pros that they wouldn't even dream of taking a risk like that or accepting a yellow card. They want 11 men on the pitch. They don't want to run the risk of tangling with the FIFA referees, which, let's be honest, we've seen have been quite hit and miss in some of their decision-making throughout this tournament.
I think if we were hoping for red cards, Jean-Claire Todibo might have been the perfect man to supply that. Possibly Schalke going for the right way and the right decision in terms of wanting to win this tie by not selecting him for this game. Obviously, he got that first red card of the Bundesliga home challenge last weekend, so these guys showing their composure, showing that they're not overawed by the occasion of the Revier derby. This is it's no big thing for them. They're taken to the challenge quite nicely.
It's all too friendly. This is not what you're used to with the mother of all derbies.
This is very true. We might see a bit more of that from Hakimi and Buyalab. Yeah, hopefully those guys bring the full-blooded challenges.
Yeah, they won't need the memo about what this game means. No. They've been there, done that, experienced it all out on the pitch as well. In the case of Achraf Hakimi, I'm not sure Buyalab has quite had the honour just yet.
Yeah,
but I think they will certainly bring a different element to their second leg than maybe we're seeing in this first leg, which is, it's so measured, it's so conservative from both players. And we've got 20 minutes remaining, and the question is whether one of them will break out of their shell. Will one of them maybe decide to take a few more risks in the closing stages in the hopes of grinding out a win? as opposed to just settling for the goalless draw. That's good play. Haaland picking up the ball high up the pitch. Sancho in the box. Götze's on the ball. Haaland and Sancho to aim for in the middle. He's got his back to goal almost constantly here. Todorovac, not an easy position to be in. Trying to work it into feet for Haaland. Oh, he's just looking to make that turn. And the Schalke defender standing his ground well.
I think if we are going to see a goal in these final 15 minutes, it's going to be something special. I think these two guys are so composed and quality in their gameplay. It won't be a mistake.
Oh, it's pinballing around in there. The chance! De Hood heads over, and just look at the anguish for Todorovac. He knows how good that chance was. Best of the game, Alex.
Best of the game by far. He cannot believe it. You can see there. Sat on his chair. He has no idea how that has not gone in. A free header in front of goal. Goalkeeper's down and away. Tim Latka, one of the best defensive players in the esports world, could have done nothing about it. I'm not sure who had the header actually there in that situation, but what a fantastic chance that was. Todorovac knows that could be the best one. I think it was De Hood who had the header there we see on the replay. Oh, what a chance that was. I'm not sure if we're going to see a better chance than that to get a goal in this game.
No, not with time winding down the way it is. And on the one hand, I don't know whether to be disappointed that we haven't had any goals in this, or whether to be delighted about the fact that it's all square going into the second leg between Hakimi and Buyalab, where it really is all on them to play for all the bragging rights on offer in the Ruhrpott, in the virtual world today. For now, though, Latka, well, he's stopped in his tracks there. The offside flag, just missed timing his pass. Disappointment on the face of the Royal Blues fan and esports pro, Tim Latka. He's been doing a Pack to Glory series on his YouTube channel. He's got some impressive cards in there, considering it's a pack-only series. Milestone Verstrata, Foot Birthday Cordoba, and Dalglish are in there. His pack luck, though, this week, Alex, was something to behold. In his Weekend League rewards, he picked 92 Ter Stegen out of his player picks, and in his 100k pack, he got none other than Kylian Mbappe.
Oh,
not so bad, eh?
Tardy pair of players. What he would do to have one of those come off the bench here in this situation to maybe win him the game. Obviously, Mbappe coming on, maybe Ter Stegen trying to save it for him, but
the pace of Mbappe would go a long way in this 85 mode if he himself wasn't capped. And that would be an interesting thing. Mbappe capped at a different, lower pace would be a very strange mechanic to get used to, I have to say.
Definitely, I think.
Much like Timo Werner.
Exactly the same case. Wouldn't actually be that fun to use because he was a bit slower, but a couple of minutes to go now, and maybe we can get one chance to possibly win this first Revier Derby leg.
Haaland. Oh, he's twisted well. But the space just closed down at the vital moment. It's going to be a corner for Todorovac. He's got a man short. Latka a little slow to respond, but he sent it into the box looking for Haaland. Punch clear. Could that be the final chance, or will there be one more? He's playing well here, Todorovac. Oh, he's broken for Haaland! Oh, he's missed! Unbelievable from Erling Haaland. In the virtual world, in the real world, it doesn't matter, Alex. We have become used to seeing him put those types of chances away, and Todorovac cannot believe that he's missed.
He can't believe he has not won this game. Two gilt-edged chances to take the win. First, that header with De Hood, which had to go into the open goal, and then Haaland, as you said, it might be the 85 mode, but a man of his ability in front of goal, whatever mode it's on, he's always going to be finding the back of net. And Todorovac there at the end, you saw the frustration. He gets up out his chair, throws a swing with his right hand. He's absolutely gutted to have not won that game, and what a chance that was for Erling Haaland. Tim Latka didn't even have a shot in that game. Really impressive from the 16-year-old to first hold Latka to no shots on goal, but to then have those chances himself. Oh, what an opportunity it would have been for him. But in one man's poor situation. It brings new hope, and that means that 0-0 from the first leg means that Hakimi against Buyelav is wide open, and it's going to be winner takes all in this Revier derby of the Bundesliga home challenge. Who is going to be able to meet the standards required, James?
I think both are. I really think both are. I think Achraf Hakimi, he took a week off last week, which we were sad to see him go.
Of course.
He's been one of the biggest characters and one of the most fun players to watch for us in the Bundesliga home challenge. And that has come down to the fact that he is your typical pro footballer switching into the virtual world. He has been all-out attack. He wants to score goals, Alex. He is not that interested in defending, despite the fact that he's a defender himself in the real world. He is all about the goals. And on the flip side, we've had Nassim Buyelav, who we've mentioned a couple of times already on today's show. When it comes to the professional footballers that have acquitted themselves the best, Buyelav is in amongst the top three quite comfortably, it has to be said, because he has an incredible record in the Bundesliga home challenge. 3 wins out of 3. He's scored 3 goals on every single occasion, just 1 goal conceded, which was on match day 1 against Marvin Knoll of St. Pauli. So when it comes to FIFA ability, Buyelav has acquitted himself incredibly well, put himself in that elite bracket we've been talking about. And Hakimi has been good, but not elite. And now this is going to be a real challenge for him, but you'd have to say the favourite would be Buyelav, based on what we've seen in the Bundesliga home challenge so far.
Based on what we've seen so far, I have to agree with you, James. It has to be Buyelav is the favourite, but as you said, he got those 3 wins and has only conceded 1 goal, but perhaps he hasn't come up against someone of the ability of Hakimi, especially going forward. As you said, Hakimi, not the best in keeping goals out. He hasn't kept a clean sheet in his couple of games. He obviously got that 2-2 draw with Brzezinski as well, but the 5-1 win over Dominic Schmidt, he really showed what he can do in front of goal, and obviously it's going to be more difficult for Hakimi as well going forward. It won't be as simple a task as scoring 5 goals against Nassim Buyelav. I doubt either of these guys is going to be able to do that, but it really does bring a really interesting, note to this game that Buyelav is that sort of almost esports style FIFA player, whereas Hakimi is very much the casual style. He's all-out attack and very much how he plays on the pitch. It's all about pace and all about getting forward as well. Obviously, can't ask him to bring a totally different mindset to the virtual world. He's going to play like he tries to do on the pitch. He did say that when we asked him what can we watch out for when he plays FIFA, he did say, I am just like I am in real life. I'm fast. So he's going to be trying to be the same way that he is in real life on the virtual pitch again today, as we see these guys set up and ready to go.
Yeah, Hakimi, there's a couple of things. Firstly, he has one of the best backdrops. We talked about Mockenhelps and all his kits. Hakimi's virtually got the yellow wall behind him, seemingly. We've seen on a couple of occasions a wider shot of that background, and it's an incredibly impressive thing to see when you do get the wider shot. But it does seem that he has the Dortmund backing. But what I was kind of chuckling to myself at there, Alex, is the minute we saw Hakimi getting set up, he was immediately in his controls. And the reason being is that Hakimi is taking no chances today. The reason that is that yesterday he was actually involved in the Stay and Play Cup being put on by EA Sports right now on their own FIFA tournament. That features a lot of big names, it has to be said. Hakimi was representing Dortmund. Unfortunately, he suffered a 2-1 loss in the round of 16 against Jesper Karlström of Djurgårdens, a Swedish side. And the problem with that was that the first goal was conceded when Hakimi's controls were obviously not functioning. He couldn't get his players to react quick enough. They also weren't sprinting. That cost him a very early goal. And in the end, he actually lost by a 1-goal margin. So slightly disappointing for the Dortmund man to bow out of that competition on that note. Today, though, taking no chances with his controls.
Of course, that's definitely would have been the first thing he spoke about with the team that's obviously going to be around him, helping him out, setting up this game for him, making sure that everything is in correct order in terms of control, so those same mistakes can't be made today. Nassim Buyelav as well. It looks like he is at home. A regular weekend league player. I'm sure he's been all over FIFA again this weekend and this week and build up to this. And what a show we have in store today. Borussia Dortmund and Schalke, 0-0 from the first leg. And now it's Achraf Hakimi and Nassim Buyelav, both wearing their shirts, both representing their colours, both wearing caps as well. And here we are in the sunshine of the Westfalenstadion, the Signal Iduna Park. the home of Borussia Dortmund, and it's all to play for. And this is going to be something very special, James. So let's strap ourselves in and get ready for a special game.
A pause.
A pause. These guys trying to stop me in my tracks with my build-up. I was trying to make that very special, and instead they have to pause it because Hakimi probably wanted to check his Instagram once again.
That probably is it. Just making the social media channels are on point before kickoff, but we are now underway. And as we said, only the second ever goalless draw of the Bundesliga home challenge in the first leg between Todorovac and Tim Latka. We are disappointed about the lack of goals in that first leg. We are not disappointed about the fact that it is all to play for now in this second leg between Hakimi and Bouyelab, two Moroccan international teammates as well. So local bragging rights on the line, team bragging rights on the line, and individual bragging rights in the Moroccan international setup. Bragging rights, they are on the line as well. It's all to play for between these two, and we are expecting a few fireworks. Goals, at the very least, in this one should be guaranteed. Bouyelab has proven a very cool finisher in front of goal, and just as I say that, he proves my point. Stunning goal from Bouyelab to open the scoring, and he's very much enjoying himself.
And he's done it again with himself. What a fantastic goal that was. The drag back, I think it was Bergstaller there for Bouyelab. Fantastic opening. And a lovely composed pass across the face of goal to set himself up for such a tidy finish. And what a start to this game this is. We expected Bouyelab to come out strongly. The competent FIFA player that he is. A huge early goal here at Dortmund to get things underway. And now Hakimi has a job on his hands to get himself level.
Yeah, exactly the start that Hakimi would have wanted to avoid, mirroring that start in the Stay and Play Cup against Jesper Karlström of Joe Gordon's. And in that one, he did manage to battle his way back. He fell 2-0 down. It was a late penalty, actually, that was conceded that allowed him to pull it back to 2-1. And then he had two golden opportunities late on in the game to level the scores and send it to golden goal. And unfortunately, it was a lack. Well, he just made the wrong decisions at the wrong times, I think it's fair to say, when it came to his attacking exploits in the final third. And right now, Bouyelab is making all the right decisions. And he just couldn't get the shot off quick enough there as he looks to extend his lead even further. It is going to be a corner for the Royal Blues, though. He gets his head on the ball there, Bouyelab. In the end, a good save from Roman Burki.
Both these guys looks like they're right on the edge of their seats. Definitely all in for this game. Definitely know exactly what there is to play for between these two teams. As you said, a really interesting subplot as well is the fact that they're both Moroccan nationals as well. So there's so many storylines in this game. For Bouyelab to be 1-0 up early on, huge for him and huge for Schalke. Can Hakimi answer? At first, he's got to make sure the Bouyelab doesn't go further ahead.
Right now, he's twisting and turning. That's a lovely through ball in behind, and that's the second for Bouyelab. He's making easy work of Hakimi early on. And right now, it's advantage Schalke in the mother of all derbies.
I love that Bouyelab does the same celebration every time he scores, and he does it himself. Watching it happen on his player cam, we see him produce that celebration, and no wonder he's celebrating 2-0 up inside 20 minutes. We knew he would be the favourite coming into this game, but I didn't expect him to be 2 goals to the good this early. Hakimi really does have a job on his hands now. Can he stem the flow of the goals here, or is Bouyelab just going to take it away from him?
Bergstaller, he went for the final pass. Now the cutback. Goal at his mercy. There's the third. Bouyelab is slicing through Dortmund like we haven't seen in a long time. And you're right, he cannot help himself with that celebration.
Bouyelab is making himself a hero to all Schalke fans. 2 goals with himself in the opening 23 minutes. 3-0 up at the Signal Iduna Park. Obviously, Schalke have enjoyed some real treats at the Signal Iduna Park in recent years in real life, coming from 4-0 down to draw 4-4 in what was probably the greatest Bundesliga derby ever played. And then
Naldo.
Naldo, indeed. That last-minute header. You never forgot.
Stuff of dreams.
Stuff of dreams. Couldn't write a better script. And then, of course, last season they went to Dortmund and got themselves a big 4-2 win towards the end of the season, not only to keep themselves away from a possible late relegation battle, but to put a block in Dortmund's title chances towards the end of that season. And now Bouyelab in the virtual world is producing a very similar storyline for Schalke at the Signal Iduna Park.
Yeah, Royal Blues very much on top. Hakimi looking to try and reduce the arrears to at least salvage a measure of hope when it comes to staging a comeback, but he is very much up against it. The good news for him, I guess, Alex, is the fact that Buyalab in his 3 games so far has never scored more than 3 goals in a single game.
So if he can halt him to 3 goals, he knows that he only needs 3 goals to get level. But now he's got a really big job on his hands of making sure it doesn't become 4. And it looks like it is. And of course, it is 4. And what would you know? Nassim Buyalab has a hat-trick after 32 minutes with his own man. What a show this is from Nassim Buyalab.
He went for the extra pass. He wanted the hat-trick for himself. What a moment in the mother of all derbies in the virtual world for Nassim Buyalab. Talk about grabbing the headlines. And as we've said, he hasn't had the opportunity to do that in real life yet, but he is taking full advantage of the opportunity to do it in the virtual world. And let's be honest, Buyalab for Schalke throughout the Bundesliga home challenge has been a prominent player in FIFA 20. And he is making himself even more prominent now today. 4 goals to the good in the Revier derby against arch rivals Borussia Dortmund and Achraf Hakimi. Royce trying to wriggle his way through, but again stopped in his tracks with the royal blue shirts crowding him out on the edge of the area.
Things keep going this way. Hakimi might be that man we see pull out some Revier derby sort of challenges. 4-0 down already in the first half. He's struggling to get the chances going at the other end, struggling to keep them out at this end as well as Benito Raman tries to dribble his way through. Good defending in the end from Hakimi, but if this frustration continues to build, having been 4 goals behind already before half-time, it could be a very difficult second half for the Dortmund man. Now he's pouring forward again. Oh, what a chance that was for Buyalab to make it 4 goals. He's got himself in that number 10 position for that reason. Lovely finesse shot towards goal. But an equal save from Roman Berkey to tip it round the post. You could see Buyalab's reaction. He thought that was in. He thought that was number 5 for him and number 4 for himself. He's getting so excited with it that he's losing the control of his player cam here. But what an opportunity that was to make it 5-0. And I think that would have definitely put this beyond Achraf Hakimi, who I believe is making some wholesale changes to his squad right now.
Well, I would, wouldn't you? I mean, this is the type of time you'd be thinking about rage quitting, if we're being honest. If you're in an online game, instead Hakimi has to settle for the fact that he can make a few changes. But quite honestly, we talked about the fact that the first leg between Tim Latka and Todorovac didn't really have that derby feel. Let's be honest, we haven't seen full-blooded challenges, but Buyalab is bringing the derby feel sheerly with his intent to win in this one. He wants the bragging rights. He wants to make a statement. He's looking to rub further salt in the wounds by scoring goals with himself. He's doing everything in his power to make this a miserable, miserable day at the office for Achraf Hakimi. And if he was looking to recover from that stay-in-play cup defeat against Joe Gordon's, I think his hopes of that happening are slim to none now, as Buyalab will instead look to turn the screw even further and rub further salt in the wounds. I did a quick flick through the history books of the Revier derby just quickly, Alex. The biggest victory ever for Schalke against Borussia Dortmund stands at a 6-1 win that came back in 1985. So could Buyalab today be breaking a Revier derby record for Schalke?
The way it's going, I would not bet against that. This has been fantastic stuff from the Schalke midfielder. And, of course, it being a Bundesliga derby, it being the Revier derby here, Buyalab is going to show absolutely no mercy to Hakimi. 4-0 up in the first half. He's going to want to make this far bigger. As you see there, Nassim Buyalab, 4 shots on goal, and he's scored 3 of them with himself. What an incredible first half. He could not have dreamed of something better. Not a single shot for Hakimi either. It's been pure dominance.
Ouch. Yeah, those make for unpleasant reading if you're Achraf Hakimi. It has to be said at half-time, whereas Buyalab really has the bit between the teeth. He's set a new personal best by scoring 4 goals in a single game today. He needed more. What was interesting is he needed more goals last weekend to turn the game around, and he wasn't able to get them. We thought he really was going to push on. Instead, he actually got stopped against Hanover from completing the comeback after that 9-2 loss that Todibo suffered. We thought, hold on, this is game on. We've seen big comebacks in the Bundesliga home challenge. And Buyelab, given his skill level, I think we really could see that. The thing was, Julian Kolb went incredibly defensive in that game and basically shut up shop and made it difficult. Now, Hakimi is not going to do that, Alex, especially at 4-0 down, because Hakimi's approach now is surely going to be, I'm 4-0 down, I'm at least going to get a goal in this one. The problem is, he's probably going to concede a few in the meantime as well, as Kuticu comes forward for Schalke. It's worked well to the edge of the area. It's going to fall to Burgstaller on the rebound. Oh! It's beaten Berkey. That's number 5 for Schalke. And this is turning into a 5-star Revier Derby performance from them.
It's a rout from Schalke. It's a rout from Buyelab. What a spectacle we are seeing. Hakimi has no answer. I was trying to think of a way that he could get back into this game, but coming up against a guy like Buyelab, there's not many answers to that question that can be found. And for the Moroccan midfielder of Schalke, he has been nothing short of absolute perfection in this game so far, taking all the chances he's really had, keeping composed in front of goal. And once again there, the rebound falls to Burgstaller, and he takes a tidy finish, and he's looking for number 6 now as he brings the ball forward with himself, weaving his way through the Dortmund midfield. Oh, what is he doing? He could have gone for goal, but went to go past another man. Maybe a bit of mercy on show there from Buyelab, perhaps.
No, I don't think that was mercy. I think he wanted to do one trick too many. He had burst through. He had dribbled his way through that whole Dortmund back line. He'd left them for dead, trailing in his wake. And then he wanted one more trick, Alex. And unfortunately, that stopped him in his tracks when we could have actually just seen one of the best solo dribbling goals we've seen in the Bundesliga home challenge. The fact is, Buyelab is still looking for more goals. Kuticu, cut back to Buyelab. That's number 4 for the man himself. Nassim Buyelab is on fire.
He is on fire on the pitch and in control of the pitch. 4 goals from the man with the number 16 shirt. And we are on for that record win for Schalke at the Signal Iduna Park. You said it was 6-1 in real life. It's 6 now with 60 minutes played. And by the looks of things, James, this is only going to get worse before it gets better for Achraf Hakimi. He's showing some frustrations in his play, not keeping the ball and unable to really put a stop to Buyelab's dominance. What a controlling game this has been from the Schalke man. Absolutely outstanding. He'll be an absolute hero now if he wasn't already one for Royal Blue fans.
And it could still get worse for Hakimi because he doesn't look like he's going to try and shut up shop. He's not looking to close out the game as Buyelab grabs a 7th, and we are now in record-breaking territory in the Revier Derby. Nassim Buyelab, eat your heart out. You are making this look easy.
What an outstanding goal that is again. He's scored some blinders already in this game, but the composure to produce that drag back in that moment when the defender's right in front of him. You might think the chance is lost in that situation, but he knows that he can produce those moments of skill to open up the space once again, and it's all he needs to fire the ball past Roman Berkey in the Dortmund goal.
We've only had one player break double digits in the Bundesliga home challenge, Alex. Do you think Nassim Buyelab is eyeing that now?
I think he certainly is, and I think he's got more than enough time to do it. 20 minutes to go, he needs 3 goals. As much as Hakimi is keeping the ball here and bringing things forward, Buyelab knows he can break really quickly and can cut open the Dortmund defence quite easily. He's done it 7 times already.
Well, could Hakimi get a goal back himself? The through ball to Royce was on, well cut out at the back by Buyelab, who'd love to keep that clean sheet intact. He's already picked up 2 in the Bundesliga home challenge, which is an impressive accomplishment in and of itself. To do that 3 times in a row really would be something. But right now, Hakimi has no answers for what he's bringing to the table. He was looking to feed Burgstaller for his hat-trick to join Buyelab in the hat-trick department. 15 minutes left. 1 goal every 5 minutes. It is doable in FIFA. There's no doubt about it, especially if the ball's going to fall your way like it did there for Kuticu. In the end, though, just lost his balance at the vital moment. Hakimi with only one thought on his mind, that's to get the ball forward. He's got men and numbers on his side. Haaland was looking for the through ball. Couldn't pull it off. And now Kuticu has so much space to work with. 2 men herring into the box. Buyelab's on the edge of the area. He's the intended target for his 5th. denied on this occasion.
Finally denied a couple of times. Look, you can see there, Buyalab himself has had 8 shots with his own man. He scored 4 goals, of course. Looking for more and more. Hakimi finally puts a stop to it there with a nice challenge at the end.
Burgstaller on the turn. Oh, he's denied his hat-trick by Berkey, who's finally shown up in this game after letting 7 goals go by him. And he may be the reason that Buyalab does not break the double-digit mark, because time is now well and truly against him.
It's not looking good now for the double-digit record. You can see his frustration as Berkey made that save. He wanted to get another goal. He wants to continue the scoring. As you can see, he keeps pushing the ball forward. Just not going his way, though, in the last couple of minutes. Thankfully for Hakimi, this is not getting worse at the moment, and maybe he can get himself a goal as he brings the ball forward now.
It would be merely a consolation effort at this point for Achraf Hakimi, and there we see a full-blooded challenge worthy of the mother of all derbies. Will it be a red card? It is indeed. He goes to his back pocket. I'm not sure it was worthy of it, but in the virtual world, the referees make the rules. And on that occasion, Dan Axel Zagadou getting himself sent off. So there is gaping space in the Dortmund backline now for the final few exchanges here. Nassim Buyalab can maybe add to the scoreline already. An impressive win, it has to be said. He came out with the intent of taking the bragging rights, Alex, and he has been unwavering from the very first whistle.
It's been a perfect performance, it has to be said. As much as Hakimi has had his struggles and not been able to find his own way, it's all because of Buyalab. The way he's played has made it almost impossible for Hakimi to bring anything to the game, to be honest. Buyalab's been in total control. 7 goals. It could well have been many more, but he will be absolutely delighted with his performance. And could it get worse? It can indeed. In the last seconds, it's Schalke 8, Dortmund 0, a hat-trick for Burgstaller, an 8th time of the celebration for Buyalab, and an absolutely perfect Revier Derby performance from the Schalke man. 8-0, James.
Record-breaking stuff from Schalke and Nassim Buyalab. In the real world, a 6-1 win in 1985 was their biggest ever margin of victory. Now Nassim Buyalab has rewritten the record books in the virtual world with an 8-0 thumping of Achraf Hakimi. Now, we knew Buyalab was the favourite. I didn't think it would be that clear-cut and convincing, though.
Neither did I. And all the Schalke fans watching at home will be celebrating in front of their television screens, in front of their laptops with their Schalke shirts on. They have beaten Borussia Dortmund yet again at the Signal Iduna Park. A huge derby win for them. They can be delighted with that, and we'll be hoping that that can be the sort of inspiration for the team on the pitch when we do finally get back to the real Bundesliga football, that Schalke can produce something incredibly special like that in the real game. But what a memorable performance that is. One of the most dominant performances we've seen from any player in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far, Nassim Buyalab. But as we have done across the entire weekend, there is no pause to the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Even after an 8-0 drubbing from Schalke against Borussia Dortmund, we go right back in to the very next game.
Yeah, welcome to the Bundesliga Home Challenge, ladies and gents. The highlights here come thick and fast. There is no respite in between. There are no replays during the match for us to talk over either. It goes thick and fast. And to be honest, we wouldn't have it any other way. And the next game, if you can catch your breath after the mother of all derbies and the biggest, or one of the biggest victories we've seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, we now are ready to move on to Werder Bremen against Holstein Kiel. And again, we've got 2 very interesting prospects in this one. James Surrogate and Alex Schaffer, your hosts for the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Match day 4, day 1. Again, a reminder, we do have 7 fixtures coming up tomorrow, but we've got a fair few to get through still today. We have not reached the halfway point. You can stay up to date with the scores at the doors on virtual.bundesliga.com. If you want to get in touch on social media channels of your choice, hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge is the way to get in touch. We want to know who's impressed you the most. What did you make of that Buyalab masterclass against Hakimi? Did you think he should have scored more? Was 8 goals enough? Are you impressed with his record-breaking feats? And what messages are you going to be sending Achraf Hakimi on Instagram after that defeat? However, we will now turn our attention to the first leg of the tie between Werder Bremen and Holstein Kiel, and a clash of 2 esports pros. We had a lovely encounter between Eldin Todorovac and Tim Latka in the last one. It did end goalless. If anything, you could say maybe Todorovac is a name to keep in mind for the future based on that performance at just 16 years of age. But in this one, we have a veteran of the esports game for Werder Bremen taking to the stage. Dr. Ahano, the 29-year-old, taking on 22-year-old Niels Samstag Elf Moore of Holstein Kiel. And this is the first appearance of the Bundesliga home challenge for Samstag Elf. However, this is the second for Dr. Ahano, and he's looking to make it 2 wins out of 2, Alex.
He is indeed, and he's going to try and use that experience that we know about to make sure that he gets another win here in his Bundesliga home challenge. Of course, it's been an up and down tournament so far for Werder Bremen. One of those incredible performances we've seen was the first one, the very first one on the first match day, that 5-4 loss to Nuremberg. Megabit coming through with I think it was it 3-1? A 3-1 first leg lead, and then Maximilian Eggestein letting it be thrown away against Tim Handwerker with a 4-1 defeat. Incredible stuff. And then since then they've had a 4-4 draw with RB Leipzig and a 7-3 defeat to Wolfsburg. So even if they are the league leaders and defending champions of the virtual Bundesliga as of now, they've struggled in the Bundesliga home challenge. They've not been able to get themselves a win, and Dr. Ahana will be wanting to make sure that he does his part in this game, and it definitely won't be easy against Niels Moore. Both these guys, as you said, virtual Bundesliga pros, so this could be one of those esports classics that we've come used to seeing every so often across the Bundesliga home challenge. A tactical affair, a tight one, as we saw between Tim Latka and the Dortmund man in that 0-0 draw. Have to wait and see exactly how these guys go about their performance.
And this is it. In these games, what we've talked about in the past is the fact that they can be decided by individual errors a lot of the time or moments of individual brilliance. And let's be honest, Samstag Elf and Dr. Ahano are both more than capable of producing both, let's be honest. We're all, let's be honest, when it comes to FIFA, we're all capable of producing individual mistakes that are incredibly costly. I do it far too often for my own liking. These guys tend to do it less often, but they are still capable of it. They are human after all. But yeah, Samstag Elf comes in with a strong reputation. 34 goals scored in the virtual Bundesliga last season, or this season, I should say. 7 solo wins, just 3 2-on-2s though. But then if the fact is, if his strengths lie in the solo game, that certainly benefits him here in the Bundesliga home challenge, where it is a one-on-one on the PlayStation 4, 85 game mode to cap the players' ratings and to make sure we have an even playing field. But Dr. Ahana, I mean, his reputation precedes him as well. He is a representative for the DFB football team, the national team for the German national team, I should say. 3-time FIFA German champion. He was a German champion on Pro Evo Soccer, but did make the switch over to FIFA after recognizing the fact that the game suited his style of play better. And let's be honest, he is one of the big names moving from Stuttgart to Werder Bremen last season to be part of that virtual Bundesliga winning campaign alongside Megabit after they lost the FIFA World Cup champion Mo Ober in the summer. That was a bit of a surprise, a big loss for them, but they did well in replacing him with Dr. Ahano, who, as I said, came from Stuttgart. And this is the thing with Werder Bremen. They were probably the team I was most looking forward to seeing in this crossover event. I thought, you know, they're the virtual Bundesliga champions. They are the ones to beat. They're the big names, the scalp that everyone wants. It hasn't been their tournament, but nevertheless, we've seen wonderful things from them. The problem is the esports pros have fared very differently to the players.
Very much
Maximilian Eggestein did not fare well. Davy Zelka did not fare well. Milos Velkovic last weekend had a nightmare of a game against Lino Kasten. And now, interestingly, Davy Zelka is back. The question is really, again, can the esports pro give him a win to work with in that first leg? Because Megabit was the first time we saw last week his loss to Mike Doolan, which we have to say was a big upset last weekend on match day 3. It was the first time that wasn't the case.
Yeah, that was a huge upset last weekend. And of course, coming into this game, you have to take into account the fact that these guys, Dr. Ahano and Neil Samstag, may not have come up against each other in the virtual Bundesliga, but Samstag did face Werder Bremen. And he did go up against Megabit, and it was a 6-0 win for Megabit. Obviously, Samstag will be delighted that Megabit is not taking to the sticks today. Instead, it is Dr. Ahano, so he won't have that sort of chip on his shoulder and knowing that he'd suffered that defeat to Megabit in the last couple of weeks before the virtual Bundesliga came to a stop. Instead, he's got a chance of redemption here, and for him, it's a good opportunity to maybe inflict a bit more of that esports suffering that Werder Bremen have felt, especially last week, obviously, with that shock defeat for Megabit. If Samstag can get a win over Dr. Ahano here, it would be a really, really surprising win for them, for him again, coming up against Dr. Ahano. And of course, setting up his teammate, Dominic Schmidt, the 32-year-old who has played in every weekend of the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far, but has yet to win a game. He's suffered defeats in all 3 of his games so far. So for him and for Kiel, if they want to get a win in this tie, it has to come from Samstag in this first leg. He has to make a statement and has to give him and his side a lead, because it's fair to say that both the Bundesliga professionals coming up later on have a lot to prove in this tournament. Selke didn't win in his game against Nordin Mukiele. It was a difficult and tight 2-1 defeat that he suffered, but he and Schmidt both coming into this with defeat on their shoulders, no wins so far. So I think the key to this tie is very much going to come down to who can win the esports side of things.
Yeah, we say there are a lot of more goals in the second games when it becomes pros against pros, making that switch over from the pitch to the joysticks. But I would agree with you. In this one, I do get the sense that it could be the esports game between Dr. Ahano and Samstag Elf that really do set the standard for, or set the direction of the tie. Now, it was Bremen. You mentioned the fact that Samstag Elf lost his game to Megabit 6-0. It was actually Bremen that picked up all 9 points in their game against Kiel in the virtual Bundesliga back on match day 20. Of course, those are 3 games played across a tie, 1 on the PS4, 1 on the Xbox, and 1 2-on-2. So there's a maximum of 9 points on offer. And Werder Bremen against Kiel, it was one of 2 occasions in the virtual Bundesliga season where they picked up maximum points. The other team that suffered that ill-fated status was Augsburg against Werder Bremen, and they really were the ones to beat. And it's interesting to see that they have, it's probably been one of the biggest surprises of the whole Bundesliga home challenge, is the fact that Werder Bremen have not been a dominant force from start to finish the way we expected them to. As we said, the esports pros have certainly stepped up to the mark. 2 wins out of 3. Admittedly by narrow margins, it has to be said. But they have got the business done for the most part, and it really is the professional players that have made the crossover that have let them down a little bit. And we've always wondered, Alex and I have been mooting about what's been going on in the WhatsApp chats between some of these players, whether the esports pros are in touch with the pro players. It was Alias N97 of Hertha Berlin that was a little disappointed by the fact that Maximilian Mittelstedt was so reckless with his 6-1 first leg lead in that 11-1 defeat to Schlotterbeck. It was after the game on an interview with Ran, where he was wondering why no defensive changes were made, why he didn't change formations, why he didn't bring on fresh legs, all of that. Instead, he just seemed to accept the fact that he was going to lose by a lot of goals. And sure enough, he did, which for an esports pro like Alias obviously was a bit frustrating. But that's it. We wonder how much communication has been going on between the camps, and that would be interesting to know. Unfortunately, we don't have inside sources all the time. Alex has a few leads on a few of the players, as you may have gathered over the course of the Bundesliga home challenge. Marco Richter, chief amongst them. But we welcome any and all comers to the Bundesliga home challenge, and it has been a fascinating watch for us from start to finish. And it does look like we are just finishing off the pre-match preparations for Dr. Ahano and Samstag Elf. Samstag Elf has gone 30-0 in the FIFA Ultimate Team Weekend League on multiple occasions in FIFA 20. And if we needed a measure of where his FIFA ability is at, we can certainly take something from that, can't we, Alex?
100%, because any guys who are out there who play FIFA on a regular basis will know how difficult the Weekend League is. It's, in many ways, a horrible way to spend a weekend just because you're coming up against the very best of the best in the FIFA world. It's such a high-pressure situation to have those 30 games to play. You're playing them against the very best around the world. And it is so difficult to come away with 30 wins and 0 defeats. So for these guys who do it on a regular basis, it just proves how good they are at this high level of gameplay. And obviously, doing that on Ultimate Team is a different story. So for them to be doing it here in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, in the 85 mode, bringing that extra level playing field to things, brings us to a level where it comes down to the basics of these guys' FIFA ability, And that's why it's been so fun to see these guys take it so seriously. The likes of Elias, as you said, messaging Maxi Mittelstedt about his disappointment in his performance. We'll have to wait and see who can get the early goings in this game between Kiel and Bremen as we get things underway in our next Bundesliga derby.
Yeah, a battle of esports pros. Samstag Elf, a debutant in the Bundesliga home challenge. What a cross that was. Acrobatic to say the least. It's not quite an overhead kick goal, but I'll take an overhead kick cross, Alex.
We will indeed.
Any day of the week. He's worked it well to the edge of the area, but well cut out by Johannes Eggestein for Dr. Ahano. What I was most surprised at in those opening exchanges, Claudio Pizarro's hair colour has changed, Alex. He was blonde a couple of weeks ago, and now we're back to the black-haired Claudio Pizarro.
Must have been a recent update for the guys at EA Sports, taking away blonde Claudio and returning him to normal pizza status. And Dr. Ahano is returning to normal things as well. He's up 1-0 inside 7 minutes. Superbly worked goal there. Tidy pass through to Johannes Eggestein. And he produces the finish on his left foot to put Werder Bremen in front.
Yeah, it just opened up for him. And then that far corner was just begging to be hit. And Eggestein made no mistake with the chance. Just what the doctor would have ordered for Mr. Ahano. It's interesting. We were talking about FIFA Ultimate Team and the Weekend League and just how challenging that is. I was in Dr. Ahano's stream last night, part of my pre-match preparations for every match day of the Bundesliga home challenge. But it was interesting to see that he had actually taken some liberties with his Weekend League team this week. He was playing with a Werder Bremen past and present team, which had some interesting faces. He had the likes of Serge Gnabry in there. Of course, he brought Florian Kainz back, who, if you have not played with his 85 rated Shapeshifters card, I can only highly recommend it. The guy is absolutely incredible. He scored something, I think it was one game, he scored 6 goals for Dr. Ahano in one of his Weekend League games.
Ridiculous.
Florian Kainz, Austrian 85 rated, but his Shapeshifter card has been a real dream to work with. He's got, I think it's 99 agility, which makes him such a valuable player. But his finishing is ice cold in front of goal.
And he's been one of the star players in the Bundesliga home challenge as well. He's scored so many goals for Cologne, whether it be with the stranger in control or the players that we've seen, the Bundesliga professionals, Rafael Chichos and Noah Katapak and others. They've all been using Florian Kainz really well. So it's fun to see Dr. Ahano doing that as well on his ultimate team. It's a really fun concept from these esports guys.
Oh, chance at a second. The volley well saved, but the offside flag was up. But right now, it's fair to say that Dr. Ahano is taking this game to Samstag Elf early on. He's got the Kiel man rattled in the early exchanges. And that's just what he'll have wanted. His lesson from last time out in the Bundesliga home challenge is that a 3-2 lead from the first leg was not enough to help secure Werder Bremen victory. That coming against Moritz Meder of RB Leipzig. And so I just wonder whether there'll be an element where his dial of how serious he's taking it has been notched up just, another few notches ahead of this game.
I think it might have done as well, just because as well the Bundesliga professionals on the Bremen side just haven't been able to answer the call so far. So he knows that if he can provide his side with a commanding lead in this game, it will really help going into the second game for Davy Selke to be able to possibly go and get his side a win across the two ties. Perfect start for him, going 1-0 up early on. And it has been an even game so far since then, but Dr. Ahano's not really allowed Samstag to have too many opportunities in front of goal in the opening half an hour here. Looking to make sure that stays the same way, even if Samstag brings the ball forward now, as he is doing.
Yeah, the ball roll drag back, not quite used as effectively as we've seen it in other instances. Here's Lauberbach. Oh, what a strike that is. Pick that one out, Dr. Ahano. And Lauberbach, who has been a star for Kiel in the Bundesliga home challenge, again gets his name on the score sheet.
Another one of those guys, as you said, James, who's been a star of this tournament. He's scored goals for fun so far. Made a right name for himself. And he does that once again, stunning finish from Samstag out of nowhere, really. You come to not expect those kinds of shots from these esports guys from at the edge of the box. Long range sort of shot and quite a difficult one to score, but the power behind that towards the near post was impossible for the Bremen goalkeeper to handle. And in the end, perfect way to bring the game level for Kiel. Perfect equaliser. Now the job is on again for Dr. Ahano. Can he respond? Can he bring an answer? Having conceded that goal, can he go ahead once again before the break?
Maximilian Egerstein was trying to feed the ball through to Davy Zelka. The angles and the channels working against him on that occasion. That really is the fascinating thing about this Bundesliga home challenge and FIFA 20 in general, if we're being honest. Dr. Ahano had dominated the opening half an hour, and all it takes is one chance of Samstag Elf for him to score. They really just underline how the fine margins can be so decisive at this elite level of esports, where with very little on, Samstag Elf still very much in this game. And Dr. Ahano looks a little concerned about the way play is progressing, it has to be said. Again, Samstag Elf threatening. Oh, great chance! And a good save from Pavlenka in the end.
He's warming into this game with Samstag Elf. Since that goal, since that equaliser, he's getting involved a lot more with attacking chances, working the ball superbly again.
Oh, some nice combination play there from the corner, trying to work it into the box for Kiel. In the end, Bremen snuff out the chance, and no quick counter on there for Dr. Ahano, but he's worked it now well to the goal scorer. Johannes Egerstein drilled early cross. Well dealt with by the goalkeeper.
I think that was a bit of a wake-up call for Dr. Ahano. After going ahead early on, he might have thought, okay, I can just take control of this game. And it had felt a bit slower from the Bremen man. He wasn't going all out to try and get a second goal, try and double his lead. He was being a bit more cautious in his style, but Samstag's goal has brought that back out of him, and a second one would do the same. So close before the break to getting that again. Samstag, really good movement from him, getting to the byline, cutting back. As we've seen it already today, it's so difficult for a defensive guy to stop. And Samstag was so close to going ahead before the break there.
Yeah, the momentum over the course of that first half shifted very much in Niels Samstag Moore's favour. And you can see there, Dr. Ahano with just that one shot on goal to open the scoring. Since then, Samstag has very much come back into this game. And if anything, he's the one in the ascendancy as we head into the second half. Dr. Ahano, I'm sure, will be making a few changes at the break to try and change the course of events here.
Yeah, even those stats, it felt like Dr. Ahano had more control of that game, but Samstag with 58% possession and more shots on goal, clearly the feeling wasn't true. It was, even if Dr. Ahano had taken that early lead, since then it's definitely been Samstag who's been taking more control of the game, and he'll be looking to keep that the same way. But for Dr. Ahano, not the ideal way he wanted the game to go, having gone 1-0 up. It was the perfect start, but since then it's been not how he planned it at all. So he's going to be wanting to make sure that he's the next man to score, because I feel like if Samstag scores the next goal, it might be too much for Ahano to handle. I have to wait and see as this game opens up into the second half.
I have to say, this performance also makes me wonder what exactly happened in that 6-0 defeat to Megabit that went so wrong for Samstag Elf, because he's acquitting himself very well here, even if, as we said, he did start on the back foot a little bit. And if it is interesting, Werder Bremen and Megabit and Dr. Ahano have both talked at length about the 85 mode with Werder Bremen and how they tweak their team. They play the wing-backs at centre-back to have more pace. They bring on the likes of Nick Voltemada in the last 30 minutes to really make an impact. We're nearing that threshold now. The legend of the virtual Bundesliga for Werder Bremen. And speaking of living legends, Claudio Pizarro stinging the palms of the Holstein Kiel keeper. Oh, the corner not well worked from Dr. Ahano. They're playing it straight to the opposition.
Yeah, that would have been the perfect way for Ahano to go back into the lead. The legend of pizza coming to his aid. But
has there ever been a more graceful striker? I don't know. I really don't know, Alex.
I really don't know either, James. And to be honest, I'm actually quite disappointed that I didn't get to see him quite at his best years, you know. He's I've only seen the last sort of years of his career. Although it's been fantastic, of course, he's still going now at the age of 41. It's remarkable, but to have seen him in his early years with Bremen would have been fantastic.
Yeah, they were quite special. His time at Bayern wasn't bad either. Davy Klaassen into feet for Pizarro. Some quick passing moves here from Dr. Ahano. Pizarro ends up whiffing at the shot from the edge of the area.
It might be that Pizarro does get sacrificed sooner rather than later for someone like Voltemeda, the Bremen sort of legend of the virtual world, who's one of their big strikers, youngster in real life, not quite made it through into the first team. He might come onto this pitch and maybe try and get the winner for Dr. Ahano with time ticking away.
Well, that's it. He's got a lot of height, doesn't he, Nick Voltemada? Big physical presence, but what he brings off the bench is pace as well. For now, though, Dr. Ahano, Eggestein brothers combining to great effects as well as he retakes the lead. Johannes teeing up Maxi. And Bremen are back in front.
It all opened up perfectly for him there. Space on the right wing with Johannes Eggestein. Found the pass, and it looked like it might have been a bit awkward for Maxi Eggestein. He didn't go to the ball. He sort of waited for it to come to him in the Kiel box. It looked like it might have given an opportunity for Samstag Elf to get a challenge in, but he didn't. The space really did open up. It looked like the keeper was taken control of as well by Samstag, and it made it all the more simple for Dr. Ahana to find that far bottom corner. And he's lined up a pause as well, so with the game at 2-1 and time ticking away, this might be the perfect chance for him to make those attacking changes and get the counter-attacking options on the pitch.
It's nearly Voltemada time. And we all know what that means for Werder Bremen. Now, there's a reason he has this reputation, Nick Voltemada. He was such a key figure for them during their virtual Bundesliga title win. Chance, though, here for Kiel. It's still alive as well. Goalkeeper was off his line temporarily. It just opened up for Samstag Elf out of absolutely nowhere.
He went for the ball well to get past the goalkeeper, but the Bremen man did so well. Samstag Elf, though, did really well to keep the possession there and recycle the chance. Obviously, it didn't come to fruition for him, but showing good experience there, good composure to keep the ball. Obviously, Dr. Ahana coming away with it now and time ticking on. He knows, Samstag Elf, that chances are going to be few and far between in the final stages of this match.
Well, Eggestein's cross not finding a teammate on that occasion. Just over 10 minutes for Samstag Elf to work with. The ball still has not gone out of play for either player to make any changes, and that's why we talk about the importance of sometimes queuing up a pause long in advance, because you can be left waiting for quite a while. Zelka clipping it through to Eggestein, who right now has the match-winning goal in this first leg for Werder Bremen against Holstein Kiel. Samstag Elf now looking to shift it through midfield. Needs a few more bodies to commit forward for him. Of course, Kiel have suffered losses in the last two match days of the Bundesliga home challenge. A 7-4 loss to Dortmund, an 8-4 loss in what was one of the most thrilling ties of match day 3 between them and Greuther Fürth. And they are on the back foot here. 2-1 down in the first leg. Eggestein, did he get to that ball first? No, says the referee. A clean challenge from Samstag Elf, who now is in behind with Sarah. Pavlenka's come rushing off his line to head the ball out of play. And finally, we get that pause.
About 25 minutes after it was called for.
Yep.
We see that so often in FIFA, that the game, as soon as someone calls for a pause, it just does not go out of play. But a good move there from Ahano to bring Pavlenka out of his goal, just to make sure that Samstag Elf didn't have a chance on the counter-attack. And I think with about 5 minutes left, we might only be able to see maybe one chance from each guy in the last few minutes of this game. You can see Samstag bringing on some fresh legs on the wings, trying to bring some energy to his attacking line. Will it make a difference as we approach the 87th minute of this game? Scoreline 2-1 to Bremen. Will that change before the end of the game?
Well, the odds are he will have at least one chance on goal here, Samstag Elf. If he can retain possession, that was going to be my next sentence. And there we see he gives it away, and there is Nick Voltemade. You can see just how tall he is, but he's also got the pace to burn as well now with the fresh legs off the bench. Voltemade, near post finish, easy as you like, 3-1 Bremen. That is why Nick Voltemade is a virtual Bundesliga legend.
The hero comes on and takes the game away from Kiel. What a run that was down the left wing. You mentioned it, he's got the height, but the pace to boot as well. Just getting away from the defender, no chance of keeping that at bay, and then a stunning finish at the near post. So difficult to stop, and so is that. Oh, it's gone off the crossbar for Kiel. What a response that would have been. It's still alive, though.
It is still alive, and he's got one back. Unbelievable scenes in Kiel. I don't quite know how that all happened. The thing is, Samstag Elf was clinical. He took the chance when it was presented to him. The lob would have been absolutely delicious, but he got the goal, and he does reduce the arrears right on the stroke of full time.
How important could that goal be in this tie? 3-2 the scoreline in that first leg. We know Davy Selke and Dominic Schmidt coming up in this next game are two guys who have been unable to find victory in the Bundesliga home challenge so far. It's going to be a nervy affair. A 2-goal lead would have been huge for Bremen. It would have been massive going into this second leg, but Samstag Elf there, so close with that lob. So unlucky to see it bounce back off the crossbar, but did so well again to make sure he had a man in the right spot to finish off the rebound. Dr. Ahana will be so frustrated with himself. A stunning way to go 3-1 up with Voltemade. I hardly finished describing the goal when Samstag Elf scored his second of the game to make it 3-2, but that really does leave it wide open for this matchup to come up next between Davy Selke and Dominic Schmidt. What are we in store for now?
Well, that's it. I mean, that first leg, I feel like Dr. Ahano has had almost the same experience in the Bundesliga home challenge on match day 2 and match day 4, where he probably could have won by more. We'll be disappointed that it ends up just being a narrow margin of victory. But I feel like it was Moritz Mader that scored late on to make it 3-2 in that one as well. And he lamented that goal just as much as he did a second ago when he conceded late. 2 goals after the 90th minute. And it does set us up, you're right, Alex, so well for this game between Davy Selke and Dominic Schmidt. Dominic Schmidt is unanimously the best player of FIFA at Holstein Kiel. The issue is he has suffered 3 straight losses in the Bundesliga home challenge, and I don't think I'm stretching my neck out too far when I say he has most likely conceded the most goals of any player in the tournament, although Maximilian Mittelstädt with just 2 games under his belt may push him there. But he suffered a 4-2 loss to Marcel Hartel on match day 1. It was a 6-1 loss against Achraf Hakimi on match day 2. And as we said, that incredible tie between Kiel and Fürth, he was on the receiving end of a 6-3 defeat to Timothy Tillman, which really was a brilliant way to end the day's action on match day 3, it has to be said. So will we see another high-scoring affair involving Dominic Schmidt? Can he maybe get his first ever win of the Bundesliga home challenge at the 4th time of asking? Or will Davy Selke return to the Bundesliga home challenge fold to redeem himself, Alex?
I don't think there's anyone more deserving of victory in the Bundesliga home challenge than Dominic Schmidt. He's tried so hard to get one, as you said. He's come unlucky on so many occasions, and he's one of those few guys that has played in all 4 games now, going across the Bundesliga home challenge weekends that we've seen. He hasn't come up against Davy Selke, though, so a good chance for him to show that there's proof in the pudding that he is the best FIFA player at Holstein Kiel. But Davy Selke, on the other hand, will be wanting to make sure he proves himself as well. He went live on Instagram earlier. I think he was on his way to the Weserstadion, where he looks like he is suited up in the Bremen colours to take part in this game. He was chatting away with fans. We didn't get to hear it because we were actually already live on air, so I didn't want to play it too loud, just to make sure you could all hear us commentating away. But it looked like he was chatting away with his fans and making sure everyone was getting ready to watch him take part in this Bundesliga home challenge game against Dominic Schmidt, who is ready to go. Schmidt, as we watch Davy Selke making some last-minute changes to his squad. making some moves, getting the right players on the bench and so forth. He will also want to make sure that he doesn't end his day, his weekend with 2 defeats to his name in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. It wouldn't be great for him. So,
well, that's it. I mean, personally, I have to think that the chat between the Werder Bremen players has got to be a case of, well, A, we've got nothing to lose, but my goodness, lads, let's show something here. I mean, we have given such a terrible account of ourselves in the virtual world that I do think it's interesting that someone like Davy Zelka, who I think it's fair to say from what we've seen in his Bundesliga career, has a winner's mentality, right? He wants to win at all costs. He is a leader out on the pitch. You can regularly see him barking at teammates, sending out instructions. And I think it's interesting that he's accepted the mantle of, I'll go for a second go at this. I'll see if I can go one better than I did in my first game. And I have every belief that he will be going all out for the win here. And I do think that the Werder Bremen players, their reputation right now is in tatters in the FIFA world, and they need to really repair it a little bit. And Davy Zelka could be the man to do that. And it is interesting, given the fact that they do actually, as we've talked about, have a squad that is really well suited to the 85 mode. You know, you've got the big lads up front, Fulkrug, Pizarro, you've got Voltemade to bring off the bench. This lack of options when it comes to the reason they use Luke Ihorst, in the fact that he's a left-footed striker with 4-star weak foot, and the fact they don't have a lot of options there doesn't help them. But they've got these wing-backs that can play at centre-back. They have a very fast back line as a result. And really, as I say, there's so many things that cater to actually give Werder Bremen a small advantage in the 85 mode when it comes to their squad.
that's it, yeah. They've been one of the more fun teams to watch and play with, of course, and it's a nice insight for people watching at home that you can get some special abilities with some of the lesser known Bundesliga teams. Maybe you wouldn't have thought about using Werder Bremen in any mode on FIFA until now, but they've got some really good assets, especially going forward, as you mentioned. Even the likes of Josh Sargent and Yuya Saka are talented strikers, and when they get boosted up to an 85 rating, it just makes them more fun to use as well. Davy Selke, of course, is another Bundesliga player as well who'll be wanting to find goal with himself, the striker, formerly of RB Leipzig and Hertha Berlin, now back at Bremen, where he started his career out, really, and he'll be wanting to become the next Bundesliga Home Challenge professional player to find the back of the net with himself on the FIFA 20 game, which is such a special thing to even think about doing. We can't imagine doing that as the mere mortals we are, not having ourselves on FIFA 20, as fun as it would be. But Selke has that opportunity to do that now, and he has that opportunity to show that Bremen do have what it takes. The Bremen players do have what it takes in the esports world. They're the best team in the virtual Bundesliga. The Bundesliga professional players have let them down until now. Can Davy Selke change the story?
Could we have a first Werder Bremen win of the Bundesliga Home Challenge? And who thought we'd get to match day 4 still asking that question when we started this whole thing? Absolutely incredible. As we've said, one of the storylines of the entire challenge. And now the question is whether Davy Selke can add a more positive chapter at the end of that story, or whether it will follow the same pattern. But he's got an early chance with himself on the rebound, and he tucks it home at the second time of asking. The perfect start for Davy Selke. He's come out with the intention to get victory, and he's made the perfect start.
No emotions on show from Davy Selke. This is a serious business. He might actually be upset that he didn't find the back of the net with himself there. Great opportunity in front of goal. Well saved by the Kiel keeper, but Davy Klaassen is there on the rebound to give him an early lead, and it extends the aggregate lead as well. It makes it 4-2 over the two legs now. Bremen on course for that first win we were talking about. And what a perfect start to this game for Davy Selke.
Yeah, that's exactly what he'd have been hoping for. Exactly what Schmidt would have been wanting to avoid. He's keeping the pressure on here, Davy Selke. I wonder whether he's gone back to the drawing board and maybe spent a bit of time with Megabit or Dr. Ahano since his match day 2 performance, just to brush up on a few skills to acquit himself better Having said that, he's left himself very exposed at the back here. It's a 4-on-3 break in Kiel's favour. Unfortunately, the pass did not make its way through. Else, that would have been a golden opportunity for Schmidt to level the scores. But maybe a sign here that Davy Zelka is going for a high-scoring win at the risk of conceding a fair few times, Alex.
Definitely. I think that's one of the things we've become used to seeing in the games between Bundesliga professionals. Defence is not the order of the day. It is all about going forward and trying to score as many goals as possible. And even for Selke being 1-0 up, his defence is wide open there, and a better FIFA player might have taken an opportunity of that. Here's another opportunity for a second, but Davy Selke not producing the finishing class that he's used to producing on the pitch. That shot going straight at the Holstein Kiel keeper. He could have gone to the near post. It could have gone across the keeper into the far bottom corner, but instead he goes straight at Weiner, and it's a simple save for the Kiel man.
I was going to say, those are some of those moments where we can see the level of ability and the differences in level of ability of some of these players. Davy Zelka, they're very much using the angle of his player to take the shot, as opposed to trying to angle the shot himself, which would have maybe taken it away from the keeper if he'd gone near post. And those are the types of skills that you just notice that they can make a real difference.
It's not as easy as it looks. It's not as easy as the esports guys make it look. And I think some of these Bundesliga professionals are proving that as well in these games.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Not exactly what they'd have wanted to do coming into the Bundesliga home challenge, but certainly what's happened. Zelka, the keeper, is off his line. He hasn't gone for the chip. He's teed it up once, he's teed it up twice, and he's made sure that it's nothing but nice as he makes it to. It's Josh Sargent in amongst the goals now. And you have to say, what was Schmidt doing there?
I've absolutely no idea. I think it might have been something he couldn't do much about. He brought out his goalkeeper, or maybe it's one of those FIFA mechanics where the goalkeeper came out himself. In the end, he was caught in no man's land. I thought Selke would have gone for the chip with himself, but he produces the double sweaty goal there as he passes it once across the face of goal, and then again to Josh Sargent at the back post, and the tidy finish from the American striker. Pure evil from Selke, in all honesty, to produce that, but wonder what Schmidt was doing. I wonder if that was a mistake that he's made, or maybe it was the game bringing out the goalkeeper without him asking to.
I was going to say, it was that long ball over the top that caught him out, and I don't know whether he was anticipating Zelka being offside or what went on, but he's through here again, Zelka. Long ball through, and, well, dear me, this time he obviously was angling his finish, but not in the right way, Alex.
I can't believe that's gone so far wide. You can see that, and it was Selke with himself. We've been speaking about these guys taking the instincts they have from the real-life world onto the virtual world, but obviously David Selke's hand-eye coordination not helping him out there with that finish. He looked like he'd done the right thing, opening his body up and going towards this near post to try and finesse it past the goalkeeper, but he totally miscued that chance, and even if he's 2-0 up and doing well in this game, he can still make mistakes like that, glaring mistakes, and another opportunity to score with his own man goes begging.
Yeah, he could arguably be 4 goals to the good, but I just have to say I love how open this game is. Selke's playing with a 3-4-3, which is leaving him incredibly exposed at the back, but it's giving him a lot of options up front. And right now, I don't think Schmidt quite knows how to handle it. And he hasn't been able to put together much in terms of an attacking threat himself. And I would go as far to say is that even if Schmidt has lost 3 out of 3, this is one of his weakest performances in the Bundesliga home challenge so far, in the fact that we've seen so little from him going forward. At least in the other games, he's got goals, he's posed a threat, he's given his opponents a headache at times. But right now, Davy Zelka, it's gung-ho FIFA, but it's making for quite a successful approach so far from the Werder Bremen man.
Yeah, definitely successful for him and entertaining for us seeing this end-to-end stuff. But I do agree with you, Schmidt not producing the goods at all here, and even against Marcel Hart in his first game, I remember his couple of goals were really well taken. He's just not been able to find those openings in this first half as it does come towards an end. Maybe he can get a goal before the break, which would be huge for the context of the game, but Selke is holding off his challenges so far, and now with the lead at 5-2 on aggregate for Bremen, it looks like the virtual Bundesliga champions are going to be heading towards their first win in the Bundesliga home challenge, unless Schmidt and Kiel can do something pretty special in the second half to change the story of this game.
Oh, those through balls to Zelka are deadly! Oh, unfortunately, his finishing is not.
especially with his own man. There's 3 chances now he's had, maybe a 4th here, weaves his way through, and once again he drags it wide. A poor finish from David Selke. He's smiling away there. I don't think he can quite believe his finishing ability now. I think he's getting a few words in his ear off to the side. 4 chances of his own man now, and they've all been very poorly taken.
Well, there's a chance now for Schmidt to pull one back, and he does Zelka dirty, just like Zelka did him for the second, and you cannot blame him the way this game is going. But I have to think that there are some jokes being made at Davy Zelka's expense, given his finishing ability in FIFA 20, which, you know what, I won't go as far as to put words in mouths of whoever is off camera here for Zelka, but something tells me he may be talking about that mirroring his own goal-scoring ability in the Bundesliga, which he's not the most prolific striker. He is a hard worker and diligent, though, at all times. But that could have been so much better for him in the first half. A 2-1 lead, certainly nothing to be annoyed about, but as we said, it actually could have been a more comfortable margin, and if anything, he's given Schmidt a lifeline in this game now.
100%, he's given him a huge lifeline. It should really be over now. It should be 4 or 5-0 for Werder Bremen, the chances that they've had, but instead Schmidt gets that hugely important goal before the break to make it 2-1. I've said how important it would be for him to get a goal. It came right at the end with his final chance. Now can he try and build from that? But at the other end, Selke is pushing on for another. Oh, that's so close. So close for class. And another chance, though, goes begging. And I really think, unless Selke can make a difference to his finishing ability, he might come to rule these missed chances come the end of the game.
Yeah, one of the big basics of FIFA, finishing. And I think it's fair to say Davy Zelka's got a lot about his game, but his finishing is not a strong point. An interesting revelation to discover, arguably halfway through his second game in the Bundesliga home challenge, because I don't think it was that noticeable in the first. But then again, he didn't have this many chances in his first game out in the Bundesliga home challenge in that 2-1 loss against Nordi Mukiela. He's got to be careful at the back, though, as well. Towards the back post, it's fallen nicely. Well, the player laments his own effort. Went for an acrobatic finish. Wasn't an easy one to take, even in the virtual world, where reality lines are sometimes blurred when it comes to what is possible for a football player to produce. I mean, my biggest thing for Davy Zelka right now is I'd be getting the ball to anyone but him inside the penalty area.
He's been the only man unable to find the back of the net so far. It doesn't look likely to change either. But Schmidt, he's got to keep hope because he's still producing chances as much as he's giving them away at the other end. We're seeing chances at both ends, and this really has been a fun game. End-to-end stuff from both these guys. Pure attacking football. Reckless regard of the defensive duties on hand from both these guys, but it's producing a really interesting performance. Of course, for Schmidt as well, this different subplot is that he's a former Bremen man. Made his way in the Bundesliga first off with them, and probably arguably his most historic achievement in his personal career was keeping a clean sheet in the Champions League against Inter Milan, against the likes of Samuel Eto'o and Goran Pandev, among others, for Inter Milan. So for him, it's a chance to come up against his former employers, not his boyhood club. He was born in Berlin, but the first team he really took steps with in the Bundesliga. So with 25 minutes to go, he definitely want to make sure that he doesn't end up on the losing side, at least in his own game here.
That's it. He admitted that his career highlight is that Champions League debut that came against Spurs before that Inter Milan match that you were mentioning there, Alex. But a chance now for Zelka. Oh, it's a good save in the end. Late challenge on Eggestein, but no penalty because he got the shot off. He's going to have to settle for the corner.
Another chance goes begging for Zelka. I don't think we've seen someone waste so many chances on goal.
That's a really good point, actually. We've seen wasteful chances, but not in this number. And it looks like he's going to have more as well. He was trying to feed himself. Well, not the most convincing clearance there from Dominic Schmidt with his goalkeeper. So Bremen and Zelka can keep the pressure on.
I think the only reason Zelka isn't tearing his hair out with these missed chances is the fact that he is ahead. If he was behind in this game, he'd be losing his mind, I think. Oh, another one goes begging there. What a big block that was from the Kiel defence. huge defensive move to keep it at 2-1.
A reminder, it is derby time in the Bundesliga home challenge. Zelke can't get on the end of his own cross. And of course, this game between Bremen and Kiel, one of the outliers when it comes to this, isn't really a derby. Two sides from the north of Germany, but they are separated by over 200 kilometers in distance. And they do play each other in the fourth tier when their reserves go up against each other in the Regionalliga Nord, as it is known. But they don't clash too often. Now, the next game is the complete opposite. It is a real derby. It is full-blooded. There's a lot of animosity between Gladbach and Köln that has been built up over the years between the two local rivals. They are next up in the fixture list for match day 4 of the Bundesliga home challenge. For now, we've got just over or just under quarter of an hour remaining in this. Schmidt looking to find an equaliser. Oh dear, Pavlenka. Well, a hairy moment at the back. Looked like Davy Zelke was whistling there. Oh, that was close. And he has certainly rode his luck here, Davy Zelke, at times, considering the amount of chances he has had that he hasn't put away. At the other end, he's had a few moments where, without being disrespectful to Schmidt, had he been coming up against a De Boer, even a Hakimi, I think it's fair to say he would have been punished more often.
100%. 100% Selke has let himself down in front of goal. And it does mean that with 10 minutes to go, although Selke is pushing forward still, Schmidt can take hope that one goal brings him level in this game and gives him at least a draw on his personal tally. Can he get it as time is running out and he's pushing forward now?
Here is Dame. You can see again, players over in the box. Oh, that was not convincing defending from Werder Bremen. But Davy Zelke gets away with it.
Pause lined up by Selke really late on in this game. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get that.
That's a panic pause if ever I've seen one, Alex. Quick, I just need a break. There's pressure building. But now look, this is it. He'll go down the other end and score. Oh, not quite. Couldn't bundle his way through. And I would assume that must have been a foul, else the pause wouldn't have come into play.
Finally, he brings off himself for Voltemade. Watch Voltemade now go and score in these final 5 minutes.
With his first touch of the game, doing what Zelke couldn't do. No, it just was not Zelke's day in front of goal. It has to be said, despite the plethora of chances he managed to create in the final third. So free kick opportunity. Can't imagine this being one where he goes for goal. Oh, that's an interesting one. Well, he passed it to Pizarro. If anything, I don't think he expected it to come off there, Zelke. So gave the ball back straight away. And now what he does do is give Schmidt a chance to counter with what will likely be the last chance of the game for Kiel. Not many Bremen defenders back in support. Plenty of numbers for Schmidt to work with. Now with Özcan. Quick passing. Can he get the shot off? The answer is no. And the follow-up is tame as well, and that might just be that. When it comes to Dominic Schmidt's hopes of not suffering a 4 straight defeat in the Bundesliga home challenge from the throw-in, he needs to get it forward quickly. He doesn't want to give the referee any reason to blow up here, but he has not been quick enough. It is 4 defeats from 4 for Dominic Schmidt of Holstein Kiel, but a first in the Bundesliga home challenge, Alex. A first Werder Bremen pro player switching pitch for joysticks and succeeding. And the first win for Werder Bremen in the Bundesliga home challenge over 2 legs. It's got to be a relief.
I can't believe it took 4 match days. As you said before, it's one of the biggest surprises, to be honest, of the Bundesliga home challenge so far, that it took this long for Bremen to get a win. But they do it here. Dr. Ahano and Davy Selke combining to get 2 wins across their 2 ties and win 5-3 against Holstein Kiel. Some very nervous moments there. Samstag getting that late goal to make it 3-2 against Dr. Ahano gave Dominic Schmidt some hope. And on another day, he might have got lucky and got himself a goal to make it 2-2 in his game. But in the end, Davy Selke will be sat there wondering how on earth it only finished 2-1. He had about 6 or 7 gilt-edged chances to score, but couldn't take them in the end. But in the end, Bremen finally get their win, and it sets us up nicely for the next derby between Gladbach and Köln.
It does indeed. In case you're just joining us, though, let's take a recap of the format. A reminder for anyone that has just joined us. This is a competition that is an e-invitational. It's a DFL event put on FIFA 20, but this is for fun. There is no competitive edge. There are no prizes on the line at the end of it. There's no knockout format. We just enjoy the crossover, the clash of worlds here in football, of the virtual and the real life. But what we do have is 30 teams, 60 players. Each tie will consist of 2 solo matches, one-on-one on the PlayStation 4. The first match will offer up a representative of either team, but they can come from any background. The second tie will always be between 2 professional footballers, as we just saw with Davy Zelka of Werder Bremen and Dominic Schmidt of Kiel a second ago. The aggregate score will, of course, determine the winner over the course of the 2 legs. And as we have pointed out before, we are playing all games in the 85 mode. That means we have an even playing field. That means that players that are rated under 85 get raised to 85. Players rated over 85 get dropped to 85. It gives us an even playing field while still having a margin to work with when it comes to competitive and statistical advantages for these in-game stats. But it has certainly thrown up so many twists and turns in this, the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And let's be honest, the bar was set on match day 1, 2, and 3, and it has not been dropped on match day 4 so far. We're not quite having maybe the big storylines coming out of it. We had the comeback central on match day 2. We had Woodwork playing a vital role, the frame of the goal almost being the man of the match over the course of match day 3. And so far we are halfway through our 4th tie of the day, and it's fair to say it's hard to draw any real conclusions from what we've seen so far. What we can say is it's been very entertaining. The goals have continued to flow as we expected them to, and right now we are set up. Excuse me, actually, we finished our 4th game. What am I on? We are at the halfway stage of Saturday. I'm chatting absolute nonsense. But we are now moving on to the Rhine Derby. Borussia Mönchengladbach against Köln. That is our next game. And I have to say, if the goal-scoring feats that we've seen so far are continued, then that record-breaking feat may still be on for the Bundesliga Home Challenge this weekend. I'll do a tally later on in today's show before I get ahead of myself too much. I was going to say, yeah, I've tested it. I've probably got it wrong every single week, Alex. Someone sat at home going, what's he on about? The record was not 146, it was 143. Doesn't know how to calculate simple maths. Quick maths.
I trust your maths, James. A lot more than mine, at least.
Well, yeah.
That's not saying much, though, is it?
The less said about that, the better. But that's all right. I won't poke fun. In case you're wondering who we are talking to you and helping you get through this stream, my name is James Surrogate. I am joined in the hosting hot seat by my good friend and fellow FIFA and Bundesliga enthusiast, Alex Chaffer, who is one of the big content creators on Bundesliga.com. And actually, I asked you this on match day 1. Is there anything that's popped up on the website recently that you want to broadcast to the world and shed a bit of light on? Because Bundesliga.com does produce some fantastic content. There was an interesting article on why Hakimi should stay at Dortmund that caught the eye. Bold statement made by Bundesliga.com, but I like the thought process.
We're different creative mindsets, we are. And especially in these times, it is testing for us as well to produce the content that gets the readers watching what's going on. And obviously we don't have much football to talk about, but we can talk about lots of different things. We've got a nice article at the moment on the 5 players who can gain from the fact that Euro 2020 is delayed. The likes of Kai Havertz building more experience, Niklas Süle getting back from injury, those sorts of things. We talk about the rule change, which is going to be coming into the Bundesliga in the coming months, where younger players are going to be able to play in the Bundesliga. It could mean that the likes of Yusufa Moukoko could make his debut and become the youngest player in the Bundesliga history as early as November this year. So we've looked at the top 10 youngest players in Dortmund's history and things like that. You know, we've also teamed up with Football Manager, of course, at the moment. Obviously, everyone's looking for a way to spend their time, use their time in the footballing world, whether it be watching the Bundesliga Home Challenge, playing FIFA yourself, or even playing Football Manager, the managerial game, the one that's dominating the world of Football Manager games. And we teamed up with them to look at 5 Bundesliga wonder kids that you should sign in your save, as well as a guide on how to develop talent on the game as well, because with the Bundesliga being one of the, if not the home of the best young talents in Europe, we've got a lot of young talent to choose from, and obviously it's very important for Bundesliga fans to be able to develop that talent in the right way to get the best out of the likes of Claudio Reyna and Josh Sargent.
Claudio,
in the
careful.
future.
You went back a generation.
Claudio Reyna.
Hey, he was a great player
I
too.
was talking about Football Manager 1990 is what I was doing.
Sunderland, Man City legend.
Yes, of course I meant Giovanni Reyna, the young American midfielder for Borussia Dortmund. But yes, and another one is that we've been looking on 5 players to benefit from the fact that the season has been delayed. The likes of Robert Lewandowski,
who
is of course injured for Bayern Munich, but will now, when the league comes back, he will be fully fit and raring to go. Marco Reus as well.
9 games to break the all-time Bundesliga goal-scoring record in a single season, because that was going to be put on hold by the injury, actually.
Yep.
And he's now been given the benefit of missing relatively few games.
Exactly, yeah. We thought that record might be up in the air. He's now coming back with 25 goals to his name and 9 games to try and score 15 more to equal Gerd Muller's record. It's a difficult task, but if anyone can do it, it's Robert Lewandowski. So it really does, as sad as it is that the Bundesliga has come to a stop, it brings up so many storylines that we can talk about. So if you're looking for a Bundesliga fix that isn't to do with esports, do go onto the Bundesliga website to read up on all the ongoing Bundesliga stories right now, and make sure you're aware of everything that's going to be going on in the next couple of weeks as we look to try and get Bundesliga back to normal, hopefully in the very near future.
Or a new normal, at the very least. We don't really know what's in store, do we? That's the thing. It's all kind of up in the air. That's what a lot of head coaches and players have been talking about over the last couple of weeks. We want to make sure we're prepared, but it's out of our hands. And that is it. Everyone's trying to go about this in the safest possible manner, but there is an intent to try and get the Bundesliga back up and running as soon as possible. If during what Alex was just saying, you were questioning who is Yusufa Moukoko, I would highly recommend remember the name, get used to the name, and maybe go check out a few of his clips online. There are enough YouTube reels of his goal-scoring abilities in the youth leagues. At the under-17 level, he scored 90 goals in 56 appearances for Borussia Dortmund. Not bad. At under-19 level, 34 goals in 20 appearances. If anything, that's a downgrade on his under-17 performances, but I think we can accept that at his age. But there is a reason he is seen as the most exciting young prospect in German football that has not broken into the Bundesliga yet. I think that's an important asterisk to put next to his name, because as Alex says, the Bundesliga is about bringing up some of the best young talent. And let's be honest, in match 2, if we bring it back to the Bundesliga home challenge and our next game, Gladbach against Köln, match 2, Louis Hiepen and Noah Katterbach, 2 of those young players. Louis Hiepen, there's a lot of hype about him in Borussia Mönchengladbach circles, whereas Katterbach has actually maybe been propelled into the first team a little quicker than they anticipated this season, but he's acquitted himself incredibly well and has actually been one of those shining stars under Marcus Gisdol, coming in at left back at just 19 years of age. And of course, Köln, before the coronavirus pandemic, did bring the Bundesliga season to a grinding halt. Köln were flying. They had climbed their way out of the relegation battle and were actually starting to knock on the door of Europe, which is just the most typical Köln thing that they could ever do inside a single season. But what we do have in match 1, first up, before Hiepen takes on Katterbach, is a clash, I have to say, that I was really looking forward to today. Alex, we've got Derby Central. It's derby time in the Bundesliga home challenge. The Rhine Derby, Köln against Gladbach, has thrown up so many highlights in the real world throughout the years. I think of Marcel Risser's stunning free kick a couple of seasons ago in what was the 90th something minute that sent Phil Bonney absolutely off the handle. The commentator couldn't believe what he had seen, and it was one of the most marvellous goals we've seen from a direct free kick in the Bundesliga. But plenty of highlights. But this game, Jeffrey against the Stranger, 2 esports pros and 2 esports pros at the top of the game in the virtual Bundesliga. And this is, when it comes to individual one-on-one matches today, one of the most mouth-watering ties we've got.
100%. And these guys have been impressive in the Bundesliga home challenge so far. We've only seen Jeffrey once, although we know how good he is in the virtual Bundesliga world. He took apart Daniel Schlager in a pretty comfortable win over the Bundesliga referee 4-0. It was in his sole Bundesliga home challenge game.
Yeah, we felt he went easy on him, didn't we, in the end?
I think there was a lot of mercy on show there. He's not going to be able to do that same sort of thing against the Stranger, but he did pull away with a big 4-0 win and set himself up for this game, whereas the Stranger had a hugely impressive performance over Timo Schultz, a 5-1 win on the opening weekend. He's played a couple more times and lost both times, although they have been really difficult matchups. He's come up against Fabio of Greuther Fürth and Bassinho of Bochum, so he's tested himself against the very best of the esports side of things, and he's doing that again here today against Jeffrey. Both of these guys will definitely want to make sure that they come out on the winning side. It has been Gladbach's derby this season in real life. They got a 1-0 win at the Rhein-Energie-Stadion on matchday 4. And the final game of the Bundesliga that was played before it all came to an end was that behind closed doors game between Gladbach and Cologne that finished 2-1 at Borussia Park. Breland Böhler was the star of the show for Gladbach with a goal and assist. So Gladbach have done the job in the real world. Who is going to do the job in the virtual world as we get things underway in the Rhine derby between Cologne and Borussia Mönchengladbach? It is all to play for, and what a mouth-watering affair it is, as you said, between the stranger and Jeffrey. This is going to be a fun one.
Absolutely. This, for me, was the standout battle between two esports pros today. I mean, if you want to know about their reputation, the fact is this is a battle of team captains for the DFB eFootball charity event that's going to take place on the 23rd of April. #WePlayAtHome. 4 captains have been chosen. The stranger is one, Jeffrey is the other. And so I think that shows where they're standing in the sports world is in Germany, especially representing their country. And I'm excited to see what that charity event can produce for the DFB eFootball side. Just maybe who they go about picking in their teams as the team captains. That's something I'm certainly looking forward to seeing. I wonder whether they'd have seen a few players in the Bundesliga home challenge that had piqued their interest and went, hold on, I'd love to have him in my team for the charity event. I can think of a fair few players that may be near the top of the list. But for now, this is a mouth-watering encounter. A derby in the Rhineland, and the early chance at Jeffrey. And he smashed it high and wide.
Get a few openings there, Jeffrey. A lovely driven cross towards the back post. Well cut out in the end by the stranger, but again, the ball came back to Jeffrey, and a rasping shot from the edge of the box just whistled wide of the post, the Cologne goal. This game is looking very open in the early stages, which you haven't been used to seeing in the esports world. Some composure is needed from both defences in these early stages. It's a hot, wide affair, as we expect. It is a derby weekend in the Bundesliga home challenge. We've seen one red card so far from Dan Axel Zagadou, courtesy of Achraf Hakimi in his 8-0 defeat to Nassim Bouyalab earlier on. If you did miss it and haven't seen it, do go ahead and click backwards and watch that, because it was one of the most memorable games we've seen across the entire Bundesliga home challenge weekend. We're looking for another one here between Cologne and Borussia Mönchengladbach.
That's it. Hakimi may have been able to blame his controller in the Stay and Play Cup, but he wasn't able to do that against Bouyalab, who was a cut above, to say the very least, and is the highest winning margin in an individual match today. Anything less than that will certainly be a positive for some of these players. At least they don't go away with that acrimonious title of suffering the biggest defeat. We can see here, evenly matched through the opening 20 minutes between the stranger and Jeffrey, as we expected. These games are not as open. The goals do not flow as freely, but it does not take away from the entertainment value of the skill on show. It's a lovely combination move from Jeffrey there. He's looking to bend it towards the far post. Strong save from Timo Horn.
Lovely first-time shot from Neuhaus there. Finesse on it as well as it curled towards the goal. Equal to it, though, was the man in the Cologne sticks. It has been Jeffrey who's been on top in these early stages, looking the most likely to go ahead at the Rhein-Energie-Stadion.
That's it. He does come with a strong reputation, and what a cross that was. Brilliant save in the end. It's actually not Timo Horn in goal. I should correct myself. It's Thomas Kessler, of course, who has a little more height on Timo Horn, which makes him the go-to choice in the 85 game mode. Here is Ibrahima Traoré. Couldn't squeeze the pass beyond Ahizi Boué.
The stranger really is one of the riskiest players I've seen in esports, especially across this Bundesliga home challenge. I don't know many players who play it out from the back in the way that he does, with that stretching pass across from right back to left back we just saw, and the through balls that he does try and play. He's such a quality attacking player, as we see here. He's opened up the space. Oh, it was almost the first goal of the day. Simon Terodde hitting the post, and it looks like it got a touch off it from the man in the Gladbach goal, which would have been an incredible save to deny that, because it looked like it was just going to bounce off the post and go out for a goal kick.
Yep, FIFA 20 commentator Derek Way would be talking about the frame of the goal still reverberating a living legend of the commentary game, Derek Ray. And we hope we are matching the standards he set throughout this whole entire year on FIFA 20. In terms of setting standards right now, it's the stranger looking the more potent up front. But in fairness, I think we could say through the first half an hour, both teams and players here, the stranger and Jeffrey, have had their moments in front of goal. There's no real sense of the sides cancelling each other out here, despite the fact that it is evenly matched between the two. Oscar Wendt on the ball. Couple of men to aim for in the middle. Jeffrey trying to work it to the byline instead. A little too cute in the end. And of course it is derby time in the Bundesliga home challenge, but it's worth noting it's not the easiest to recreate the derby atmosphere on a virtual game. And of course when the stranger and Jeffrey in separate rooms, there's no trash talking going on between them over the headsets either. This is very much full focus when it comes to the task at hand. And the task at hand for these two is to hopefully fashion a positive result in the first leg of this two-legged tie in the Rhine derby between Köln and Gladbach. And right now the stranger has an opportunity. Keeper off his line. Jeffrey taking control of his keeper. Oh, you know, it's still rattling about in there, but Jeffrey has survived the scare. Chance still alive for the stranger. Back to goal with Modeste. Now with Rex Bajai. Kainz. Immediately closed down by 3. He had no room to work with there, Florian Kainz.
Jeffrey did well to slot out any positions he could have opened up the stranger, and it is interesting again to say that Gladbach have dominated the Rhine derby on the pitch in the real world, and they did so again in the virtual Bundesliga this season on match day 18. They beat Cologne 5-2 across their 3 games that were played. It was a 1-1 draw on the PS4, a 2-1 win on Xbox for Gladbach, and then a 0-0 draw in the 2v2 game. So it has been Gladbach's derby so far, but in this game it's very open and end-to-end. Could we maybe see a goal for the Strangers to go ahead before the break?
Another corner in quick succession here for Köln at the end of the first half. Plenty of men to aim for, but the stranger unable to pick any of them out with the delivery. And as a result, it is goalless at the break. But very evenly matched in terms of chance creation and goal-scoring opportunities. The stranger holding on to the ball a little better than Jeffrey so far, who seems to have set himself up to try and pose a greater threat on the counter. But we're very well poised for this second half now. And the thing is, Alex, unlike the game between Tim Latka and Eldin Todorovac, I'm not so sure I can see this ending goalless.
No, it's a very different 0-0. That game was very controlled. Both guys looked composed and able to keep the chances at bay, whereas this game is still wide open. None of them have been able to get a goal to go ahead, as Jeffrey looks closest to doing that at the start of the second half, but both of them having chances galore. Both of them are pushing the game forward and not sitting on their laurels, not trying to make sure it stays 0-0. They're trying their best to find the goals. I thought that had gone to the wrong man there. What? It's just
you said the stranger's a risky player, and he proves it there, Alex.
He's so risky. I couldn't quite believe what he was doing there, but I've never seen someone take the risks that he does, even in the modern world of football that it is, the playing out from the back that we see. A lot of teams take risks in the real world, and he definitely recreates that in the virtual world. Lucky there, you could say, to not concede the goal against Jeffrey, but as you said, both these guys not sitting on a 0-0. It's not a 0-0 that they're happy with, and I definitely don't think this is going to end goalless if it does continue like this.
Yeah, it's the type of mistake I tend to make in FIFA when I'm button bashing out of frustration. I'm not sure frustration has quite crept into the game for the stranger. I don't think we've really seen him break a sweat throughout this entire Bundesliga home challenge or change his facial expression at all. He's just been this calm persona on the face cam throughout. And it's shown in the way he's approached games as well. As Alex said, picked up an impressive 5-1 win against Timo Schultz first time out. but I don't think has anything to be ashamed of when it comes to the losses to Fabio 97 and Bassino, which were both by a 1-goal margin. I think the thing is, for the second leg as well, after what we saw from Louis Heepen against Neil Stendera last week and what we saw from Katterbach against Ulrich Bappo, Heepen picked up a 6-2 win, Katterbach a 4-2 loss. So I think there is a clear favourite going into the second game. If anything, that puts the pressure on the stranger to try and at least get a goal in this game to give Katterbach a fighting chance in that second leg of collecting the victory. It's interesting, Jeffrey, we've talked about the added exposure for the esports world, and Jeffrey was talking about it as well. He said, the situation isn't the worst for us esports players, but as a fan, I miss football too. But what he did point out is that they had 10,000 fans watching his game against Daniel Schlager in that meeting between Gladbach and the referees when Gladbach first made their entry into the Bundesliga home challenge. He said that's absolutely excellent, and it shows that there's a lot of potential, given the fact that this is an area in which millions of people are involved in the esports world, whether that's competitively or casually, whether that's playing FIFA at home or playing FIFA in tournaments like this. Millions of people are affected by it. And right now, the focus is on the esports world. And he thinks that's something that when you've got a generation of football fans that have grown up with FIFA and grown up with this virtual escape or virtual alternative to FIFA, that's something that can be incredibly beneficial to both the clubs and the players that are taking part.
And I bet that number's even bigger this weekend, considering it's a Rhine derby. I'm sure the 10,000 number, which is really impressive, when you actually think that 10,000 people are sat watching these games go on. I'm sure that number has risen for this Rhine derby taking place, and it would rise even more in the coming weeks for Jeffrey and his streams if he was able to get a winning goal here with 20 minutes to play. The stranger hasn't had any attacks really in the second half, and again, every time he passes the ball around the back, my heart just...
I wouldn't trust myself, Alex. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm exactly the same, James. If I'm started getting scared and nervous just watching it, how do you think I'd be doing it if I was playing myself?
Yeah. My heart skips a beat. My eyebrows go through the roof of my head. It's just one of those moments where it just elicits that reaction of pure panic in a split second. Unfortunately, it doesn't last long, especially when you're taking it from the neutral perspective, just commentating it as opposed to playing it. It lasts a little longer when you're on the joysticks yourself.
Fortunately for the stranger, he's actually... he's the one doing it, and he's the calmest man involved in the Bundesliga home challenge, as you said.
Oh, he's coming forward dangerously here. Just couldn't fashion a shot on goal.
We haven't had many chances in this second half. 15 minutes to go. It's been a quieter affair. Jeffrey, you have to say, has had more control of the ball, but it could go either way, this. And as we said, we both put our necks on the line to say this wouldn't finish 0-0, and I still stand by that. I do see us getting maybe one goal to settle this game. But as we saw between Buyelav and Hakimi in the Schalke and Dortmund game, that first leg, if it does finish 0-0, it sets up that second leg for something special.
Yeah, Buyelav with the biggest win of the afternoon so far on day one of match day 4 of the Bundesliga home challenge. An 8-0 win over Borussia Dortmund's Achraf Hakimi. Certainly a bit of a shock to the system for the Dortmund man and for us, because we didn't expect it to be quite so one-sided, even if Buyelav was the clear favourite. For now, this game is absolutely fascinating and has been from start to finish in terms of the fact that they have both created chances, yet we're still deadlocked at 0-0. The goalkeepers have come out on top time and time again for the stranger and Jeffrey. But there is still this feeling that this game cannot end goalless. We've only had one goalless draw in the Bundesliga home challenge before match day 4. Surely we're not going to have 2 on the same day, especially when we're chasing that goal-scoring record, Alex. The good news is maybe in that department is that we've got Hoffenheim coming up against the referees after Köln-Gladbach, and there could be plenty of goals in that one if our pre-match expectations are met. For now, though, still got to finish off this game and get through match 2 between Louis Heepen and Noah Katterbach before we get to the referees taking on Hoffenheim. And right now, the stranger in this one against Jeffrey is looking to take his time, patiently looking to carve out what could be the last chance in the game. But there's no intent to rush into this. He's looking for the clear-cut chance. Nice back heel to Dorada, and that was a good opportunity. Strong save from Grun. Couldn't quite find the near post. The corner now. Worked short with Kainz, but he's lost out to Neuhaus. Risky pass at the back this time from Jeffrey. And he's lost out here. Kainz feeds it through to Dorada.
Oh, what a tackle.
What a tackle indeed. Perfectly timed.
I think it's Nico Elvedi, the man for Jeffrey. That chance was opening up there, and it looked like it was going to be a winner for the stranger right at the end, but what a challenge. Huge, huge opportunity. But in the end, it all finishes square, 0-0 between Jeffrey and the stranger, and it means that coming into our second game of this Rhine Derby tie, it's all to play for between Louis Heepen and Noah Katterbach.
Yeah, I'm almost liking this element of Derby weekend in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, where the first game is not giving us much to work with, but it's allowing the second game to ultimately be the 90 minutes that decides it with a clean slate. And that has now happened on 2 occasions. Dortmund against Schalke, as we've mentioned, was the first one. But, of course, in the second match, that produced an 8-0 win for Nassim Buyalab. We now eagerly wait to anticipate what Louis Heepen and Noah Katterbach can produce themselves. But are we concerned about the goals drying up in the Bundesliga Home Challenge? This is the most goal-ridden FIFA tournament in the world, Alex, as we build it before kickoff today.
Oh, we've seen 2-0 nils
2-0
already
nils
today.
now.
What
a madness.
I don't know what's happening, James. I'm not quite sure. I think we might have to have some words with some of these guys just to make sure that even if it is a 0-0, at least one goal goes in. But at least we saw in the Dortmund Schalke game, 1-0 was met by an 8-goal game, even if it was 8 goals for just one player. So hopefully the 0-0 from this first game between Gladbach and Cologne is answered by a high-scoring affair between Heepen and Katterbach. And as you said, I think the game coming up after this between Hoffenheim and the referees could certainly have a fair few goals in store if, beliefs going into the game are to be believed.
Oh, that's it. I mean, we've poked fun at this before about our greed and expectations when it comes to the goal-scoring form. And really, when we've had 32 goals across 4 ties already, 8 goals on average per tie so far, can we really complain? Absolutely not.
This is true.
It's just one of those things. You always find something to complain about. But no, this is it. You find the silver lining, and the silver lining here is that when Louis Heepen and Noah Katterbach take to this second game, it really is all on the line. When it comes to bragging rights, when it comes to this virtual crossover event where Gladbach and arch rivals Köln are going head-to-head. And as we said, there are so many twists and turns, and there have been from the very first whistle through to the action we've seen so far. We are past the halfway stage of our action on Saturday. And I have to say, we are delighted with how many people are joining us on the stream from across the world, all corners of Germany, all corners of the world. Really nice to see. We've had greetings from everywhere, from Myanmar to Las Vegas to South Africa.
Unbelievable.
Absolutely fantastic.
And
it's
all from my living room in Cologne.
It's marvellous, isn't it?
Yeah.
The extent that technology is now taking us to.
And that's why we've done the Bundesliga Home Challenge, to bring the world of Bundesliga fandom together. Even without football, we wanted to bring you guys together wherever you are in the world to be able to have some fun and enjoy some footballing action, whether it be real or virtual football. It's all in the name of fun, and we're all hopefully having a good time and enjoying ourselves. Hopefully, if you're a Dortmund fan, you can still have a smile on your face even after the defeat to Schalke. Looking ahead to the next few games of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, it's fun in store all the way across today and, of course, tomorrow. So do make sure you join us again tomorrow as well when we continue the Bundesliga Home Challenge Derby weekend, as I'm now going to call it.
It's an absolute bonanza of a fixture list, it has to be said. And to anyone, I won't name and shame, but I've seen a couple of the comments. Anyone claiming that this Bundesliga Home Challenge is boring just because their favourite team isn't competing in it, get out of here. This has been a blockbuster from start to finish. We've had goals galore. We've had late drama. We've had wins by a 10-goal margin. We've had referees picking up victories against Bundesliga professionals, something that Jonas Hoffmann will, quite frankly, in my opinion, never live down after this. And we've had a bit of everything. And the fact that anyone could come on here and claim that this has not been entertainment to the max. I think you're watching the wrong event. I think you're watching something completely different, actually.
I agree, because we've had all manner of storylines come through. As you said, Jonas Hoffman losing to Dennis Aytekin. You know, we've had youngsters like Louis Heapen coming and making big statements in their wins. They're showing their club, their fans, what they're capable of, even if it's just FIFA. We've seen the esports guys come up against footballers and struggle. We've seen the esports guys produce some incredible stuff, incredible goals. And of course, we've also seen referees get involved. We've seen everything possible that we could have hoped for in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And we've still got plenty to go. So as we get ourselves lined up and ready for this game between Louis Heapen and Noah Katterbach, I think there's no one that can be upset with what we've seen so far.
No, absolutely not. And the fact is, FIFA continue to churn out content. FIFA 20 is the platform that we are using, and they've actually just tweeted, Alex, quite an exciting announcement for anyone who is of a FIFA Ultimate Team disposition, because it is about this time of year that we start thinking about Team of the Season cards in Ultimate Team. Now, of course, things have to change a little bit this season, but a few minutes ago, EA Sports FIFA, their Twitter account, tweeted out that there are 5 days and 23 hours before the start of the release of the Team of the Season so far. So while we wait for Louis Heapen and Noah Katterbach to get themselves ready, and we're actually going to switch right into their preparations now, I think. But I've still got time to ask you, Alex. Team of the Season so far, if we're taking that topic from EA, if you're applying that to the Bundesliga, who are your top candidates?
Ooh,
there's a lot of them.
Shall I maybe name 3 players?
Go for top 3. Go for top 3.
I'll say one has. I'll go for a goalkeeper, which in my eyes has to be Jan Sommer of Borussia Mönchengladbach. They are, going for the title. This is the best season they've had in so many years. I think since the 3-point rule came into effect. And yet, Jan Sommer, as well as his team have been doing, has made the most saves of any goalkeeper in the Bundesliga this season. So just proving how important he has been to them and their title tilt. Another, of course, close to home for me, being from England, Jadon Sancho, coming in to his technically his 3rd season in the Bundesliga, 2nd full season in the Bundesliga. Off the back of that incredible campaign last season, he has been nothing short of exceptional. 14 goals and 15 assists across his 23 games in the league is a remarkable tally. Absolutely outstanding from the young Englishman, and long may his form continue when things get back underway. And then, let me think. I know
you've got such a long list, and you don't want to commit to one player. That's the problem.
I know. That's
the problem. I'll give you some help. I'll pick 3 after you.
Okay, fantastic.
So I'll cover some more bases.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'll go for a defender, one of the most improved players I think that we've seen so far in this season. Maybe one that people haven't really thought about in terms of Team of the Season so far fully. But for me, Robin Koch has been outstanding for Freiburg. He earned himself a Germany cap. He's played both at centre-back and in central defensive midfield. And he's got over 90% of his passes have been completed, even if he's been playing in 2 of the most demanding positions in terms of keeping the ball, keeping possession in the Bundesliga. So he's been outstanding for me and has been one of the reasons why Freiburg are in and around the push for European places so far. So, yeah, if I had to pick 3, I'd go Sommer, Sancho, and Koch.
Okay, I'd be honest, Koch was an outside-of-the-box choice, but I really like it. So I'm really glad you went there. That's a great choice, because I think Freiburg do deserve some love. If I were to throw out 3 other players, I think top of that list, Philip Kostic of Eintracht Frankfurt. I'd love to see him have a Team of the Season so far card in FIFA, which would certainly be something I'd be interested in, maybe drafting to my own Ultimate Team. I think Marcel Sabitzer, as well, of Leipzig, has been absolutely outstanding this season, and he's really taken his game on in a way that I don't think many people expected. And then there comes a tough one in terms of, you know what, I'll join you with an outside-of-the-box pick, and I'd like to throw, for his goal-scoring form alone, Robin Quaison into the mix from Mainz. So there you go, 3 more names. But we are into the thick of the action, and Heapen is wasting no time at all in giving Gladbach an advantage in the Rhine derby against arch-rivals Köln. And early goals continue to be a theme of the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
We spent 90 minutes there watching no goals go in between the stranger and Jeffrey in what was a really tight and nervy affair. 4 minutes on the clock here, and Heapen has the first of the game. Lovely, well-taken goal from Raphael, curling the ball into the far bottom corner from the edge of the box. You see Katabak just took a look at his phone immediately, hoping that he might not have received a message that quickly. But what a way for Heepen to start this game, and he was so impressive last week in his Bundesliga home challenge debut. There's no surprise that he's coming into this all guns blazing and 1-0 up already.
Doop 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 doop. Right, there you go. Alex and I trying to bring a bit of the normal Bundesliga atmosphere into your own living rooms. That is, of course, the goal song that would normally play in the Borussia Park when they score. One of the best goal songs that are out there, absolutely. But what a start for Louis Heepen. We pinned him as the favourite coming into this game, and I think it's fair to say that he is underlining that status. For now, he's looking for a second goal. Lars Stindl finding Raphael. It's intricate work from Heepen, but Katabach does snuff out the danger. And he's going to look to break down the other end. A chance on the counter. Hands were up for offside, but the flag has stayed down. Cordoba's through on goal, and it's a good save from Max Grun.
Katabach will be disappointed he didn't finish that. He might not get many chances better than that against Heepen. Wide open for Cordoba. It was a difficult angle. He had to make a tough choice of where he wanted to go. Even the near post finish was going to be a tight angle there. It looked like he went for it, but in the end, Jan Sommer, or Max Grun, sorry, in the Gladbach goal was equal to it and made a big save for Heepen to keep him ahead.
Embolo, he went for one more pass, trying to return the ball to Raphael. Angles were tough. But Cordoba again, look at how much space he's got to get in behind Oscar Wendt right now. It forced Heepen to react with his centre-back, and he won the ball well in midfield.
Wide open game here.
Embolo with space to work with now at the other end. Well covered by Chicos, who of course was the Köln professional player that was representing the club in the first 2 match days. He picked up 1 win and 1 loss. Katabach, 1 loss so far. Could he match that record by getting a win here? He's up against it already against Louis Heepen, who not only has an early goal, but certainly the better skill set seemingly when it comes to retaining this early advantage. He's given it away sloppily there though. Can't afford to be doing that too often. Maybe one of the reasons we saw him concede twice last weekend, though he did outscore his opponent by netting 6 times himself, and scoring 6 goals always sets you up well in FIFA 20, I believe. For now, Traore, back post is Embolo, played across goal. It's simple but effective from Louis Heepen, and you have to say, a lovely, lovely team goal.
Absolutely outstanding from the Gladbach youngster. Just so much composure there. Just fantastic to see the level of calm in front of goal. The driven cross from right to left is fantastic, and the chance is there. The chance is gaping for a shot. First time with Embolo, I believe it was, at the back post. But he sees that he has another man across the face of goal again in wide open space, ready for a tap in. He provides him with that pass, and Heepen goes 2 goals ahead with a beautiful goal. No answer there possible for Katabach. Can he produce something as special as that? He's going to have to if he wants to get back into this game, because at the moment Heepen is loving life.
Yeah, Buyalab was 2 goals to the good early. I think it took Heepen a little bit longer. But the benchmark was set by Nassim Buyalab of Schalke in that Revier derby win over Achraf Hakimi, who incidentally has actually been getting a bit of stick from some of his teammates online. Rafael Guerrero tweeting out.
He did indeed. Rafael Guerrero has just responded to Dortmund's tweet saying, "Can I play the next game?"
Embolo trying to bundle his way through. Gotta love a bit of banter between teammates, and that's what we've been talking about, what it would be like to see what's been going on in some of these WhatsApp chats between some of the teammates. I'm sure stick has been given. Guerrero, obviously, chief amongst them in the Dortmund squad for now. Cordoba coming forward for Köln.
Incidentally, Hakimi answered that saying yes with a wink face, so I don't think he's too excited about representing Dortmund again in the Bundesliga.
He's had a bad week on FIFA 20. I don't really blame him.
He has.
One to forget. But we would welcome Rafael Guerrero getting involved in the Bundesliga home challenge if he gets the chance. That has been one of the fun elements. We've revelled in the fact that there have been players that have played every single match day so far, but we have enjoyed the element of rotation where we've got to know new players. We've seen a mix of esports pros in terms of their rotation from the squads as well. It's allowed us to get to know them a little bit better and give them a little bit more exposure and really share the exposure as well over the course of what has now been 4 match days in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Right now, Heepen is looking to add a third before half-time. Right now, when it comes to his combination play in and around the penalty box, Katterbach has little answer for him. Raphael shaping up for his hat-trick, and he's found the top bins to nail it as well. Delight for the Brazilian, delight for Heepen, and it's a comfortable 3-goal lead as we approach half-time now.
Heepen showing he is absolutely class in front of goal on FIFA 20. So clinical, no matter if he's passing it across goal or taking shots from the edge of the box. And it's really fun, again, we've mentioned it earlier, to see someone like Raphael, who hasn't started very often in the real world for Borussia Mönchengladbach, the likes of Alassane Player and Marcus Thuram leading the line on usual occasion for Gladbach. But he's the man leading the line today, and he's doing it in style. 3 goals in the first half. And as I say, that Heepen is changing things around a little bit. He's brought Raphael over to the left wing. Might still change that. I think he's contemplating a few things, but 3 goals for Raphael, and all of them fantastic. As I said, whether it be a pass across goal, a simple finish, or these finesse shots from the edge of the box, impossible for Katterbach to stop. And we see on his player cam, he looks a bit down there, 3-0 down at half-time. Maybe not quite the deserved scoreline. He's had a few chances himself at the other end, but he's got a big job on his hands if he wants to change the scoreline of this game before 90 minutes comes up.
I was going to say, his prospects of producing a comeback are about as bleak as that piece of art behind him. Right now, Heepen is having it his own way in this first half, and Katterbach isn't going to raise the white flag just yet, but he is certainly up against it. I do have to say, I love the fact that Louis Heepen also went, you know what, Raphael, you've scored a hat-trick, that's enough. Going to drop you back onto the left wing. Let's give Braille a chance to get in amongst the goals. But there you can see the Brazilian, certainly the man of the match so far. 3 shots on goal, 3 goals. I have to say, I mean, he's been someone that's been around in the Bundesliga for seemingly absolutely ages, Raphael, and I would count him as one of my favourite Bundesliga players of all time in terms of the time that I've really intensively been spectating the league and following it, and he's just had such a wonderful career. It is a shame to see that he isn't getting as much game time as we're used to seeing at Gladbach this season, but then again, it's not easy at his age in a very intense system that Marco Rose wants to employ. The fact is, when it comes to just instinctual genius, few have graced the Bundesliga in the same way that Raphael has.
100%. Natural talent is something you definitely cannot question about Raphael. He might be getting on a bit in terms of age, might not be able to compete with the fitness levels, the speed of the game that it is now, but in terms of natural talent and ability on the ball, there's not many that can match the Brazilian's talents, and he's showing that for Heepen here, regardless of whether it's in the 85 mode or not. Fantastic finishing from him and from Raphael. And he's been the star of the show so far for the Gladbach youngster. Here he is on the ball again on the left wing. Maybe trying to get Mbolo a goal, trying to get someone else involved, get someone else on the score sheet, but it might be Raphael that dictates it all.
It's interesting that he opted for Raphael in the lone striker role over Mbolo, because we've talked about the 85 mode and how physical attributes can be so key. And let's be honest, Braille Mbolo is built like a refrigerator. Getting him off the ball in real life is so hard, and you can see there, Bornau literally had to do everything in his power to shrug him off the ball in the virtual world as well. The Swiss international.
Even having Player and Thuram, who neither of those starting for Heepen here, it's a really interesting lineup. I think it shows that he must have taken good time in practicing with this team. Maybe got a few words from Jeffrey on the good players to use. Likes of Ibrahima Traore as well, who hasn't played much in real life, starting for Gladbach here as well, on the ball now. It's been fun to see those guys in action.
Mbolo, near post finish. We've seen how overpowered it is throughout the entire Bundesliga home challenge. And Louis Heepen using it to his advantage there.
No matter who he has up front, he finds a way to get the goals. Tidy pass from Traore just across the box behind the defender. Impossible for Katabac to stop that, and impossible for Katabac to see that shot get saved. Overpowered at the near post, and powerful enough from Mbola to get past the goalkeeper. And once again, Heepen is putting on a show, and it has to be said, even if he's only played a couple of weeks of this Bundesliga home challenge, he's definitely up there as one of the most impressive performers from a Bundesliga professional side of things.
I was going to say, he came out of left field last weekend when he was a last-minute stand-in for Jonas Hoffmann, who, of course, suffered that embarrassing defeat, and I don't mind saying that. It is tongue-in-cheek. Jonas, if you're listening, please take no offense. But it was an embarrassing defeat to Dennis Aytekin, the 41-year-old Bundesliga referee. And Heepen came in and really caught the eye last week. And again, when it comes to it's our first viewing, it's then difficult to judge how much we can read into that performance. But the fact is, he is underlining his pedigree in the esports world once again here against Noah Katabac. And he's coming forward again here with Traore. He's getting to the byline. It's looking dangerous. Traore trying to keep the chance alive, but unfortunately with his diminutive figure isn't going to be the best set to win headers, especially in this 85 mode. But it was the Borussia Mönchengladbach youth director, Roland Virkus. Well, let's hold that thought as Katabac. That's his best chance in the game. And it's another important save from Max Grün. May be just a consolation effort in the grand scheme of this Rhine derby between Gladbach and Köln. A 0-0 draw in the first leg between Jeffrey and the Stranger. Hard fought, but no daylight between the two. There's a lot of daylight between Heepen and Katabac. We talked earlier about our goal-scoring exploits. We're looking to break a record for the fourth weekend running in the Bundesliga home challenge. We had 92 goals scored on match day 1. We had 139 scored on match day 2, 146 on match day 3. And the reason I bring this up is because Hoffenheim take on the referees next. Marcel Schwarz and Munas de Boer taking on Daniel Schlager and Martin Pedersen. And we have to say, we are expecting some decidedly one-sided fixtures in that. And we're almost wondering whether double digits will be broken in one of those two games.
Something to wait and see, because we've seen how difficult it has been for the referees, and without their star man Dennis Aytekin, it could get even worse against arguably the best team in the Bundesliga home challenge so far, Hoffenheim. They've been so impressive. It could get ugly, and right now it's getting a bit ugly for Noah Katabac because he's really struggling to break through. And one really interesting thing I've just spotted about Louis Heepen, he's only just started his Twitter account for Borussia Mönchengladbach because he was featuring in the Bundesliga home challenge, but he's already followed by Castro, one of the most famous streamers of FIFA. He has over 1 million followers on Twitter, has the most followers on Twitch of any esports player, of any FIFA player, but he follows Louis Heepen. So he's obviously made a huge name for himself already, thanks to the Bundesliga home challenge.
I was going to say, if he's caught Castro's eye, then he's done very, very well for himself. No doubts about it. One of the most prominent figures in the FIFA Twitch and YouTube community. So nice to see that he's maybe taken an interest in the Bundesliga home challenge, because we do welcome any and all interested parties to join in the fun with us in this DFL organised e-invitational tournament. Again, nothing on the line. No prizes, no knockout format. It's all a bit of fun. Some light-hearted relief in amongst everything that's going on with the coronavirus pandemic in terms of the restrictions it's put on everyday life in whichever respective country you come from. We hope that you guys are all staying safe and healthy. And again, would encourage you guys to do your bit when it comes to helping to flatten the curve, keep our loved ones safe, and of course to prevent the relative or respective health services from being overloaded and being able to cope with the demand, and therefore being able to give the best care possible. I think it's fair to say this is a time, and it's not an understatement, where the world really does have to come together for the good of all. And for the most part, I think we're seeing that happen. And the fact is, we've seen some wonderful initiatives come about as a result. We've had fantastic FIFA tournament's been put on by various organisations. We, of course, believe that this is the best of the lot, the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And we can at least, in my opinion, say that we are number one in the world when it comes to goals per game ratio. Even if the goals have maybe taken a bit of a step back on match day 4, there's nothing to worry about. Plenty of opportunity for more balls to hit the back of the nets. Various stadiums across Germany in the virtual world. And to be honest, Heepen could add a 5th here. It's a golden opportunity. It's a goal line clearance. Chance still alive. It's still alive. Oh, it's blocked by his own player. And Heepen, well, even he can chuckle at that, because at the end of the day, a 4-0 victory. He's got to be happy with that. Gladbach take the bragging rights in the virtual world, just as they did in the real-life scenario against their arch-rivals Köln. A Rhine derby for the ages. And there's something about 0-0 draws in the first leg and big wins in the second that are defining these derby moments.
Yeah, we've seen it twice already. It's becoming the theme of the day so far. What a hilarious way to end that game, by the way. Louis Heepen having his shot blocked by his own man on the floor after a bit of a goalmouth scramble there. Hilarious stuff. Even he could only laugh watching that, but that's it. Gladbach now can boast 4 wins out of 4 in their meetings with arch-rivals Cologne across the real and virtual pitches. 2 in the Bundesliga and 1 in the virtual Bundesliga. And now, with a 4-0 win over the 2 ties, they have another in the Bundesliga Home Challenge to take the bragging rights from their Rhine rivals Cologne. And as James said, the 0-0 first leg and high-scoring second leg has been a theme of the day so far. I don't know if we're going to see that in this next matchup, as we've mentioned. Hoffenheim.
What you just mentioned there, Alex, it's almost as good as a treble.
Indeed, almost as good as a treble for Gladbach, dominant. And now Hoffenheim will be wanting to be dominant over the referees. If you are just joining us, a recap of the Bundesliga Home Challenge in all its formats as we enter our 4th week, and we're well over halfway into the first day of play. We've seen so many teams already. It's 30 teams in total and 60 players playing 2 games against each other. One will feature a professional footballer and the other will feature another player from the club, which for the most part has been esports pros or representatives called upon by the club, experts at FIFA. Each match, each tie consists of 2 games, the second of which will always be a Bundesliga professional against a Bundesliga professional. The first, more often than not, sees 2 esports pros come up against each other, but we have seen some esports versus Bundesliga professional matchups as well. And all matches are taking place in the 85 mode, which brings all players onto a level 85 rating. And our next matchup is one of the big ones that we were looking forward to today. And in terms of not seeing quite as many goals as we were hoping for in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far, seeing too many 0-0 draws, I don't know if we're going to have that same problem here, James, as Marcel Schwarz and Munas de Boer take on Martin Petersen and Daniel Schlager. Hoffenheim versus the referees.
If we do, Alex, it'll be the biggest. These will be the biggest results of the weekend.
Yes.
They might be goalless draws, but they'll be the biggest results of the weekend. Anything other than a humiliating loss here for Daniel Schlager and Martin Petersen is a victory, in my opinion, for these referees. And that's to take nothing away from them. They are just actually coming up, I think, in our opinion, Alex, against one of the best teams, 2-men teams that we've seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And De Boer and Plapplup, or Marcel Schwarz as he goes by, they have been here from match day 1 through to match day 4. They are in that rare bracket of players that have featured in every match day. And the fact is, yeah, their performances over the course of the Bundesliga Home Challenge have made them stand out as 2 of the best. I mean, it was Plapplup that suffered that 1-0 loss to Fabio in our very first game of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, which seems like an age ago now, if you think about it, when that own goal was scored inside 5 minutes, which proved to be the only goal to decide that game between Plapplup and Fabio 97. But since then, he's picked up a 7-0 win against Julian Gleis. He picked up a 3-2 win against FCSP Noah last week. And now he's looking to at least retain his unbeaten record against Martin Pedersen. Munas de Boer, meanwhile, is in that elite bracket of players that have won every single one of their games so far. 3-1 win against Timothy Tillman on match day 1. 5-1 against Mainz's Florian Muller, the goalkeeper. And then it was the right back from St. Pauli, Luca Zander, who arguably ran him closest last week in that 3-2 win. So goals are to be expected in this. It is what De Boer has been known for. It is what Plaplup has been known for. And unfortunately, from the referee's perspective, conceding goals is what they've been known for.
That is what they've been known for, especially poor Daniel Schlager, who has played 2 games so far in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, a 4-0 defeat to Jeffrey of Gladbach, who we just saw, and a 5-1 defeat to Luca Berhard as well. It's not been a great showing for Daniel Schlager, but they do have a new man involved this weekend, and he will be coming up first against Plaplup, and it is Martin Petersen, the 35-year-old Bundesliga referee who has been a Bundesliga referee since the 2017-18 season. Obviously yet to take part in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. He has been around the block as a referee. He's been a DFB referee since 2009, 11 years of doing it at the highest level for the DFB. And although we don't know much about his FIFA ability, there are plenty of little notes and fun facts that we've been able to pick up about him as well.
Well, yeah, the big thing, which I did want to allude to on this, is that him and his wife, Anita, have actually set up a help service during the coronavirus crisis for their local community. It goes by the name of Anion Peter, which is a very nice little name, but it's essentially providing help for their local community and those who are high-risk potential targets for the coronavirus in terms of doing their daily chores, helping them out with some grocery shopping, maybe picking up medication that they need, and they're providing this service free of charge. And it was actually Peterson himself that said it's important for us to do something worthwhile during this football-free time. And he says that others have it worse because, of course, the referees right now, they're freelance referees. They're out of jobs as well, right? Like with a lot of people currently dealing with this crisis. But he says, I'm staying calm and I'm hoping to get on the whistle again soon. But just a very admirable stance to take to use this coronavirus crisis. And he's not the only example. We've seen so many stories come from the Bundesliga, but it's great to hear one about the referees getting involved as well. And so I wanted to praise Peterson for that initiative and for the fact that he has used the time to do something worthwhile, like he put it.
And so deserving of that praise, James. Honestly, that's such a great thing to see. We've seen clubs throughout the Bundesliga get involved and show their support. We've seen players themselves, the likes of Robert Lewandowski and Marco Reus, make huge donations, which obviously they're able to do, and it's been greatly received. But as you said, it's amazing to see even the referees and those guys maybe not able to make huge money donations, but able to make a difference in their local communities, even if it feels like it's a small difference. Any difference does help, and creating that help service with his wife is absolutely outstanding, and I'm sure it's been a fantastic help to those people around him in his local community, and we are delighted to see everyone get involved in making a difference. And obviously it's great to see him get called up to the Bundesliga Home Challenge and see if he's able to make a difference to the referees in this tournament. Obviously, we're not sure of his ability. We're sort of skeptical in terms of the fact that he wasn't first called upon, you know. So Daniel Schlager and Dennis Eitekin perhaps seen as the best bets on the Bundesliga referee side of things for producing something special. Obviously, Eitekin did that in his first game against Borussia Mönchengladbach's Jonas Hoffmann, turning out with a 2-1 win, but he suffered defeat last week, and he's obviously been replaced for this weekend. And hopefully for them, Martin Peterson can be a bit of a difference maker. But it is going to be really difficult for him coming up against Plaplup, who, as we've spoken about, has been fantastic so far. He's one of the esports pros who is not currently representing his team. He's playing for the club he supports this week in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. A season ticket holder for the last 5 years at Hoffenheim is Plaplup. He said it's special to represent the club he supports. And he got won over by the club in arguably their best era in the Bundesliga, when they were top at the halfway stage of the season. When they first came into the Bundesliga, they had the likes of Vedad Ibisevic, Demba Ba, Chinuda Abassi, and Sead Salihovic. Those star players took them to a spot they didn't believe that they could ever get to, and then in the second half of the season it sadly faded away a little bit. But Plaplup has shown his class in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and I'm sure if Hoffenheim are looking to make some improvements or make some developments in the esports world, then Marcel Schwarz and Munas de Boer are going to be at the forefront of that, especially considering their performances in the Bundesliga Home Challenge this weekend. And as we've said, they've been fantastic. The referees have not been so good. We're expecting this to be a very one-sided affair, but I'm very interested to see how much mercy is shown by these guys.
I think that's my big question, because I think if no mercy is shown, my conservative predictions for this are that the referees lose by double digits over the 2 legs.
Yeah.
That's conservative, Alex.
That is very conservative.
So that's 5 goals each unanswered from De Boer and Plapplup.
I have a genuine fear that it's going to be double figures in both games.
I think, yeah, that's the fear. That is the fear.
It depends on the level of mercy these guys are willing to
And that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
I don't see much mercy coming from De Boer. I could see Plapplup maybe pulling back a little bit, but then again, he didn't against Julian Gleis, right? Julian Gleis, a guy playing for Mainz, he's coming from the YouTube world, the YouTube FIFA community, into the esports world, and he was out of his depth.
Yeah.
And Plapplup showed no mercy whatsoever. Whether that changes when you're coming up against the man in the middle, normally the figure of authority on a football pitch, or whether that actually makes you want to show less mercy, I don't know. If Hoffenheim had ever had Martin Peterson as a referee or Schlager as a referee, and there'd been a decision that had gone against them that you weren't happy with, would that motivate you more? I think so.
I think so too.
I think so.
That might be why it plays to the referee's advantage, because Munas de Boer has not been in the league very long. Maybe he hasn't had one of those things happen to him, and obviously Marcel Schwarz might not quite remember the names of the referees or the specific incidents
but that's just to get the bragging rights of I beat the referees. That's what Felix Platter said. He said, I beat Dennis Eitekin 5-0. Yeah. How can it go better than that?
Whenever he sees him on the pitch now, he'll always be able to point at him and say, 5-0, mate. 5-0. So that is an incentive for Munas de Boer for sure, because when the Bundesliga does return, if he goes and walks on the same pitch as Daniel Schlager, he'll be able to shake his hand and say, "Oh, you're the guy I beat in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, aren't you?"
Yeah. Have you brushed up on your FIFA skills since then, Daniel? Maybe by any chance? No, that is it. It's a fascinating thing. And I mean, let's be honest. I just want to give great credit to the referees for even being willing to be involved in something like this. It is so outside the norm. And Dennis Eitekin was the one that was talking about it, the fact that they rarely get to do something like this and get involved in the mix of something that is casual and fun, where they don't have to be seen as these figures of authority out on the pitch. He says they rarely get to celebrate. He was talking about going out on his balcony and popping a bottle of champagne after beating Jonas Hoffmann, which if he didn't do, I'm extremely disappointed. I really hope he did do it. He even said he had to refrain from pulling off his shirt in celebration, which was in benefit of those watching from home. He didn't think that would necessarily be people that wanted to see it around about, 8:30 at night on that occasion. So could have been quite an interesting one. But the fact is, we've been able to then see the referees like we have the professional players, like we have even some of the esports players. We get to see these referees in a different context. Now, when it comes to our hopes for what they can achieve in this tie, they're minimal. They're low. I think you have to be looking at a fair few goals being scored here by both Plapplup and Munas de Boer. But with Martin Peterson, he is the unknown quantity in the referees team. He'll be looking to pick up the mantle that was left by Dennis Eitekin, picked up that 2-1 win against Jonas Hoffmann, then suffered that defeat to Felix Platter. So 1 win, 1 loss. Schlager, 2 defeats from 2. And the thing is, he may have been happy. Oh, you might have been happy this weekend seeing the fixture list and going, oh, I'm not up against an esports pro. Problem is, he's run up against Munas de Boer, who basically is an esports pro, pretending to be a footballer, in my opinion. Now, I think he's definitely esports over football every day for Munas de Boer. I say that very tongue-in-cheek indeed, but we are just about ready to get underway for this first tie. Plapplup, Marcel Schwarz up against Martin Peterson, the new man on the block for the referees. And as Alex said, someone that has been around the block in refereeing circles for quite a while. Just 35 years of age, though. But he said back in his heyday, or back in his childhood, he was always the friend that made sure to keep all of his friends in line when it came to the rules when playing football. We all had that one friend, didn't we, Alex?
We did indeed.
And you weren't his biggest fan all the time.
No.
But you appreciated the authority and the structure he brought to your games, and that is what Peterson has been doing throughout his whole life, seemingly, on all accounts. Now, the question is, can he bring structure to this game, or will Plapplup run riot? That is the question we're asking ourselves. Anything but a humiliating loss will be a massive victory for the referees. And it's worth noting as well, Peterson, the referee, they are playing with the German national team. Plattblub, of course, with Hoffenheim playing in the all-blue kits. So Plattblub going from left to right now. Peterson going from right to left. But I don't know whether it's an advantage to use the German national team a lot. If anything, I'd almost say, like, given the physical attributes that could be so key in the 85 mode, the fact that they have a lot of diminutive forwards actually isn't of great benefit.
Yeah, I agree. And a lot of those players obviously will be high-rated players, so dropping them for the most part down to 85 will sort of diminish a lot of their attributes. So maybe it is one of the more difficult teams to use. Less fun for the referees. I just want to make the point again. Peterson, you can see on his player cam, dressed in his refereeing shirt. It is so fun that all these guys, even if they're the professional players, you know, we expect to see that from those guys representing their club in their club shirt, but referees doing it in the referee shirt, the DFB shirt, is absolutely outstanding, and you can't help but smile when you see that sort of thing.
Schwarz on the rebound, and his first sight of goal does not produce a goal. And the fact that he hasn't scored in 10 minutes, actually, Alex, it's quite a surprise.
It's the first win of the day for Peterson. To not be 1-0 down already. He might be in the next few minutes, though, but he's been done well to keep it 0-0 so far.
Oh, Bebu is bundling his way through, and I think he's earned his side another corner. So the pressure on early from Plattblub, as we expected. Peterson with plenty of bodies behind the ball. He's doing relatively well to hold his defensive shape, but it's fallen here to De Boer on the turn. Well blocked in the end by Ginter, I believe it was. A chance now for Brandt to break forward. A little drag back there in the mix from Peterson, which shows he's not too unfamiliar with the controls. And this is it. Dennis Eitekin was saying that the referees do play FIFA amongst themselves. He said he's played against Peterson and he's played against Schlager, and I'm sure they've all had a go at it. And I wonder now whether Eitekin was actually drafted in for his cult status when it first started with the referees, and now whether we've got the top two. And maybe Peterson is the #1 player, given the fact that he's been put up against the eSports Pro today.
Yeah, definitely. Considering how Schlager had done, it would have been difficult for him, perhaps unfair, to put him against another eSports player, as you said. Peterson. These guys might not quite be as good as the usual casual player we're used to seeing. I'm not sure if these guys quite play as much as the Bundesliga professional players tend to do, especially considering their ages. They're likely to have families and not have as much time on their hands. But Peterson has done so well to keep this to 0-0 inside the opening 20 minutes. Schwarz. And this is the thing, we saw it in the last couple of weeks, that it's not always easy to break through against an amateur player like Peterson is. They don't have the movement that you expect them to have, and he's pushing forward now is Peterson. Going forward for a rare attack.
Let's go Peterson to the byline. He's done it all right. Just couldn't pick out his man in the middle.
What a chance that was, the first opening for him to break forward. He had good numbers over there as well. It was a great chance, just couldn't pick out the pass in the box. And now he has to defend at the other end.
And this is where he's got to be careful. There's space for Plattblub to exploit. What a challenge that was, though, from Jonathan Tah. And Plattblub not happy with it, Alex. He's already trying to change something up. Because at 0-0, right now, Peterson is acquitting himself very well. What can he do here with Serge Gnabry? Again, he's got to the byline. It's a great effort, and Peterson has taken the lead. Delight for the referees. It's completely against the run of play. The script is being thrown out the window. Plattblub needs a pause. Perfect start to this game, though, Alex.
I can't quite believe what I've just seen, James. We're 25 minutes into this game. We have spent all of the build-up hyping up Hoffenheim, hyping up Schwarz. And it's 1-0 to Peterson. And that was such a well-taken goal. Clinical turn inside from Gnabry on the right flank. A tidy pass into the middle. And the finish to boot as well, finding the bottom corner. And the celebration from Peterson was absolutely outstanding. Standing up, pumping those fists away. I cannot believe that he is 1-0 up against Marcel Schwarz here. And I'm not surprised that Plattblub wanted to have that pause and make some changes. I'm not sure if he is making those changes, as we see. He's not gone to his tactical side of things. I'm not quite sure what Plattblub has done with this pause so far. Maybe he just needed a little break there from the game. But unbelievable that we are sat here watching Germany lead Hoffenheim 1-0 inside 25 minutes. He has thrown it all out the window. Plattblub taking another pause here. Maybe he just really needs to calm himself down, having gone 1-0 down to Peterson there.
I just wonder whether he's shutting down all his windows on his laptop, anything that's taking away from a bit of the internet. Like, let's get rid of it right now.
Deleting his social media accounts.
There you
That's
go.
what he's doing.
Quick before it gets too embarrassing. The abuse is already pouring in. No, I think there's certainly a concerned look on his face. He doesn't look like he's overly happy with something, but he's going to have to get on with it. And to be honest, against the referees, quite frankly, no excuses can be made. Even with a bit of lag, I think we're being fair to Pedersen, but Plapplup should still beat him. And 100%. The fact is, Plapplup is now on the back foot, and he's going to have to produce something to get back into this game.
I mean, if Peterson can score, then Plapplup certainly can. So no worries at all for him. Let's see if he can make the most of this now before half-time. He's obviously not been able to play the way he's used to playing. It's not gone his way so far, but I think it does also come down to the point I was making earlier, that it is difficult to play against proper amateur players because they don't make the moves you're expected to make. But Plapplup makes all the moves that he needed to make there, and it is the star man, Munas de Boer, who gets him level. 30 minutes gone. It was a quick response from Plapplup, a little shake of the head from the Hoffenheim man. Not happy with his performance in this first half so far, but he'll be delighted to have brought himself back level so early in this game.
Yeah, exactly what he'd have been hoping for after those two pauses, even if he didn't make any changes. Just looking to reset himself and regain his composure. And the thing is, when the game mechanics allow Munas de Boer to make that run and they open up that channel, Plapplup is always going to be intent on taking it. It's then up to Pedersen to close the channel, close the gap, and prevent it posing any greater threat. But right now, he's still getting stuck in, Pedersen. He's making life difficult for Plapplup, which is certainly a massive compliment to him, and not an easy thing to do. We saw Julian Greis fail to do it throughout his entire 7-0 loss to Plapplup. Bebu in behind, keeper off his line. It would have been a penalty, but the offside flag was up there to save the referee, Pedersen.
It's one of those things when it is an esports player against an amateur player like this. In the esports, you're making moves like these drag backs and ball rolls that you don't often see in the real world. And Peterson is definitely playing this as if he's defending with a team in a real game of Bundesliga football. He's expecting the moves that a real team would make, expecting the runs that they would make, and he's not reading the drag backs and stuff, the drag backs and ball rolls, and that's where Schwarz can get the open space like he is doing now and can take himself into the lead before the break. A tidy finish from Plapplup to go ahead, and it is those drag backs and ball rolls that earn him that space. And even if he'd gone 1-0 down, it was only a matter of time before he'd get himself back into the game, and it's that man again, Munas de Boer, who produces a tidy finish to go 2-1 ahead.
Yeah, you just wonder now whether Pedersen scoring that opening goal may have actually
poked
the bear, worked against him. We see it happen time and time again in the Bundesliga when, well, especially with Bayern, I should say, when they concede the first goal and all of a sudden the opponents somehow have managed to unleash a monster. And Plapplup now in the lead for the first time, starting to meet those pre-match expectations, but that's a poor pass out from the back. A chance for Royce to equalise. Royce on the follow-up, it's off the post, but Werner, surely it's 2-2 again, and Pedersen has equalised with Julian Brandt. The script has not been written yet on this game between Hoffenheim and the referees.
Absolutely remarkable. The fact that he scored one goal was enough, but to say Peterson has scored twice in this first half is absolutely beyond words. Plapplup will be killing himself here with frustration, but he could possibly get ahead before half-time, and he does so indeed. It's Munas de Boer who completes his hat-trick in the first half, and as good a job as Peterson has done in getting back into this game, it's impossible to stop Schwarz in situations like that.
There is a distinct difference in these goals. Pedersen is having to work his backside off to score. Plaplup's not. Plapplup makes it look easy. He knows a few little intricate moves that he can use inside the 6-yard or in and around the 6-yard area that make life difficult for a casual player like Pedersen. And the fact is, he knows if he can get into those positions, he can score almost every time. And that's the thing. Pedersen is having to dig in to muster up just a measly chance on goal, and hopefully on the rebound, like with Julian Brandt, getting an equaliser. But right now, this is still, as we said, anything but a humiliating loss. Was a massive victory for these referees, and Pedersen to be only 3-2 down and having twice come back in that game. It's very impressive.
It's very impressive indeed, and I think you can see he was just having a word with someone off to the side of his screen on the player cam, maybe a family member handing him support. We heard Aitakin got support in the weeks leading up to his game from his 12-year-old son. Maybe Pedersen is asking for similar help, and whoever it is who's helping him out will be delighted, because the fact that he's only losing 3-2 in this game is absolutely incredible. Even with 45 minutes to play, no matter what the scoreline finishes up as, he can take a big pat on the back and hold his head high, considering that first half performance. Absolutely remarkable. But what do we have in store in the second half? I have no idea.
Oh, there are still a few twists and turns in this one, Alex. No doubt about it. But this is not completely matching our pre-match expectations, because I think Alex and I were both expecting both of these legs between Hoffenheim and the referees to be remarkably one-sided. Plapplup now with Samaseku onto Kramaric. Fake shot into the box. Tar shadowing him well. Back heel, gets it back from Larsen. Not a lot of space to work with, and he's found De Boer! Oh, it's off the post!
Oh!
Woo! He's survived a scare there, Pedersen, and his reaction on the face cam tells you everything.
You cannot come much closer than that without scoring. The ball hitting the inside of that post and bouncing all the way across goal. Petersen's reaction, as you said, told the entire story. You can't quite believe that didn't go in. I don't think Plapplup can either. Really good play from him to stay patient and work the ball around, and in the end, De Boer it was who ran off his marker and got the space in front of goal. Usually you'd expect to see that go straight in the bottom corner, but not the tidiest of finishes from Plapplup, and now he has some defending to do at the other end.
Yeah, Hübner across to cover well. And now a chance to break.
I feel like Plapplups just needing to go back to some of the basics of the game to really get through Petersen here. The dragbacks are working well, but Petersen's clearly a bit more of an amateur of a game, and Plapplup as well is struggling because he's not getting the response from his opponent that he's used to getting. You know, he's not playing against an esports player who gives him that tough challenge and that makes him work for all the passing movements through midfield and into attack. It's a lot easier for Plapplup, but he's making itself harder because he's not expected to get openings like this as he wins the ball back in a good position. And now De Boer has the chance to shoot, but he doesn't take it, and Petersen gets across well.
I don't want to draw too many conclusions, but I have a feeling the connectivity and the lag is maybe saving Pedersen on occasion here. And that shot, or the chance for De Boer to have a shot there, which would have been his fourth goal of the game, I think showed everything, because Plapplup had clearly hit the button, was then frustrated that the action didn't follow. Of course, Pedersen did do well to defend, but I think there is an element of lag that is causing a few issues. And of course, that is going to be part of this, ladies and gents. Of course, this is being beamed all across Germany. Connections are going left, right, and centre, east, west, north, south. And so there are going to be some connectivity issues in the mix as well. Ooh, that was a risky challenge in the box, right on the edge of the area. I wonder whether Pedersen would have been blowing up for that himself.
I was going to say, I wonder if he's
Where's
calling for a penalty himself. Where's the whistle, ref?
I would have loved that if he just pulled out a whistle and started blowing the whistle there. Would have been just as good as Salzor's foam finger for Wolfsburg. We still haven't seen that topped. And unfortunately, Salzor only made one appearance, so we didn't get to see the foam finger make a second appearance in the Bundesliga home challenge. Just the one goal he scored and brought it out for. And that will be what we have to settle for now. Now Plapplup trying to bring the ball through midfield. Germany's midfield non-existent there. It's almost a 5-on-5 here. He's found Florian Grilic, gets it to Kramaric. Fine finish from Plapplup, makes it 4. And that should put the game beyond reach for Pedersen. He gives the thumbs up to the camera. Nothing really he could do about there. He just couldn't get touch tight.
I was just going to say, nothing he could have done about that. Just really tidy from Plapplup, making all the passes and moves that he needed to make to open up the space. Very hard for Petersen to track there. Schwarz making his life difficult, and He, of course, will not be happy with how this game has gone, even if he's winning 4-2. Maybe he can make it 5 here with De Boer. He can indeed. It's number 4 for De Boer and number 5 for Marcel Schwarz. And credit to him, Peterson is able to crack a smile and laugh away. He's done a fantastic job to even bring this game to being 2-2 at one stage. And now at 5-2, the game is beyond him. And with 15 minutes to go, it's about trying to make sure he doesn't concede too many more goals. Damage limitation now for Peterson.
Absolutely. I haven't been able to nail down how old Plapplup is, but if I'm guessing, he's at least 10 years younger than 35-year-old Pedersen. So he's got a 10-year advantage at least on his opponent. And unfortunately, this is what we've seen. There's been good effort. We saw it from Schlager as well, but then a couple of goals conceded and they kind of tend to collapse because they don't know how to react to the in-game situations, whereas Plapplup and these esports pros do, as he goes for a very fanciful finish there. Kramaric with the back heel trying to pick out a teammate.
Can Peterson maybe get one more goal as he brings the ball forward now on the break?
That would be something. The highest scoring referee, Aytekin, scored twice in his win over Hoffman. No referee has scored more than twice. And he's got 10 minutes to maybe grab a third here, Peterson. But that's lovely slick play from Plapplup to release Kramaric in behind. De Boer, edge of the area, loitering. Gets the cut back. One more on to Larsen. One more perhaps for Samaseku, but the pass couldn't be squeezed through by Jakob Brun Larsen, the man signed for Borussia Dortmund in the winter by Hoffenheim. Now Pedersen bringing it out from the back with Toni Kroos. Again, nice one-touch passing. Brandt, that's a nice ball in behind for Marco Reus. He's got space to work with here. Drag back 1, drag back 2, runs into trouble but keeps the chance alive for now. Back with Reus. Werner. Gundogan.
Just been snuffed out at every opportunity by Schwarz. Unable to break through is Peterson. And now Plapplup going for more goals on the counter-attack. Looks like that's going to be offside though on De Boer, and it is. And Peterson puts up the flag. He knows as well.
Even the referees appeal on an offside. I love that. You've got to respect what Peterson and Schlager and Aytekin have done in this Bundesliga home challenge competition. But right now, I think it's fair to say Peterson, of the three, has given the best account of himself on FIFA 20. And now I'm almost questioning why he wasn't involved sooner, Alex, for the referees, because of how well he has acquitted himself so far. May just have to survive one last onslaught in the dying seconds of injury time here. Munas De Boer. Kramaric. De Boer's in the middle. So too is Samaseku. Samaseku! It's number 6 for Hoffenheim. It's number 6 for Plapplup. And in the end, after falling behind early, it has been a convincing victory for the esports pro over referee Pedersen.
He made life difficult for himself in the first half, but the second half has been quite the opposite. Goals galore for Plapplup, and in the end, a convincing 6-2 win. A yellow card is shown by Peterson. Absolutely outstanding. He gives Marcel Schwarz the yellow card. The first Bundesliga player in the Bundesliga home challenge to receive a booking off the virtual pitch. Incredible scenes there.
You love to see it. I don't know, would it have taken a 5-goal margin for the red card maybe? If 4 goals margin was a yellow. But that's it. I want to say my pre-match expectations were anything less than a defeat by a 5-goal margin or less.
Yeah.
Was going to be a win in the books for the referees. And I think Martin Pedersen, he may have been a little upset with the way that transpired and the margin of victory, but he could take great credit for what he put on show there. And he set the store well for the second fixture. The joint highest scoring referee with Dennis Aytekin, now Martin Pedersen as well, with those 2 goals in a 6-2 loss to Plapplup. And in the end, I think I'm glad it wasn't as one-sided as we were expecting it, Alex.
Yeah, I'm glad as well, because as much as it would have been expected, it wouldn't have been nice to see the referees get torn apart as much. Again, it might happen here as Minister Boer and Daniel Schlager prepared to go head-to-head. Daniel Schlager, of course, not had the greatest of times in the Bundesliga home challenge so far, and now he's coming up against Minister Boer, who's been one of the stars of the show in the Bundesliga home challenge. And it's going to be difficult for him to match the Hoffenheim striker. Have to be able to see what he can produce in what will be his third outing in the Bundesliga home challenge. He did find the net against Luca Berhard last time out, but didn't do so against Jeffrey in his first game. And it will be very interesting to see if he can get as many goals as Martin Peterson did there. I highly doubt it, to be honest. I think as much as we were given an unexpected result there between Marcel Schwarz and Martin Peterson, I'm not expecting to see the same thing between Munas de Boer and Daniel Schlager. For some reason, I think de Boer's, not going to let the occasion get the best of him here.
It's interesting. Your big motto, arguably since match day 2 in the Bundesliga home challenge, is to expect the unexpected.
This is true.
And yet you've just laid out one set of expectations. So do we now expect what you haven't expected? I don't know. I was about to go down a rabbit hole that I might have confused myself, Alex. I'm going to stay above ground and we'll get right into the second game. But that was it. I was looking at de Boer as thinking, if anyone's more likely to concede in these two fixtures, it was him.
Yeah.
I thought Plapplup would be very defensively strong and give Pedersen almost no daylight to work with in front of goal. And yet it's Pedersen who's grabbed 2 goals, and now we'll wait to see whether de Boer can follow that up, because he has conceded in the Bundesliga home challenge, but he's looked so good going forward that it makes life difficult for opponents as he gets the first shot off with Kramaric, and there was a good block there by Schlager, who had his man in the right place at the right time. And I think not conceding early is going to be very key here.
100%, because Schlager, obviously, as we've seen, going 1 or 2 goals behind can knock your confidence out totally, and especially if that happens early, it's going to be a long afternoon for you. It could be an early goal here for de Boer as he comes forward with Kramaric. Block, though, from the Germany defence in the end.
Yeah, but immediately there you saw when de Boer won the ball high up the pitch, Schlager's defence looked a lot more open and a lot more vulnerable than we saw Petersen's throughout that whole 90 minutes against Plapplup, even when he was conceding. But here is Schlager, through on goal. Oh, what's he done? Where are you going, Daniel?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Go towards goal. Don't try and cut onto your favoured foot. That's a categorical error in FIFA.
He had so much time and space ahead of him, James. All he had to do was shoot at that near post, but for some reason he went to turn onto his right foot. Bless him, Daniel Schlager.
I love that. I'm through on goal. I want to beat 2 more defenders before I score.
He just wanted to rub it in the face of Minister Boer.
Well, of course, he's seen Pedersen set the bar now. He's like, I've got to pull out all the stops. So a simple goal is not enough. But he may regret not having a more clinical edge there as de Boer comes forward with Bebu. Again, Jonathan Tah, such an imperious defender at the back in this 85 mode, given both his height, speed, and the length of those legs that he can stretch out when sprinting. So now Schlager combining well with Klosterman, but his pass out for a throw.
Early signs, though, that Schlager's doing well getting forward, and when he's had possession, he's not scared about pushing the ball forward, not frightened by the quality of de Boer, and there he gets a nice interception in a good area. Can he make the most of it here? Good passing coming forward, but de Boer's defence equal to it, and again, a few wayward passes coming from Munas de Boer here. Can Schlager make the most of it? Gets a shot away there, but it is blocked. Defensive struggles for de Boer. I don't know what it is about these referees, but they seem to be making life difficult for the best of the esports world.
I was about to say, Alex, the referees are showing up on match day 4, and I know Dennis Eitingen got that win against Jonas Hoffmann, but we took that with a pinch of salt, given the fact that Hoffmann himself admits that he's not the biggest FIFA player and hadn't picked up the FIFA controllers in a long time. But there's something about them. I wonder whether it's the we've got nothing to lose attitude, so we can really just take it to them and see what happens and see if we can cause them a few problems. But this Germany side, we talked about whether it was at a disadvantage, seems to actually be working quite well for them. It's good balance for these casual players. But right now, de Boer is still on the front foot and knocking on the door of that opening goal. Kramaric, again, just can't get the shot off quick enough.
That's it. He's not able to get the space in the Germany box that he wants to have to try and get those shots away. Bit of frustration for him. Not able to get the passing and moving going. We'll have a chance here, but no, it's cleared away again. And it might also come down to a mindset. De Boer knows he's playing against a referee here who's definitely not an expert at the FIFA game. He might think it's going to be too easy for him, so he doesn't have to try and do his, his usual tricks, his usual flicks and back heels and drag backs to open up space. He's trying to just do the basic things, and it leads to good opportunities for Schlager to cut it out, which he's been able to do superbly in these opening half an hour or so.
Lovely play from Schlager. He just needed that one more pass to come early. Instead, he dragged himself out wide, and that ultimately stops him in his tracks just as he was looking to pose a threat. Ooh, good sliding challenge there as well. But you are right, Alex. It's certainly been a facet of some of these games. We've mentioned it a couple of times already, but this is a chance for De Boer, and what a save from Neuer. Well, the offside flag was up anyway, but it's these casual players going up against the likes of De Boer, and De Boer, he's a regular in FIFA Ultimate Team playing the Weekend League. He is used to playing at a very different level with very different players with his Ultimate Team, where, he's got his 99 pro card and whatnot to work with, as well as 5-star skill moves and things like that as he comes forward with Kramaric. Well, 5-star skill moves or not, that was a 5-star finish from Munas De Boer and Andre Kramaric to open the scoring. A bolt from the blue for Hoffenheim, but it had been coming.
And he's not even interested in seeing a replay at all there, not even interested in celebrating. Munas De Boer is here to score goals. Took him a while to get the first, but it came in style there. Superb finish at the near post from Andre Kramaric, who has been another of the stars of the show for Hoffenheim in the Bundesliga home challenge on the virtual pitch. De Boer won't be happy it's taken this long for him to open the scoring, and he'll be wanting to make sure it's not the only goal he scores in this game as he continues to pour men forward now.
Now the deadlock is broken now. He would like to really capitalise and push the advantage as he's looking to do here. It's another good save from Neuer. Not the best shot there from Munas De Boer.
Schlager can hold this to 1-0 at the break and maybe even get himself a goal here.
Gnabry bursting through on goal! Tight angle. And an important save there from Oliver Baumann.
He's had so many more chances than I thought he would have in the entire game already.
But at the other end, De Boer twisting, turning, and he cannot beat Manuel Neuer. He's done it twice already in his Bundesliga career since joining Hoffenheim. He scored twice in the DFB Pokal tie between Hoffenheim and Bayern, which Bayern did emerge victorious from. But right now, Manuel Neuer proving unbeatable between the sticks.
De Boer just struggling to really get the chances open. Another one here for Waldschmidt. And Schlager just can't get away from the defence. He's done so well to get forward on this many occasions as the half-time whistle blows. To only be 1-0 down to Munas De Boer, credit where it is due to Daniel Schlager. This has been a fantastic improvement from him. And De Boer will be very frustrated with the scoreline so far.
Yeah, I'd go as far as saying this is the biggest surprise of the day so far, actually.
I would
Given
agree.
the way the referees have shown up on match day 4, and they've really got a bit about their game now, and they're making life very difficult. The 6-2 victory for Plapplup against Martin Pedersen, for me, doesn't really tell the story of the whole game. It's one of those that looks more convincing than it was, even though Plapplup was clearly a step above Pedersen in terms of FIFA ability. And it's fair to say that De Boer is clearly a step above Schlager in terms of FIFA ability. But in this 85 game mode, it doesn't mean that you can't make your opponent's life difficult. And that seems to be something Schlager has learnt in his first 2 games, that he doesn't have to drop his head or worry too much about conceding. He can still have chances. He's creating one here with Toni Kroos. Look at the pace from Toni Kroos. We've never seen that. Luka Waldschmidt. Gnabry! He's got the equaliser for the referees. Daniel Schlager bites back, and Serge Gnabry is cooking something up for the referees now.
Daniel Schlager is currently level with Munas De Boer at 1 apiece. Can you believe what you are seeing here in the Bundesliga home challenge? I am lost for words, in all honesty. We've spoken about how well the referees have done in these 2 games so far, but Daniel Schlager has just scored against Munas De Boer. What on earth is happening here? Munas De Boer has been so dominant in the tournament so far. wins at a canter against Tillman and Muller, and then getting one over the line against Zander. He has conceded in every game he's played that's worth noting, and Daniel Schlager has done it again against De Boer.
Look at this Chris one-touch passing, and one more. He's through with Royce. Schlager to take the lead. He's in front. It's 2-1 to the referees. What a turnaround. Well, we thought the script was thrown out the window in the first game. It's been absolutely tossed off the boat in the second.
Are we sure that Daniel Schlager is the one who's playing here? I feel like we might see him there, but I'm not sure if this is him, because what on earth has he produced there? That's one of the best goals we've seen in the entire Bundesliga home challenge, not just this weekend. The pass and move was fantastic, and the finish to boot as well. He has some defending to do here, though. And it's level already, just as he goes ahead.
He needed that lead to last longer.
He really did. It would have been so good if that had lasted 10 minutes or so, but now De Boer has the equaliser, and he's got the bit between his teeth. What a game we have on our hands here. It's 2-2 with half an hour to go, and De Boer will want to make sure he is not upset by the referees in this game.
He does not want to join the one-man club currently occupied by Jonas Hoffmann of Borussia Mönchengladbach as a player that has lost to a referee in the Bundesliga home challenge. It is all square, but admittedly even a draw would feel like a bit of a defeat here for Munas De Boer, it has to be said. Here's Kramaric, he's looking to fashion the golden opportunity. A hint of an offside there, but the shot was wide anyway.
I just cannot believe we're sat at 2-2. And that second goal from Daniel Schlager is going to be remembered by myself and a lot of people watching at home. Absolutely incredible. Can he defend, though, at the other end? It's Kramaric working forward. In the end, he gets the block in and gets it away from his own box. De Boer really does have the bit between his teeth now.
He does indeed. The pressure is on. He's turning the screw. He's using every piece of his toolbox to try and break down Daniel Schlager. Grilic to Bayer. Scorer of the equaliser looking for the back post cross. Dangerous but dealt with.
As much as we're unbiased completely, James, I am in full support of Daniel Schlager right now.
I'm not sure we can claim we're biased. We're definitely team referee. We'd love an upset here. We love a fairy tale story. We love an underdog story. We have from the start of the Bundesliga home challenge through until now. And there's no disrespect meant to Hoffenheim or Munas De Boer, but what a story it would be for Schlager to pick up a positive result here and maybe even snatch a win. That would be headline-grabbing stuff. De Boer, though, with a chance here. Gets the shot off, and again it's a near-post finish. Schlager looked to have the angles covered with his defender, but Munas De Boer finds the gap, spots the gap, picks out the gap, and that is a 3-2 lead now.
It's just that knowledge of knowing that the near post is always an open avenue, no matter how tight the situation looks, and De Boer knew that there. Found the top corner superbly. He's looking again here. Neuer gets out well, though. And De Boer going ahead with 15 minutes to play. I don't know if that's all hope lost for Daniel Schlager. It would be a huge task for him to go and get another goal here.
He just needs to keep his composure, and we saw a very rushed throw out from the back from Manuel Neuer there, and that a rushed long ball. Composure, he's still got time, and this is where Munas De Boer will understand that. Schlager will start panicking with every minute that ticks by, and they tick by quickly in FIFA, a lot quicker than in real life. Right now he's got to prevent falling further behind. Oh, it's another near post finish. They have been deadly, and let's be honest, De Boer has been deadly with them.
We saw last week it took him a while to get going against Lucas Zander. He'd had such a slow start. It's a slow start again here for De Boer, but in the end, he's coming good. Really slick play, though. Daniel Schlager, though, is not having any trouble getting forward either. Well cut out by De Boer. Just knowing how to use the near post finish as well. It's just the only reason, really, he's been able to find the back of the net with those two goals. They were really tight chances, not easy ones at all, but he produced really fantastic finishes to get himself those two goals, and now with less than 5 minutes to play, De Boer looks to have wrapped up the win.
Here he comes forward with himself, teeing up Bayer. Oh, he's gone for the dirty finish there, and I'm almost glad that karma worked against him. That's not how I want Daniel Schlager to go out on his sword in this game, because he deserves so much more. 2 goals behind. The referee's heading towards a 3rd straight loss in the Bundesliga home challenge on aggregate. No real surprises there, but can Schlager get one more? Serge Gnabry has acres of space ahead of him, but the referee has pulled it back for a foul, Alex.
He has indeed. I guess he assumed that advantage wasn't to be played there after that first touch from Gnabry. Tried to get away from the Hoffenheim defence. Can we see one last chance for Schlager? Can we see another goal? 3 against the Bull would be ridiculous. His chance might have gone there.
That could be that, and that is that. Well, in the end, it's a 10-4 aggregate win for Hoffenheim. But I would say, Alec, the big winners across that tie were without a doubt the referees, Martin Pedersen, Daniel Schlager, stepping up to the mark in a way we haven't seen the referees do in the Bundesliga home challenge. And that, by all accounts, was not a humiliating victory for either.
Not at all. Hold your heads high, Bundesliga referees. Hoffenheim have conceded 2 goals against Greuther Fürth. They conceded 1 against Mainz across 2 ties, and they conceded 4 against St. Pauli as well. And they have just conceded 4 against the referees in matchday 4 of the Bundesliga home challenge. Honestly, an incredible, incredible achievement from the referees to have scored 2 goals in each game. Can't take anything away from there. We expected so much worse. We expected big wins. We saw a couple of good wins from Hoffenheim in the end, but those scorelines in no way reflect how those games went. It was such a couple of close games throughout the 90 minutes there, and Daniel Schlager and Martin Petersen, respect to you both, fantastic shows put on by those referees. And again, I'm proven wrong. Expect the unexpected in the Bundesliga home challenge.
Yeah, it's as if to prove the point that we've been making. But again, to also underline just what is so and what has been so fantastic about this Bundesliga home challenge. The colliding of worlds that normally wouldn't collide, especially in this type of arena. And the fact is, we have seen the referees grow in stature. And that was thrilling. And this is it. You may be sitting at home wondering why we're getting so excited about the fact that referees only lost 10-4. But come on, ladies and gents. These are referees. These are over 30s who do not have as much experience on console games. They do not spend as much time on FIFA as some of their counterparts. And they have still managed to grab headlines in their own unique way in the Bundesliga home challenge. And for that, we are extremely grateful for them, because that is why we were so delighted to have them involved in the Bundesliga home challenge. It was that first fixture list on match day 2 where they popped up and we went, Alex, have I read this correctly? Dennis Eitekin is playing FIFA. Daniel Schlager is playing FIFA. They're getting involved in the Bundesliga home challenge, and what an addition they have been, and fantastic. And it takes nothing away from Hoffenheim again. Another solid victory for them. I think that's 4 out of 4 now in the Bundesliga home challenge, right?
It is indeed, actually. Yes, it is.
So they keep their winning run going. Munas de Boer keeps his winning run going. And you have to say his stature has definitely shot through the roof. But we now start to turn our attention to the penultimate tie. At least, I will say this, at least Hoffenheim and the referees didn't disappoint in the goal-scoring stakes. They definitely held up their end of the bargain there, and we're hoping that Bochum and Bayer Leverkusen can pick up the baton and continue that goal-scoring form, because it is the penultimate tie of this Saturday action on matchday 4 of the Bundesliga home challenge. Of course, if you are watching along, let us know where in the world you're watching from. Get in touch on the chats and the comment sections of whichever platform that you are joining us with. We are delighted to have you with us from whichever corner of the world you are joining. We've had people from Panama, Mexico, Las Vegas, Dubai, South Africa. We've had all corners of the world, and we are so happy that you are here to take part in the action with us. Let us know which player has impressed you the most. Who was the big shock? What did you think of what the referees just managed to achieve? Because we're quite flabbergasted in the best possible way. And I think you should be too, given the fact that the referees really should have had absolutely no chance in those games against the Hoffenheim pros, Marcel Schwarz and Munas de Boer. But in this one, Bochum against Leverkusen, our penultimate tie, we could have quite a very evenly matched affair. Gianluca Bass or Basinho as he is known in virtual Bundesliga circuits, taking on one of the OGs in the FIFA world when it comes to competitive action in Germany. That is Kai Detto. He brings with him a wealth of experience, the 31-year-old, and he's had a couple of good results in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. His fixture last weekend was certainly one that stood out, a 4-3 victory against Stuttgart's esports pro Nick Luggi, and he's going to have a big test on his hand up against Basinho in the second game. Ulrich Bappo looking to build on his victory over Noah Katterbach, a 4-2 win last time out against Köln. And it's interesting to see, after joining us on match day 1 for the Bundesliga Home Challenge, we've seen Wendell and Nadim Amiri suffer greatly at the hands of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And that means that we've got Adrian Stanilovic back in the mix for Bayer Leverkusen. So nice to see him back. And we'll look to see whether he can maybe improve upon his defeat on match day 1, which came up against Darmstadt and Felix Platter, a 3-2 loss. But arguably, of the 3 Bayer Leverkusen players we've seen, he certainly gave the best account of himself, and that might be why he has returned, Alex.
Indeed, I totally agree. Considering the results that Amiri and Vendel suffered, his 3-2 loss against Felix Platter really doesn't look that bad. So he's called upon once again here. And firstly, coming up with this tie between Basinho and Detto, this is probably one of the esports games I've been most looking forward to in the entire Bundesliga Home Challenge. Both of these guys have had such mixed results in the weekend so far. You mentioned Detto's results as well. That game against Nick Luggi last week was absolutely outstanding, one of the most entertaining we've seen so far. Detto getting himself a 4-3 win right at the end. And Basinho as well has had such a mixed bag of things, obviously, last week as well, getting that win over the stranger in what was a really tight game as well, having been defeated by Julius Carden in his first weekend. Both of these guys, really mixed results. Both have suffered defeats. Both have got really good wins. Both these guys, as well as being young in terms of Basinho, he's also very experienced, one of the elite players in the esports world of Germany. And Detto as well, as James mentioned, one of the most experienced guys we have in the esports world. So I'm really excited to see how this game goes. Both these guys know what they're doing. They're at the peak of their powers, and both will be wanting to make sure that they provide yet another really entertaining affair, because that's what these guys have done in all their fixtures so far. They've been really entertaining games, from Detto's 1-0 defeat to Gottschri, which was a really surprising affair to see Darmstadt's Gottschri produce that sort of performance, to Basinho's win over the Strangers last week. Every performance these guys have put in so far has been entertaining throughout, and that's why I'm really looking forward to this one, to see exactly what comes now. Obviously, I might have just cursed the entire thing and we'll see a low-scoring affair, but if the Bundesliga Home Challenge has anything to prove and anything to go by, it's that goals are always going to be around, and the entertaining performances are always going to be around as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But ladies and gents, you now know who to blame if this game does end goalless. His name is Alex Chaffer, my co-host. You can send all your vitriol towards him on Twitter, Instagram, whichever platform you want to choose. No, just absolutely kidding.
No. It's available. That's fine. I'll take the abuse.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, you heard it here first, ladies and gents. But no, I think your pre-match assessments are very accurate, and it's definitely what we have seen. And this is it. We talked about the different results that Detto and Basinho have suffered. We talk about this spectrum of skill levels, but also the point I want to keep ramming home is just this spectrum and the range of different FIFA experiences we've had from game to game to game. Everyone has a different storyline, talking points, characteristics, all of it. And it's just absolutely fascinating to see how this crossover event really has given us that full spectrum of experiences in FIFA. And you've had Kai Detto suffering agonizing losses or picking up dramatic victories. You've had Basinho suffering that upset. His reputation at one point was on the line in this competition, and we were wondering how he was going to respond, and he responded in quite an emphatic way last weekend to pick up his first victory, and he's looking to build on that now against Kai Detto, a 2-time world champion in 2011 and 2012. He was the PlayStation World Champion in 2017, and he's a 3-time German champ all time. So his track record speaks for itself, and he's looking to defend here with Basinho trying to get forward. It's found Bappo on the edge of the area. Cheeky back heel, no offside flag, and it's a near post finish for Basinho. And an early breakthrough. Wir brauchen Bass. Bass, wir brauchen Bass. That's what the song that was inspired by Bastos, but I'm now giving it to Basinho. It's his anthem now, in my opinion. And what a start he's just made, Alex.
What a stunning way to go ahead. As we said, we know how overpowered the near post is, but that pass, the assist for that goal was fantastic. Detto had no idea it was coming, and neither did I. Couldn't have spotted that pass at any time. And for Basinho to have seen it and made it, absolutely outstanding, and then providing the finish to go with it, a very special way to go ahead for him, and a perfect start for him, getting an early goal in this game. And I'm glad that we've seen an early goal, because it brings both players out, it makes them change the way that they were playing, the tactics that they may have brought into the game. Plan A might have gone out the window for Detto now, brings into plan B. What can he do to respond? Trying to respond well with Kai Havertz, his left foot, well saved though by Basinho.
Yeah, Kai Havertz, the star man in real life and in the virtual world for Bayer Leverkusen. He's had his part to play in the Bundesliga home challenge. Here he is on the ball again, closed down quickly, but he's got a chance to cross. It was dangerous, cleared off the line in the end. And a chance for Simon Zoller to bring the ball forward.
Really entertaining start to this game, exactly what we were hoping for. Both these guys very attack-minded, not holding anything back, both trying to express themselves. What a pass that was. Went out of play in the end, but Basinho trying to stretch the play in more ways than one there with interesting pass across the pitch.
Yeah, so you must also be glad about that early goal, Alex, because it means no vitriol will be coming your way on social media. No one to blame. We've had an early breakthrough. We can't ask for more, really, because as you say, it does change the complexion of the game. And with Detto, we've seen his games be quite high scoring as well, so it's not outside the realms of the possibility that we will see another 3-1 win against Marcel Graman of Dresden on match day 2, 4-3 last week against Nick Luggi, as we mentioned. He's given the ball away cheaply there in his back line, though. Tapsoba does well to recover the position for Leverkusen. And this is it. Detto certainly has a bit more pace about his game than some of the esports pros. He is convinced that at some point again he can be FIFA World Champion. He says, I've definitely got the potential for it.
And that's what's so great about FIFA. Every new game brings a new opportunity for a player. The game changes every year. It brings out the best in every esports player, and they have to adjust and change the way they play for each game. And it means that it's going to cater to certain players better than others. Every year someone's going to be able to have a better chance of winning it all. We saw Mo Alba win last year in the FIFA E-World Cup. Hopefully, again, we can see a German champion in the very near future. It would be fantastic to see. Mo Alba was the first to win the FIFA E-World Cup. So one of these guys, maybe Detto or Basinho or Megabit or Dr. Ihana, one of these big names, hopefully they can represent the Bundesliga on the biggest stage of them all in the years to come.
That's a great point to make as well, because FIFA 19 really played to Mo Oba's strengths. I'm not sure he'll fare as well with FIFA 20 if and when we get to that stage of putting on another FIFA E-World Cup. The reigning title holder looking to defend his crown in a style of game that's very different compared to last year. And a lot of the esports pros talk about it on a regular basis, and the fact that the focus has shifted to defending. Here's Palacios breaking through. Chance for Detto. He has leveled the scores. Disappointing for Basinho. A simple finish in the end for Kevin Volland. But it's all square once again between Leverkusen and Bochum.
Yeah, Detto won't mind at all with that. Scrappy as it is, he gets himself level. He'll take it whatever way it comes. Palacios there just breaking through the defence. Disappointing for Basinho. You don't see that very often at this level of the esports game. And then a tidy finish from Kevin Volland is always to be expected, whether it's on his left foot or his right foot. But important for Detto to have found the net before half-time. It would have been difficult for him to go into the second for goal behind. He may still have to do that. 10 minutes to play. There's plenty of things that can change in this first half. Can Basinho get himself ahead again?
Oh, it's pinging around in that Leverkusen box. It didn't fall kindly to Basinho. So Detto now with a chance to push forward. Just halts his advancements for the time being as he tries to pick out the best course of action to try and break down Basinho for a second time in this game. But this is perfectly poised this tie between these two esports pros. We couldn't have asked for much more in terms of the opening 40 minutes.
I knew this was going to be a good game, James.
Oh yeah, and it has not disappointed. 5 minutes left in the first half. Can either side maybe snatch a lead before the break? It's Detto piling on the pressure since that early goal for Bassinho. Here he is with Bailey. Dangerous delivery. 2 takers in the middle. And it was the Bochum defender who got stuck in at the vital moment. It was Bassinho who went 29-1 in the weekend league last weekend, finishing 97th in the world. Not a bad finish at all. Unfortunately, his rewards didn't quite match the effort and output that he had produced. 85 cruiser and 85 Jahrstein were his best picks in his Team of the Week pack, and that really should tell you everything when you had Messi and 92 Ter Stegen on offer as Bassinho stings the palms of Hradecki right on the stroke of half-time. One last chance from the corner. It's a good corner. It's in off the far post, and he's taken the lead right before half-time. Bassinho rewriting the script against Detto of Leverkusen.
Huge to get ahead again before half-time, and a rare goal direct from a corner. We see it so rarely in FIFA 20. A really nice glancing header there, bouncing in the 6-yard box and off the inside of the post. Superb from Kamvuvla. And Bassinho ahead at half-time. Detto with a little shake of his head. He won't have expected to go behind from a corner, but that's the way it goes sometimes in FIFA. He's dominated the first half, 64% possession there, you see, but Bassinho has made the most of the chances he's had with the little possession that he's had.
Yeah, sign of a true esports pro, that. What we see from Bassinho. And now we wonder what that goal late in the second half will elicit from Kai Detto in terms of a response. He didn't let his head drop after falling a goal behind. Pulled it back to 1-1, so he's more than capable of pulling this game back once again. But Bassinho, I'll be honest, has proven that when he's got a lead, it's very hard to shake him off it at times. We saw that throughout his virtual Bundesliga season. We saw it last week in the Bundesliga Home Challenge as well. But Detto, this is lovely play. Havertz on the turn, off the post, on the rebound. No mistake made by Bellarabi on the follow-up. It would have been a glorious goal from Havertz, but he will take it at 2-2.
Yeah, that move from Havertz deserved a goal, and Detto gets it, even if it was from a rebound. Superb play from the Kai Havertz playmaker, the Leverkusen playmaker, sorry, Kai Havertz. Lovely way to shoot a goal, coming off at the inside of the post. Went across the face of goal, and lucky enough for Detto, Bellarabi had moved off the ball and got in the right position to finish it off. And what a way for him to start this second half, getting level immediately. 2-2. This game is back on level terms and wide open once again. We've got plenty of time for it to change even more. I have no doubt in my mind that this game is not going to finish 2-2 here, James.
No, I have a feeling this one's going to go very much the same way as that 4-3 win for Detto over Nick Luggi of Stuttgart last weekend, which went back and forth. He didn't quite know which way it was going to go. In the end, Detto did decide it for himself. It wasn't enough to clinch victory for Leverkusen because Nadim Amiri ended up being well out of his depth against Atakan Karasor of Stuttgart and suffering an 8-0 loss, and that was dangerous again. Oh, no. Dangerous pass out from the back and again from Bassinho, but he just about gets away with it.
I think it was Bassinho there who signalled the pause. Not happy with how things are going in this game. He's made a few little mistakes. He's going to change his tactic around, try and move the ball faster at the pitch offensively. And to be fair, even if he was 2-1 up going into half-time, he won't have been happy with the amount of possession he had. Detto had definitely dictated the play in the first half, and for him to get ahead, get level early in the second half the way he has, huge for his confidence and just being able to make sure that he knows he can continue playing the way he is. Whereas Bassinho, regardless of the fact that he's found the net twice, definitely wants to change a few things as we see the first substitution of the game. Moussa Diaby is on in place of Leon Bailey. And Nadim Amiri comes on for Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz had been so good in this game for Detto. Wanting those fresh legs, though. Detto, it was one of those things in the last couple of weeks, actually, of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. He'd had to wait, I think, 20 minutes it was in one of his games for a change, having signalled a pause, and in the end it didn't make a difference for him. He'd lost that chance at the right time, so learning his lessons here and getting the change in early.
Yeah, I think we've almost gone a full half waiting for a pause at one point as well. This is looking dangerous for Basinho. Detto surviving the scare at the back once again. But the fact is, these guys are creating chances with relative ease, which isn't what we're used to seeing from esports pros when they go head-to-head in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Although, again, that does speak to this spectrum of experiences that we have been witnessing in the Bundesliga Home Challenge from the moment we kick things off on match day 1.
That's why it's been so much fun. As much as we expect these esports games to be a lot more controlled, a lot more measured between the two guys, we're even seeing it between the best of the best in the esports world, that the games can be wide open and very attacking. And it's what's so great about esports, very much like the real football world. Anything can happen in these games. As much as we like to have an accurate approach to the game, what we expect, what you can sort of delve into it from research beforehand, anything can happen when the whistle blows and the game really gets underway, and that's what we're seeing here again.
Yeah, it's one of the hallmarks of the Bundesliga, especially in the current campaign, where it really has been such a mixed bag of results at certain times. You've seen league leaders crumble when you didn't expect it. Leipzig letting lead slip, Bayern letting lead slip, defeats to Frankfurt, Dortmund then getting caught out by the likes of Union Berlin and SC Paderborn on home soil as well. I mean, it's absolutely brilliant for the neutrals and any, Bundesliga fans around the world. But it shows that in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, things are just as unpredictable. And really, you just have to see how things play out in these one-off, one-on-one matches where anything can happen. Little moments can decide things in a big way. And Detto and Basinho, when it comes to the 85 mode, are well versed in it, and they are well aware of what it provides. And we talked actually as well last week, and this is maybe actually a point to make in the fact that Basinho's results so far, very impressive, is we talked about the strengths of a team like Werder Bremen in the 85 mode, but by the same measure, Bochum are at a severe disadvantage with their squad. They've only got 2 strikers, which means not much pace to bring off the bench. Their wingers, which are wingers in real life, have been categorized as midfielders, which means they've lost a bit of pace in the 85 mode than they would have if they were wingers. And so Basinho and Bochum certainly having to work very hard in this 85 mode to really make an impact and have the rub of the green. But Basinho acquitting himself so well. You can see why he's got such a strong reputation in the virtual Bundesliga. Ambitious pass there that doesn't come off for him. You can see there, switching from all-out attack to defensive very quickly. He's worried about the transition for Bayer Leverkusen and Detto. Detto, incidentally, 7-1 so far in the weekend league this weekend. He's talked at length about the topic of health in esports, saying you have to find, or every player has to find their own rhythm that helps them maintain concentration levels. And his chance with Volland blocked by Basinho at the last, but he's given it away in midfield now, the Bochum man. Stelinovic involved in the slick passing move there. And are we going to have one final goal in this game to decide it? Or could we go once again into a second leg with the scores level, which isn't something that's happened all too often in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. It's happened a couple of times already today.
Yeah, today's proven to be a very different day from what we've seen so far. We haven't quite seen as many goals as we've been used to. Hoffenheim then turned the screw on that with 10 goals against the referees. And as you said, we've seen plenty of games level going into the second leg. Could see that again here. Time ticking away. We might only get one more chance in this game. Basinho shaking his head. He knows that it might probably go to Detto unless he can pressure him and get the ball back off the Leverkusen man.
That's a nice ball out to Diaby under pressure. Packing out some of those 3-star skill moves. And now you've got to think this could be last chance saloon, and that's a lovely 1-2 for Basinho to release Pantovic. Oh, he's cut inside a little early for my liking, but he's done well. Here's Maya on the ball. Tesha, Losilla. Back to Tesha. Found Maya in the box on the turn, and I thought that was the winner, and Basinho did too. In the end, I think it was a combination of Rudetsky and the post that denied him.
It was indeed. What a really well-worked move that was, though. I was just as surprised as you are to see that pass go all the way back the way it did. But he worked it well into the box, and in the end, a 2-2 draw that I think was deserved, even if Basinho struggled to really have the ball as much as Detto did. He produced chances often enough to get himself a couple of goals, and it does, of course, as we said, leave us wide open for this second game as we welcome the two professional players. Again, a draw in the first leg. Hopefully, as we've seen so far, when that has happened in the Bundesliga Home Challenge today, it brings goals with it in the second game. Is that what you're expecting as well, James?
I think so, yeah. 3 times now today, the first leg has ended in a draw, and without going back through all the results from matchday 1, 2, and 3, my gut feeling is that has not happened very often. But as you say, the trend has been that then the second game has brought about a pretty emphatic victory one way or the other. Bundesliga Home Challenge, day 1, match day 4. James Surrogate and Alex Chaffer, your hosts for the action. Once again, we are really enjoying this Bundesliga Home Challenge, which continues to just be a thriller minute. It really does. We don't know what to expect. Scripts get thrown out the window, but we've had drama aplenty. We've had goals aplenty. And while we might not be on a record-breaking rate today, it has taken nothing away from the entertainment value of the action that we have had on display between both esports pros and professional football, as we now switch worlds once again from esports into the real world, where Adrian Stanilovic and Ulrich Bappo have switched the pitch for the joysticks. And as we said, Ulrich Bappo with a 4-2 win in his Bundesliga Home Challenge debut last time out. He is the only Bochum player not to have returned to training this week. That is because he is well-versed in self-isolation due to a knee ligament injury that he suffered back in October in a friendly match against Karlsruhe, which was a bit of a shame for him. But much like we talked about Nick Woltemade with Werder Bremen earlier, Ulrich Bappo has carved out a reputation as a virtual Bundesliga legend for VfL Bochum because of his performances in the 85 mode throughout the virtual Bundesliga season. Bochum ended up finishing the campaign in 6th place in the virtual Bundesliga, which is a very good result considering the fact that at the halfway stage of the season they were sat in 16th, so they really climbed back. Basinho was one of the key figures in their rejuvenation. Of course, we don't have many players that are making the crossover into the virtual Bundesliga world just yet. We are wondering whether that may happen more often on the back of the success of the Bundesliga Home Challenge and the way the likes of Nassim Buyalab and Munas de Boer have acquitted themselves. But Ulrich Bappo in the virtual Bundesliga already has legendary status.
He does indeed. Being able to get himself a win in the Bundesliga Home Challenge as well over Nur Katterbach of Cologne, 4-2 the last time out for him. And if he can produce the performances that his player in FIFA has been doing for Bochum today, again, against Adrian Stanilovic, then his legendary status will just continue to grow. And it'll be very interesting to possibly see or hear if his uncle is watching at any point today, because his uncle is a very famous name in the world of football. It's Samuel Eto'o, who, of course, we mentioned already in the show, having played against Dominic Schmidt of Holstein Kiel, formerly of Werder Bremen, and he's the Ulrich Bappo is the nephew of Samuel Eto'o, and was called the new Eto'o by Afrique Sports back in September 2019. Hopefully, for the 20-year-old, it's not the knee injury that comes to haunt him in that sense. Hopefully, he can go on and continue his progression with Bochum. He's only 20 years old, of course, so huge future ahead of him, hopefully, if injuries do stay away. And hopefully we have a special viewer in Samuel Eto'o at some point today. I'm not sure if we'd be able to find out if he does follow on the Bundesliga Home Challenge, but I'm sure that he'll be wanting to make sure he keeps an eye on how his nephew is doing in the FIFA world.
I would hope so. I'm sure he's has got a vested interest in the action in the Bundesliga home challenge, no doubt. So, Samuel, get in touch if you are listening. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know where in the world you're watching from, Mr. Eto. Yeah, one of the one of the greatest strikers of a generation, really, the Cameroonian there. And so, yes, big footsteps to follow in for his uncle. And the headline about him being the new Eto may have been a little hasty, let's say hasty, given the fact that he's still plying his trade in the second tier of German football right now. But there's no doubt, I'm sure he'll have picked up a few tips and tricks from Samuel Eto'o, his uncle. Whether that'll help him here in the Bundesliga home challenge remains to be seen. But yeah, the 20-year-old Ulrich Bappo, an academy player for Bochum, taking on an academy player for Leverkusen in Adrian Stanilovic. His only appearances for the Bayer Leverkusen first team have been in pre-season or mid-season friendlies, Adrian Stanilovic, but they do think very highly of him as a burgeoning holding midfielder. They have high hopes that he can become a big name in the first team when he does make his breakthrough. But as we see with so many Bundesliga clubs, there is this fine line and a balancing act with young players of when to rush them in and when to just hold off and give them a bit more time to mature, maybe in some of the youth teams, maybe in some of the lower leagues playing for the reserves in the rear, like the fourth tier or fifth tier. But the fact is, he's only 20 years old, Adrian Stanilovic. There's no rush with him whatsoever. And you have to say, in the Leverkusen midfield, he's got plenty of competition, doesn't he?
He does indeed. He'd have plenty of guys to try and break through against, the likes of Karim Demirbay, Julian Baumgartlinger, Charles Arangris, and many more, actually. So for him, no problem, no need to rush at all. Even if there are guys like Kai Havertz producing the goods at the age of 19, anything can be different in a player's progression. Everyone progresses at different times. We've seen players like Sandro Wagner in the past for Bayern Munich and Hoffenheim, and Henrik Weidand for Hanover, coming into the Bundesliga at older ages, progressing at different levels to certain other players. Not everyone has the same chances or development levels as everyone else, so no problem for him to be still waiting for his first team debut at the age of 20, and I'm sure that it will come in the next couple of years or so, especially if he can go on and show his stuff in the virtual world here, looking to avenge his 3-2 defeat against Felix Platter of Darmstadt here against Ulrich Bappo of Bochum.
Yeah, this is it. Stanilovic is the perfect example, and you could maybe say Bappo is as well, about players that are less well known in even their respective club circles. But this is a chance for fans to get to know them a little bit better, see them in action in a very different setting. I have to say, I like the fact that Stanilovic has a dartboard behind him.
Yeah, I like it as well.
Shows a man of good taste there.
Very much so.
Getting into the new trend in Germany. Darts is starting to become a booming sport, and I think it was the PDC that are trying to set up a remote match in the homes of all the darts players where they can film themselves whilst taking part in a virtual competition, as Bappo skies one over with a deflection, so he gets a corner for his efforts. And he's looking to really pick up where he left off last match day. Whereas we're intrigued to see whether Stanilovic has maybe used the 2-week hiatus from the Bundesliga Home Challenge to really hone his skills a little bit better. Maybe spending a bit more time with Kai Havertz, who, interestingly, I believe, gave everyone a look into what his FIFA Ultimate Team looked like. And he did admit he doesn't play Ultimate Team too much. But he still had Ronaldo, or Brazilian Ronaldo, I should say, along with Portuguese Ronaldo up front, flanked by himself and Ronaldinho. So it wasn't a bad-looking lineup, it has to be said. Oh, that's a risky pass at the back, and it might cost him here. Zoller finds a top corner. What a strike from Simon Zoller. And Bappo breaks the deadlock.
Top corner, top class from Ulrich Bappo. An outstanding finish, the first opening he's had. Lovely through ball into the space for Zoller to attack. And that first-time finish will do well to see a better one than that in the Bundesliga Home Challenge this weekend. Stunning across the goalkeeper and into the top corner, really as high into the top corner as you could possibly get there from Bappo, and a perfect way for him to start this game. 1-0 to the good in the opening 20 minutes here.
Yeah, and it's advantage Bochum on aggregate, of course, because of that 2-2 draw in the first leg. This one could go either way, still being played on the cliche term of a nice edge. But there are a few things sharper, let's be honest.
Like our cutting-edge commentary.
Absolutely, nothing sharper. The sharpest tools in the shed, Alex, no doubt about it. There's a chance here for Stanilovic. I think the foul is actually going to go against him there.
Yeah, penalised there, going into the Bochum box. He just needs to make sure he stays calm here, obviously coming in off the back of that defeat a couple of weeks ago. Doesn't want to let this game get away from him now, having gone behind early on. Needs to keep pressing forward as he is doing, trying to force the game. And he's got himself a free kick here. Bappo laughing away. That can't quite believe it, but a chance here from a set piece. Is he going to go? Is he going to go for goal from here, James?
Not if he's smart, Alex. 41 metres out from goal, angle against him. And indeed, he works it short because he doesn't even want to try and pump it into the box. Because we see from free kicks and corners, especially, you pump it into the mix too early, you don't win the header. You can find yourselves on the heels of a counter-attack and chasing your opponent down the pitch, which never, let's be honest, in FIFA, is never a good look.
Not at all. We've seen in the Bundesliga home challenge how well these guys can make the most of a counter-attack. It's one of the best and not easiest, but most clinical ways to score, especially with a low-driven cross, if you can get in the right position on the counter.
Oh, this is working nicely for Bappo. Important challenge at the back made by Stanilovic.
Fantastic challenge there to block that ball. That shot that was going to come in from Bappo could easily have made it 2-0. And now Stanilovic, can you make the most of your chance?
He's got a chance for the cutback, but he just halted the run maybe a little too soon. It allowed the defender to put pressure and ultimately forced the mistake. I have to say, he's maybe 1-0 down here, Stanilovic, but what we've seen from him on match day 1 and in the opening 35 minutes here, I think it's fair to say that he's acquitted himself better than Vendel and Amiri did.
100%. The fact that he's not 4-0 down already supports that. He's definitely put on a better show than those guys did. No surprise that he's been welcomed back. And it's good to see that he's clearly not been resting on his laurels after that defeat. He's clearly been putting in the hours to practice away. Let's see if he can get himself a goal before the break, because it would be huge if he can do that. Great ball in behind for Diaby.
I needed maybe one more 1-2 there instead of trying to take the man on for pace and dribbling. Those are the fine margins that can be so decisive. Instead, it's Bappo now turning into space nicely, being chased down by Vendel, who's out of position. Towards the back post, it could come. Instead, the goal at his mercy. Oh, it's just flashed across the face of goal. Bappo thought that was his second. Would have been a great time to score it as well shortly before half-time. Instead, it's Stanilovic with another let-off at the back. And while he is giving a better account of himself than Amiri and Vendel did, we're still not really seeing enough from him in the final third at one end, where he's looking quite vulnerable at the back himself.
100%. This might be his chance to show something off. Just not having that clinical nature when he gets in behind the Bochum defence. He doesn't quite know what to do when he gets into that position. And when you have a mindset like that, it's quite easy for a defender to come back and win the ball off you. Bappo, on the other hand, producing good defensive work and showing his class in front of goal as well, trying to create bigger chances. He obviously probably should have gone 2-0 up here before. The shot flashing wide. Maybe he's going to get another chance before the break. Probably not, as the half-time whistle does blow there. But a confident start for Bappo to go in ahead at half-time against Stanilovic. And he hasn't even conceded a shot there, James.
Yeah, that's not great when you're trying to pick up a positive result and build on a 2-2 draw from the first leg that was set up by Detto. And it's interesting, Stanilovic did play with Detto during a PR day back in February, and he took on Alario and Vendel and won 2-0, but considering what we've seen from Vendel, that may not be the most impressive result, if we're being honest. But he did say before match day 1 of the Bundesliga home challenge that he had picked up the controllers again, and he said, I'm just looking to have fun with it. And he also talked about the fact that his style is a counter-attacking style, Alex. And I think it's fair to say that Bappo, when he's come forward, he's been quite clinical himself, and he's given Stanilovic very little opportunity to counter. And when the counter has been on, Bappo and his back line have recovered positions well to close out any opportunities on goal. And right now, Stanilovic is struggling to really carve out anything of noteworthiness in front of goal. That's why he hasn't had a single shot. And we really need, well, he needs to change that in the second half if he's going to prevent Bappo making it 2 wins out of 2 and clinching what would be an aggregate victory for Bochum against Leverkusen.
Yeah, the hallmark of any counter-attacking team is being clinical in front of goal. And again, Stanilovic lets a chance go begging. A shot from the edge of the box from Alario just wisps wide of the post. But as I was saying, the hallmark is really being able to be clinical when you get forward on a counter-attack, making the right decisions, making the right passes to open up chances. And we haven't seen that so far from Stanilovic at all. Hopefully he makes some changes as he comes into this second half to try and make a difference in that sense. But he's struggling so far in front of goal. Just, as you said, not being able to make those right decisions and get the openings he's needed.
Well, after not having a single shot on goal in the first half, it's certainly a positive sign of intent from Stanilovic that he had an early shot in the second. Admittedly, he may have been a little too quick on the trigger. But given the fact that he's just a goal behind, this really is still all to play for. And in the context of the whole tie, I'd still go as far as saying that this could swing either way in favour of either Bochum or Leverkusen. It's Bochum with the goal advantage. Bassinho and Detto playing out a 2-2 draw. Bappo building on that with a goal in the first half here against Stanilovic, who's making his return to the Bundesliga home challenge after featuring on match day 1. He did talk about the fact that he may be tempted to try and pick up a few tips off Kai Havertz, but I think it's fair to say our assumption is that FIFA 20 may not be the go-to game in the Leverkusen squad. There may be others.
Detto will be frustrated hearing that. He'll be wanting to make sure the Leverkusen first team pay more attention to FIFA in the future.
Well, that's it. I mean, he's suffered 2 wins and a draw and a loss. But Detto, on the whole, has been, much like the Werder Bremen esports pros, let down by the professional players making the crossover into the virtual world. And the good thing is that no one has to get too upset about it, given the fact that in the Bundesliga home challenge, there is nothing on the line, no prizes on offer. This is not a knockout tournament. This is very much a carefree, fun FIFA invitational that was meant to provide a bit of light relief and entertainment during this troubling time with the coronavirus pandemic gripping the world. And we hope we've at least been able to play our part in doing that over the course of one of the last 4 weekends, even if you haven't joined us for all of it. In fairness, if you have joined us for all of it, I mean, give yourself a gold star, pat yourself on the back. I take my hat off to you. Alex and I were joking about the fact that our producers may be the only 2 that have actually listened to every second of our commentary, and they're going to listen to a bit more as well, as Bappo threw on goal there, denied a second to keep this game open. And remember, this is our penultimate tie of Day 1, match day 4 in the Bundesliga home challenge. Coming up next, it is a Lower Saxony derby between Hanover and Wolfsburg, as Stanilovic, closest he's gone to grabbing a goal, starting to carve out a few more chances in this second half. Bappo will need to heed the warning. The question now is, what changes can Stanilovic make to try and affect this game? He's got plenty of options on the bench. He only makes 2 changes, Alex.
Havertz and Bailey coming on, fresh legs. We saw Detto start with Havertz last game, and he was clinical and fantastic, actually.
the icing on the cake for Bappo. Palacios' pass is easily cut out at the back, and starting to see a bit of panic filter into Stanilovic's game, and that's never a good sign on FIFA. Panic tends to punish the panicker in the virtual world. Here's Winsheimer now. Hasn't scored himself. He's finding Bappo. Can't quite get the goal with his own player there, and there's potentially going to be one last chance in this now for Leverkusen. Not if he can't move the ball on. So instead, will it be Bappo with the final goal-scoring opportunity of the game? The defence is on top in the closing exchanges. And that should be that. And it's Bochum who grind out a narrow win after the 2-2 draw in the first leg. Bappo with a 1-0 victory to seal the deal. Delight for him, 2 wins out of 2. But that was hard fought.
Grinding it out is the perfect way of describing it, James. A difficult one for Bochum. But in the end, they get the job done. 1-0 from Bappo, taking the victory for Bochum. 3-2 across the 2-legged tie. And as much as Adrian Stanilovic has suffered a second defeat in this Bundesliga home challenge experience, it was an improved performance from him after his first defeat against Felix Platter, but still just lacking that clinical nature in front of goal at the other end and unable to find the back of the net against Bappo. And it means that only 5 goals scored across that tie. We won't have quite hit the record books in terms of goals that we've scored so far this weekend. There's still hope with plenty more games to come. One more game to come today, of course, as we mentioned, towards the end of that Bochum-Leverkusen game, and that will be between Wolfsburg and Hanover.
It will indeed. 55 goals scored. A quick calculation just done.
Quick maths.
It's not so bad. I try every now and again. But yeah, 55 goals scored so far in the 7 games we've had to date. One final fixture, in case you're just joining us and haven't figured out what the format of the Bundesliga home challenge is. Here is a recap. 30 teams, 60 players, 15 two-legged ties across Saturday and Sunday. 8 today, 1 left, 7 tomorrow. Still plenty to play for in Sunday's action, but each tie consists of 2 one-on-one matches played on the PS4 on the 85 game mode. The aggregate score of both legs gives us the overall winner. It does mean that we have had a couple of draws in the Bundesliga home challenge mix. There's no golden goals, no penalty shootouts, nothing like that, because this is all a very friendly invitational FIFA tournament set on by the DFL to help us cope with the football-free period that we are currently going through. But the 85 game mode means that players that would normally have a FIFA rating of above 85 have been dropped to 85. Players with a rating below 85 have been raised to 85. It makes for a very even playing field, and it does give us what we believe is the best spectacle in terms of a FIFA tournament, especially a friendly invitational like this one, the Bundesliga home challenge. And while we may not be on course for a record-breaking goals tally with just 55 scored in those 7 games so far, you can't really turn your nose up at the entertainment value that we have had. And what we are looking forward to in this one is the Wolfsburg newcomer, Bene CR7X, or Benedict Bauer, his normal name. I think we'll try and call him Bene CR7X. Oh, I got it out better that time. That's better.
That was fantastic.
Up against H96_Don Chap. He has been a big character in the Bundesliga home challenge, it has to be said, throughout his appearances. He's had a few mixed results, but Bene CR7X coming into it for the first time, and he does bring with him a very formidable reputation in the virtual Bundesliga world and in the esports world in general. Wolfsburg players are in high acclaim, both in the virtual Bundesliga world and in the FIFA Ultimate Team world as well. And Bene CR7X has certainly had a few very notable results in the competitive FIFA world. We now look to see whether he can transfer that into the Bundesliga home challenge as well. He was in action against Munas de Boer as well, I believe, earlier in a tournament during the coronavirus crisis. That was actually very early on. That was before the Bundesliga home challenge started, if I'm not mistaken. He was also part of the Wolfsburg team that lost to Malmö in the Swedish side's FIFA Invitational. We mentioned that last week when Dulan Mike was in action. Dulan Mike, let's be honest, he was a newcomer last week, 17 years old, really took us by storm, beating Megabit. Bene CR7X, 17 years old. Can he do the same, Alex, against H96_Don Chap?
I wouldn't put him against him, considering what happened last weekend. We were, another lesson learned in expecting the unexpected with Doolin Mike's big win over Megabit. And regardless of Don Chap's experience in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, it could be another case of Bene CR7 producing the goods coming into it from a new standpoint. He's not used to playing in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, of course. Maybe not used to playing in the 85 mode, but it could bring its advantages as well. Maybe it's for him a chance to be a bit more free in his gameplay, try some new things that he's not used to trying. These are all the things that we have to consider, because obviously these guys are used to playing Ultimate Team. That's the main mode on FIFA. It's what these guys go to. That's what they stream most of the time, and obviously play to compete at the highest level, of course. And but it does promote the opportunity that the 85 mode brings with it, a bit more freedom. And for Don Chap as well, it's an opportunity for him to try and improve on his performances. As James said, he's had some mixed results so far. Only a 1-0 loss to Yannick of Augsburg on match day 1. And considering Yannick's performances in the recent weeks, that really can't be seen as too bad of a result. From what I remember, it was a very tight affair as well. And then obviously he lost 2-1 to Gottseri of Darmstadt. Another tight result. Gottseri, of course, has had a really successful Bundesliga Home Challenge. He beat Detto as well. And so 2 defeats for Don Chap. And then, of course, he got that big win over Todibo last weekend. He was the man to take advantage of Todibo's quite clear inexperience in the FIFA world, going out 9-2 in the end. Todibo getting a man sent off as well. So
they both did in that one, didn't they? By the end, I thought Marcel Deutscher also finished the game with 10 men, but Todibo's red card was early.
It was.
and Don Chap's was late.
It is part of the reason why he got that 9-2 win, of course. Obviously, an esports guy coming up against the Bundesliga professional can always lead to a bit of disparity between their performances, but Todibo did not help himself in that game, and Don Chap took advantage. So he's going to look for another win to try and build from that, but of course it's going to be a bit more of a difficult affair for him today, coming up against Bene CR7, who's definitely more experienced in the world of FIFA, despite his age, being only 17 years old. As James said, lots of experience in the foot world. Can he bring it to the Bundesliga Home Challenge now? We have to wait and see.
Well, what I have to say is I dipped into his Twitter account, Bene CR7. I like the way you're leaving the X off, because I think the X is throwing me, and I think you're right. I think it's a good move, actually, and so I'm going to follow your lead, Alex.
I am.
Chaffer there. I think it's a veteran move there from you.
It is indeed.
Which is very good. So Bene CR7, there we go. A little easy to say, but I dipped into his Twitter profile. And the fact is, he has been actually taking note of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And there was a lovely tweet on April 5th when he was saying, as if Marcel Hartl has just overturned a 6-1 deficit against Frankfurt. With the crying, laughing emoji face, he said, I am really celebrating the Bundesliga Home Challenge. It's absolutely fantastic. He said the way that the footballers and the referees as well are getting involved in the mix is what he calls in German herrlich, which I think the loose translation is brilliant, or heavenly, or whatever you want to call it. But the fact is, he is someone that has taken delight in what the Bundesliga Home Challenge has produced over the 4 weekends so far, and we hope you guys at home who have tuned in, whether it's for 5 minutes, whether it's for a whole game, whether it's been for a whole day or a whole match day, we cannot say thank you enough for tuning in, getting involved, and we hope, as we said, that like Bene CR7, you have enjoyed the action as well, and just the wide range of what this Bundesliga Home Challenge has had to offer, from skill gaps to experiences on FIFA. Maybe you've been able to take a delight in a player suffering some of the same fates that you do on FIFA sometimes. I know that's been one of the things for me where I've seen, that's the type of mistake I make. Oh, it's good to see that I'm not the only one that does it. And the fact is, there have been some results that would not look out of place on my track record on FIFA 20 either. And I am, yes, admitting to that 11-1 defeat to Nico Schlotterbeck by Maximilian Mittelstädt. I don't know whether it's happened. Have I lost by 10 goals this season? Probably not, because I tend to quit before that happens. But anyway, that's a whole nother story in and of itself. But yeah, the Bundesliga Home Challenge It has given us twists and turns. It's given us highlights aplenty. And as we've said, we hope you guys are enjoying it as much as we are. And this final game, or this final tie, I should say, between Wolfsburg and Hanover has the potential for fireworks. These two esports pros going head-to-head in match one with Bene CR7 and H96 Don Chap. Lino Kasten in the second match has proven himself to be quite a dab hand when it comes to his FIFA ability. And the Hanover 96 professional players haven't been the best. Janus Horn, Julian Korb have acquitted themselves well at times, but they've often been on the receiving end of results. And Lino Kasten, you'd have to say, would be the favourite in that second match.
I tend to agree with that, James. Even if he had a baptism of fire when he first arrived in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, he suffered that defeat at the hands of Nassim Buyalab, but he responded well last weekend, getting himself a 4-2 win over Milos Velkovic. Very good to see that happen. But again, in the game against Buyalab, he lost it 3-0, but he didn't look out of place at all. He was putting in good challenges, and I think it's clear to see from Buyalab's performance earlier today, beating Ashraf Hakimi 8-0, that he is one of the, far and away, the best Bundesliga professional players on FIFA that we have seen. And just alluding to your point on Benedict Bauer, Bene CR7 again on his tweet as well. So fantastic to see these guys who haven't been involved in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far, watching it from home. And it's great, of course, that he gets to get involved on match day 4. And we'll have to wait and see if he becomes a Marcel Hartl or a who did Marcel Hartl defeat? Who was it on the receiving end of his 6-1 win?
Oh, it's got to be actually Frankfurt. It had to be Neil Stendera.
Of course, yeah. So is he going to be a Marcel Hartl or is he going to be a Neil Stendera? He's going to obviously want to not be on the losing side of things because he'll be getting a few tweets, a few responses to that tweet that he sent out.
Exactly.
Will be coming his way. He says the things from behind the keyboard, but now he has a chance to prove that he's got what it takes to compete in the Bundesliga Home Challenge itself. Really, really nice to see that a guy like him involved as a fan now gets to be involved as a player as well. And we're just a few minutes away now, I think, from getting this final game of the day underway between Wolfsburg and Hanover. And first up, Bene CR7 and Don Chap of Hanover. And it has been a really fun day so far. Highlight so far for me has to be that Nassim Buyalab win over Achraf Hakimi. 8-0 the scoreline, 4 goals coming from Buyalab himself. I think he's been far away the best player using his own player in the Bundesliga Home Challenge we've seen so far. There could be others, of course. Plenty have scored lots of goals with themselves. Not always possible for some players. Obviously, we've had a few goalkeepers involved, a few defenders. But Buyalab has been fantastic with his own player. Lino Kasten, obviously a goalkeeper as well, probably won't have the opportunity to try and score with himself. Maybe, depending on the scoreline, he might push himself up front. We'll have to wait and see for that. But at the moment, we can see these guys getting themselves ready tactically, preparing themselves for the penultimate, no, not the penultimate, well, the penultimate game of the day, but the final tie of the day of this Saturday, the first of 2 days across match day 4 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
Yeah, that's it. And we are looking forward to this newcomer, Bene CR7X. I'll throw the X on this time. I'm just not going to try doing it during the game. I think it's just going to come out all sorts of wrong. Definitely got to brush up on that one a little bit. But yeah, we wait to see what he can produce. And let's be honest, this is another of the derbies on day 1 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Really, the theme of match day 4 has been derby time. We've had some thrilling results already today. We've had Schalke pick up the bragging rights in the Revier derby with a thrilling 8-0 victory, courtesy of the man Alex was just talking about, Nassim Buyalab up against Achraf Hakimi. We have had Darmstadt take the bragging rights against Frankfurt in a thrilling opening to proceedings today. Gladbach 4-0 winners against arch rivals Köln. And now we close out the show with another Lower Saxony derby between Hanover and Wolfsburg. And we are underway. Bene CR7X up against Don Chap of Hanover 96. And Bene right up in his camera there. You can see he wants to get involved in the action. Delighted to be involved, as he mentioned on stream last night. and I'm sure there will be a great amount of intent where he really wants to kind of make his mark as early as possible. But the fact is, he looks like he's already spotted something he doesn't like, and he's lined up a pause already. So we'll wait to see how long he has to wait for that to take effect. But Don Trapp, if he's seen that, may want to apply even more pressure than he was going to, knowing that Bene may not be happy with something about his either controls or his setup or his formation, his system, whatever it is. As we see him look to put Joao Victor in behind. Well defended by Don Trapp, getting his body across the ball. Took the momentum out of the run for Joao Victor there for Wolfsburg.
Interesting to see as well. Bene is one of these guys with a dark room behind him. His full focus is on the screen in front of him. Full focus indeed, taking away any distractions, of course. Whereas Don Trapp, very much sort of a family setup, really. He's got plenty of lights on in the background. It is fun to see these guys and setups. Obviously, we're only able to see the small section of their player cams, but another nice little detail of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, which I'm sure you've all enjoyed, especially seeing your favourite Bundesliga players up close and personal and how they celebrate the goals they've been scoring during the FIFA games that we've seen.
Yeah, one of the other fun facets of it is I think Don Trapp's beard has definitely grown since we first saw him enter the Bundesliga Home Challenge. He's got a strong moustache going at the very least. But unfortunately, the Bundesliga Home Challenge is not won and lost by facial hair and grooming ability. Instead, it is decided out on the I don't know where I was going with that one for a second, but it's decided out on the virtual pitch. I've pulled it back to the Bundesliga Home Challenge action that we're seeing already, and you can see that this is a very tense opening with very little daylight, but this is a chance for Ginczek. Oh, he's got his legs tanned a couple of times in there. I don't know whether Bene CR7 was hoping that a penalty might be given. And we have seen the referees in this Bundesliga Home Challenge produce a spectrum of levels of strictness. Some have been incredibly strict. Some have given red cards for challenges we're not sure were red card were. We've seen some give penalties that we were questioning as well. Others have very much towed the line and wanted the play to maintain its momentum without breaking it up with too many interferences. And we have to say, those are the types of referees that we truly respect here on the Bundesliga Home Challenge, because there is so much at play for these teams and these players.
I think Bene would be happy if the referee made a decision here just randomly so he could get his pause in play. He made it in the first couple of minutes. We're now at the 25-minute mark, and still the ball has yet to go out of play at all. It is fun when you see that. It's very interesting that it takes so long sometimes in the game time itself to get that pause going, because the ball just stays in play for so long. We haven't seen any real shots on goal so far of anger, but there's the first one from Don Trapp, and it brings with it the pause after a good save from Kasten. Hands Hanover a corner, and now Bene does have a chance to change a few things around if he does want to.
Including his camera angle, very important for the face cam. I do appreciate that, Bene. Look at that fixed youngster for Wolfsburg. And that was it. It took a long time for the first shot of the game to come. It went Don Trapp's way. It allows Bene to capitalise on that pause. And I just wonder what he was looking to change, what he wasn't particularly happy with there in his setup in the opening 25 minutes.
Yeah, it might have been something as simple as some of his controls, or one player out of position that he didn't want to have. Maybe something about his tactics. We'll have to wait and see. Don Trapp coming close, though, to opening the scoring again. Henrik Weidand, I think that was, with the header at the near post. Well saved again by Kasten. Another corner for Hanover, this time cleared by the Wolfsburg defence.
Here is Julian Korb on the ball. Don Trapp still has men forward from the corner, but he's also carved out some vital time for his defenders to get back and prevent Bene maybe capitalising on the counter. He's wriggled free here with Brekalo. The Croatian with time and space to work with, straight to the byline. Bene with a chance. Oh. What a glorious opportunity it was too. And, well, Joao Victor has every right to feel aggrieved with the fact that he hasn't hit the target there, Alex.
Yeah, I think Bene was expecting the net to ripple there. Good work to get to the byline and stick with the ball, keep it in possession, to then work it towards the goal. And just Joao Victor, I think it was just a bit too close to that near post to be able to really cut it back. Obviously had to go for the shot with his front foot, and in the end just couldn't get enough curl on it, get enough drag back on the ball to angle it towards the goal. And in the end it went past the wrong side of the post. But a good opening from Bennett, who's definitely had the better of the attacking play so far. But we're quickly approaching half time and the score remains the same. It's a tight and nervy affair, as you said. These guys showing that they're of a similar playing level so far.
Well, Bennett combining well. It's opened up here for Ginczek. Didn't want to go for the early shot. Dragged back to try and lose his marker, but Felipe has stayed touch tight there. Chance now for Joao Victor on the edge of the area. Teeing up Camacho, back to Ginczek. Couldn't turn past his marker. And so the offside flag again up to deny him.
Really good defensive work from Donchap there, as you said, just sticking with the man. It's so difficult to do that when they're twisting and turning the way that they are on the edge of the box. Donchap is one of these guys who James has alluded to. We want to try and give these guys extra exposure and get them more followers on Twitch. He said that he wants to try and increase exposure. He's new to the esports game, only since 2018. He's been on YouTube and Twitch. He's got work to do here to make sure he doesn't go behind before the break, which he does do. And in terms of building his exposure, do go over and check out his YouTube and Twitch channels, Donchap28. And he is one of only 5 players to beat Megabit in the virtual Bundesliga. So he's one of the big names in the scene. He's new to it, but has made a few statement wins in his time. He's looking to try and make a few statements now again.
Guidetti bursting forward, the cutback well cut out by the trailing leg of John Anthony Brooks there. Oh, that's a bit of an inventive pass from Bene CR7. Flicking it up on the volley, and it was the right idea. Unfortunately, the first touch from Daniel Ginczek just letting him down at the vital moment. And once again, we have another one of these esports head-to-head, Alex, and this has been the trend for today, where there is so little to differentiate between their skill levels, and there's so little for them to work with in terms of goal-scoring opportunities. It means we're seeing very tight matches, and on this occasion, yet another goalless first half.
It's actually something we haven't seen as much as I was expecting us to see in this Bundesliga home challenge. In the last 3 weeks, as much as we've seen tight games and these guys play against each other so often, they're so expert in their way of playing, we've seen open games. We've seen plenty more goals than I was expecting. So I'm actually not surprised that we've seen a few more 0-0s at half-time in the first legs, especially between the esports guys. It is so hard for them to break through.
Interestingly, I actually have Bene CR7's stream up on my laptop to my left, and he just wrote in the chat, I need to shoot more, which is certainly one way to go about trying to win this game, Bene. So we'll see whether he can pull that off in the second half. But it's all his chat going, what are you doing writing in the chat? Shouldn't you be concentrating on the game? I love that element of it as well. Fantastic. Interacting with his community, and his community wants him fully focused on all things Bundesliga home challenge right now.
And that's why esports is so fun. You can interact with the player as he's playing the game and let him know what you think, and you know that every so often he's going to be looking over at his chat and having a look and seeing what they recommend him to do, and obviously he's seeing that he needs to have a few more shots at goal. At the moment, Donchap is looking the most likely to get a shot away, but it's well defended again from Bene. He's doing well to cut out Donchap's attacks. Just needs to, as he's said himself, get his own ones going a bit more and get some more attacking movement going.
A fun thing about this now, and I don't mean to get distracted too much, but Gotzeri and Bremo have both popped up in Bene CR7's chat now, and they're both talking, well, Bremo's talking about the own goal he conceded earlier. He's telling Gotzeri to go check it out, which is absolutely fantastic. So, yeah, right now, the esports pros, the German FIFA world, taking over Bene CR7's chat on Twitch. For now, our focus and my focus will return to what is actually going on the virtual pitch, because this is brewing into a fantastic battle, which could be decided by one chance either way. And right now, you have to say, Bene CR7, his patience is admirable, Alex, but unless he's going to convert it into some sort of end product, there's no point being patient here.
Yeah, definitely. He needs to make some changes now or never. Second half has been very slow for him. Donchap's had the upper hand in the opening 15 minutes or so of this second half. Haven't seen many chances again since the beginning of the second half period, but It has been Don Chap on top at the moment, and unless something changes from Bene, it could be the Hanover man that does get our first goal of the game at some point in the second half.
Oh, chance for Don Chap. That through ball was on. We all saw it. And we could all see what he intended. Unfortunately, the angles were against him. The keeper was smartly off his line there.
It was the right idea from the Hanover man, just a bit too late to get it going, and in the end the pass was too close to Lino Castan, who got out well to make the save. But this is the thing, Bene's had it 3 or 4 times now in the last couple of minutes. He can't break through the Hanover midfield. His passes are just not getting beyond the Hanover defensive line in front of their back four, and it's proving to be a pressure cooker situation at the moment for Bene. And at the moment, Don Chap looks likely to make the most of it. He just needs, he himself will be frustrated as well. He hasn't had the attacking chances from this pressure that he will have wanted.
Here comes Bene though with a rare foray forward. Ginczek can't bundle his way through, and just look at the anguish on his face as that chance doesn't quite come off for him. Immediately he cues up a pause in the attempts to try and bring on some fresh legs that could affect play in the closing stages. And now Don Chap again threatening. And this is it. Both players have produced threats, and they've produced an element of goal-scoring ability in front of goal in terms of creating the chances at least. But neither are really creating that clear-cut chance.
I think both of them need to take the advice Bene had for himself and shoot a bit more, just like that from Don Chap.
Volleys from the edge of the box. We'll take those all day long. And this is it. I was checking in on his weekend league results so far. Bene CR7 is someone that does play on the PlayStation and the Xbox. He hasn't played any games on the PlayStation so far, which does show that he maybe favours the Xbox. And we should mention, this is a cross-console event that is... Excuse me, it's not a cross-console event. It's a crossover event played on one console, which is the PS4. But he's 9-1 on Xbox, which is certainly not a bad record. But right now, certainly not having it his own ways. And so what we are seeing here is the introduction of a player that has played a big part for Wolfsburg off the bench, Alex, and that's Karamoko. He's been a big joker, as they like to say, in the pack for Wolfsburg, coming off the bench and playing the role of super sub. Can he do it again here to maybe get Bene into this game?
Yeah, that's it. He's scored a couple of goals from the bench when they've needed it most, and he comes on now for Renato Steffen. And here's a chance possibly for Wolfsburg. A bit of interesting goalkeeping movement from Don Chap and Ron Robert-Zieler.
He knew what he was doing the whole time. He was in complete control of that situation, Alex, I believe it. With a chance on from the corner. Brooks, well, even on the 85 mode, shooting from the edge of the area with John Anthony Brooks is not best advised. Unfortunately, the move breaks down for Bene in the end. And we've got just under quarter of an hour remaining in yet another one of these hard-fought, tense and tight ties between esports professionals. We've had 2 0-0 draws already today. We'd only had one in the entire Bundesliga home challenge before match day 4 started. We've had 2 already. We are right now on course for our third. Again, though, the silver lining and the positive that we will draw from a negative here of a goalless draw, which, again, we're being greedy, and there's nothing wrong with a goalless draw because it still has been an entertaining and fascinating fixture. But the silver lining is that the second legs after these goalless draws have tended to be barnstorming events, and 2 big wins. One for Schalke with Nassim Buyalab, an 8-0 win. The other for Hiepen of Gladbach. It was a 4-0 win for him against Noah Katterbach. But Karamoko coming forward dangerously here. Immediately getting involved off the bench, but it's just not falling for Bene. And in fairness, it's just not falling for Don Chap either. I feel like they have all this promising build-up play, Alex, and right when you want them to make that crucial pass that may make the difference, it's just not forthcoming right now.
That's it. It's the final pass that's not working for either of them. With 5 minutes to go, I don't know how many chances we're really going to get when it's not working so far for these guys. Maybe one moment of magic can decide it. As Don Chap working the ball around the edge of the Wolfsburg box and into it with Weidan. He can't quite get it into a position for another man, though. It's a dangerous challenge from the Wolfsburg defence. Bene in full concentration mode, as you can see, right up against his screen. Can he get the last chance of the game now, with minutes ticking on?
With every passing minute, we've lost more and more of Bene in our face cam. We are now reduced to a bit of eyebrow and a forehead and a hairline. And that's, hey, you know what? I'm not going to blame him. I like the fact that he's taking it seriously here as we enter the closing stages. And will there be one last chance? It looks like it could be Don Trapp that gets it. Vidant has caused problems, but he's snuffed out on that occasion. So can Bene build from the back one last time? Dying seconds now. Doesn't have a lot of time to work with, and a first touch like that is going to let him down every step of the way. And so it is indeed our third goalless draw of the day. Match day 4, day 1 in the Bundesliga home challenge. Something we have not become used to seeing, but it's now happened for the third time today, Alex. So Bene CR7 giving a good account of himself. Don Trapp can be pleased with that performance, but both will be disappointed with the lack of goal-scoring ability they demonstrated in that one.
Very much so. Bene told himself and his chat at half-time, I need to get more shots going, but neither of these guys were able to do it in the second half, and now we have to rest our hopes in the Bundesliga professionals once again providing that second leg goal frenzy that we've seen following a 0-0 draw in the first game. Can Lino Kasten and Janus Horn provide that for us? That will be our final game of the day between Wolfsburg and Hanover as youth goalkeeper Lino Kasten takes on defender Janus Horn. And that was a really funny comment. I just wanted to make a comment on your comment, James, on us losing more and more of Bene's face there as the game wore on. It's a nice way of describing that, because I hadn't quite noticed it myself, but credit to you, James. That was I like that.
Every now and again, Alex, I'll come out with
every
a good
so
one.
often you do make me chuckle.
The puns have been reduced today. Admittedly, I think that's because I've used up most of my best ones over the first 3 match days. But hey, that's the way this commentary gig goes sometimes when you got to do 4 weekends in a row of back-to-back non-stop action in the Bundesliga home challenge. We are so close to the end of day 1, match day 4 so far. And it has, even if the goals haven't quite flown as freely, we have had a wonderful day bringing you the action once again of the Bundesliga home challenge. And it's funny that Bremo right now is giving Bene CR7 a bit of grief in his chat on Twitch, which I don't get. Bremo, I don't know how Bremo can do that after his disappointing performance earlier today. But hey, I'm sure, just like some of our comments, there may be a bit of tongue-in-cheek there from Bremo of Dynamo Dresden. Oh, no, sorry, Wien Wiesbaden, excuse me, not Dresden. Dresden in action tomorrow against Leipzig in one of the highlights of day 2 on Sunday on match day 4. But what we do have now is one final fixture, one final head-to-head. And what a way to end the day, Alex, where coming into this final fixture, we're at a stalemate. Clean slate. It's all to play for. Lino Kasten, Janus Horn. Janus Horn cannot afford to be as defensive as Julian Korb was last weekend for Hanover. And Lino Kasten, I think it's fair to say, we're expecting him to try and put himself on the front foot early.
I totally agree with that, yeah. Even in his defeat to Buyalab, he showed that he's got really good talent in terms of his FIFA ability. Showed that in his win over Milos Velkovic. And for Janus Horn, who in his only appearance in the Bundesliga home challenge so far got that 1-1 draw against Marco Richter, he's going to have something he wants to prove. He's going to want to get himself a win in this game. The 23-year-old on loan at Hanover from Cologne. He's a product of Wolfsburg's academy, in fact, so an extra incentive for him coming up against the team that made him the player he is, you could say. And Janus Horn as well, one of the more interesting stories in terms of the coronavirus pandemic at the moment. He was one of 2 players, the second Hanover player to test positive for the coronavirus, one of the first teams to be affected by it in the Bundesliga and Bundesliga 2. And luckily, the Hanover defender has recovered now. He says he was absolutely spent. He couldn't believe what his body was going through. And I'm sure it's been a very similar case for anyone that has had to suffer with the coronavirus. We send our best wishes to anyone who's had to suffer with it or knows family members or friends who've been suffering. We hope they have recovered well. And if they're still fighting it, we hope they're able to recover in the end. As we get our final game underway, hopefully we can keep bringing you smiles in this difficult time. And Lino Kasten and Janus Horn now ready to entertain you for our final game of this first day of match day 4 in the Bundesliga home challenge. We're all set. winner takes all here between Wolfsburg and Hanover. What are we going to see in this final game?
Well, I have to say, Alex, first thing I've noticed, we've changed rooms with Lino Kasten.
That's true.
We are no longer in his e-sporting setup where he had some FIFA Ultimate Team cards adorning his back wall. We seem to have moved into the living room, which I have to say has a lovely shelving unit behind him. But maybe we should focus on the football a little bit more before I start getting too nosy in terms of the interior design of some of these professional footballers. My wife would be proud of a comment like that from me, though. Maybe she's rubbing off on me a little bit after all these years. But for now, Kasten, in a change of scenery, but hoping not for a change of results. He has been one of the more impressive players in the Bundesliga home challenge, it has to be said, since he burst onto the scene on match day 2, and he's coming forward dangerously here with Felix Klaus. 2 to aim for in the box. It's back with Klaus. Chance still alive, twisting and turning. Drag backs, ball rolls. He's got all the tricks in his locker, Lino Kasten. Can he find the finish? Well, he can do this all day long, but where's the goal? It's not forthcoming. Strong save in the end there.
He was enjoying himself with Felix Klaus there, having a twist and turn, having a bit of a samba battle with the Hanover defence. In the end, he did get the pass away, and the shot was good, but well met by Zieler in the Hanover goal. Good start from Kasten, as we expected. We were building up his ability on this game in the build-up, and we expect him to take the front foot in this game. Janus Horn, though, something to prove. He's not going to want to sit back and let Kasten control the game. As you see now, he's coming forward as well and looking for his first chance of the game on the Wolfsburg goal, but nothing coming of that chance.
Yeah, I do feel with the first leg ending goalless, that again, it's a slightly cliche, and it's one we have talked about a couple of times today, but the opening goal, I feel, in this one could be crucial. I feel like if Kasten gets it, there may be no way back for Janus Horn. If Horn gets it, then it could actually bring out the best in Kasten in terms of his goal-scoring ability. But you can see here, Horn definitely adopting a very defensive approach. 2 almost rigid banks of 4 for these light blue shirts of Wolfsburg to try and break down. And here is Klaus, again dancing in the box. Oh, it's another great chance and another great save from Zieler.
Really good movement from Kasten in the Hanover box. Able to get that pass across goal, which he's trying to look for now again. The only thing that stopped him is Zieler in the Hanover goal so far. It's been fantastic so far, Kasten, but the only thing missing is that perfect shot on goal to beat the goalkeeper. Now Hanover and Horn coming forward at the other end.
Yeah, Horn were with a rare foray forward. Don't know whether he was going for the fake shot or actually took the shot there, but oh my word, he is exposed at the back right now. Ginczek, one pass through on goal to take the lead. It's another good save by Zieler. He's on form in this game right now. The World Cup winning goalkeeper for Germany, Ron Robert Zieler, one of those that often forgotten the fact that he was actually in that World Cup winning team, and that's another brilliant save from the header from the corner. Chance still alive. Overhead kick! Oh, I so wanted it to go in, and it didn't even get close to the goal, Alex.
What an effort, though. Glad to hear that Lino Kasten has been listening to our prayers. Not as close as we came with Marcel Hartel's insane overhead kick in his game that cannoned back off the crossbar from a corner.
That is the closest we've come. We've had that direct free kick come off the woodwork as well.
We have indeed. Lino Kasten trying to make sure that our dreams of an overhead kick come true, but he'll have to do better than that if he wants to make it a reality. Now he's got some defending to do at the other end of the pitch, and he's doing it well so far in all assets of his performance.
Yeah, in terms of a game between 2 professional footballers, this has actually been quite evenly matched. And just as I say that, I thought Duck should open the scoring there. Unfortunately, he can't turn his header on target. And so it's another scare survived by Kasten, but we made him the favourite coming into this. I wonder whether we jumped the gun a little bit, because Horn is acquitting himself quite well so far. And we did mention the fact that, of course, he was the second player in Germany to receive a positive coronavirus test. It obviously allowed him to spend a little more time at home, and he got involved in the hashtag Stay at Home Cup that was organised by Hanover. It was to raise money to help the homeless in the city, and he took part along with teammates Linton Miner, Floron Muslia, Julian Korb and Cedric Teuchert. And after appearing on match day 1 of the Bundesliga home challenge and getting that 1-1 draw against Marco Richter, who, if you remember and you have joined us, was predicting a 9-0 loss on that occasion. Oh, Horn, he's so unlucky not to score there. Bodies were hitting the floor for Kasten and the Wolfsburg back line, and one of them was in the right place at the right time to make a vital block.
What a stunning block that was. I think it was Robin Knocker, the last line of defence in front of Kasten himself in the Wolfsburg goal. That's one of the best blocks we've seen so far. And I think it's a good time to remind everyone that we've seen some fantastic defensive work today. I can, off the top of my head, remember so many great last-ditch tackles and blocks and clearances that we've seen. It's proven to be a worthy competitor in terms of stopping the goals going in, being just as important as scoring them at the other end. These guys, again, showing that defensive work has been the order of the day so far in the Bundesliga home challenge on match day 4. It's been keeping the goals out that have proven worthwhile for these guys, definitely improving on their defensive capabilities across the board so far.
It really is fascinating to see which trend has emerged and come, to become so prominent across the course of a match day. And I think you're right, Alex. Without jumping to too many conclusions, when we've still got 7 games to come tomorrow, the trend has been a marked improvement in defensive work. It's something we've seen manifest itself certainly between esports pros, but Soto with a nice little move to get away from his marker, teeing up Prib for the shot, and now it's Kasten making a save with himself. He won't be on the score. He won't get on the score sheet, Lino Kasten. It doesn't mean that his virtual player cannot have a part to play between the sticks. And there's another save. It's off the bar. It flew over the fingertips of Kasten, with the woodwork was left rattling by that fierce effort from Janus Horn right on the stroke of half-time. What a blow that could have been to Kasten's prospects. But after a goalless first leg, we're goalless at half-time in the second. And I don't know which way this tie is going to go, Alex.
I think it's fair to say the most important players so far have been each goalkeeper. I think we could easily have seen 4 or 5 goals in this first half. And I'm with you, James. I have no idea of how this game is going to go. Both these guys have got forward well and had their chances. Kasten having the earlier ones in the first half, and Janus Horn coming into the game towards the end of that first half there, getting a few late opportunities in front of goal. Both of them looking capable of finding the opening goal in this game. But we are 45 minutes away, James, from having our first ever tie in the Bundesliga home challenge finished without a goal, and I am absolutely disgusted.
I'm not disgusted, but it's not happening. I don't believe it. It's not happening, Alex.
It can't.
It's not going to happen. Not in the Bundesliga home challenge. Not in the highest scoring FIFA tournament out there in the world right now during this coronavirus pandemic that has entertained us and delighted us in equal measure with all of its goal-scoring exploits. And this is a game between 2 professional footballers. And are they going to disprove our entire theory about games between pro footballers being more open and more goal-rich? I don't think so. It's
Surely
happening.
not.
We're seeing a breakthrough in this game. It's going to happen. I believe. As I say, I don't know which way it's going to go right now. Horn, Kasten, it could go either way. And the thing is, I almost feel like when the first goal happens, we could have a flood of them in this one. It could then end up back end to end where they're both getting quick responses to falling behind or going ahead, whatever it is. Because we are seeing both Horn and Kasten play with a distinct counter-attacking style. When Horn wins the ball in midfield, you can see he's got 3 players positioned very high up the pitch. Kasten has exactly the same, and we saw that cause Milos Velkovic a world of trouble last time out in that 4-2 loss. Here we see it coming to good effect again. What a chance that was to take the lead. Ginczek on the follow-up. Oh, it's still not cleared. Now, Wischlager plucked out of the air by Ron Robert Seeler. Who has changed the game mechanics in FIFA 20? Someone has turned the dial up on FIFA goalkeeping in the last 45 minutes. I don't know what's happened, Alex, but I'm calling it fixed.
Ron Robert Seeler has just made 3 fantastic saves in the space of 10 seconds or so. Maybe he's the best goalkeeper we've got in the virtual Bundesliga, the 85 mode. Incredible stuff. Lino Kasten would be proud of that himself. Can he make a save at the other end as well? As Janus Horn comes close again. We're not being deprived of chances here, James, at all. We're just being deprived of the goal, and I totally agree with you. I think if we do get one in the next few minutes here, as Marvin Dux comes forward for Hanover, can he get that one there? Oh, it's so close again.
No! Oh, Horn can't believe it.
If we get one, I feel like more are going to follow, but it's just how can we get that one?
Well, right now, Lino Kasten with his goal kicks is doing his best to create a mistake to lead to a goal. So I appreciate his efforts on that front, but it may not be the best way to go about getting the result he wants in this game. We are on tenterhooks, and there's haven't actually been too many times where that's been the case in the Bundesliga home challenge. We've seen a lot of one-sided victories. We've seen first legs turn the tide in the second leg. But in terms of a gritty double 0-0, we haven't even come close. So right now, I think it tells you everything you need to know. The fact that Alex and I have no idea which way this game is going to fall. And you feel like the first domino could lead to a knock-on effect. But we need that first domino to fall, and we are running out of time. Less than half an hour remaining in this, the last game of day one, match day 4 in the Bundesliga home challenge, as Kasten goes for a direct free kick. Tough angle with Felix Klaus, and in the end, easily collected by Thiele, who gives it away. He's off his line. Cross into the box. Oh, he claws it off. The shot needed to come sooner because Thiele had gifted Kasten an opportunity there. And wouldn't that have been ironic when the goalkeepers are out on top? Such a costly mistake by one of them could have brought about the winning goal here, but he has survived the scare here, Janus Horn. He needs to make sure he doesn't pull out any of those stops anymore. And now we have just over 20 minutes remaining in this game. Chances are plenty, but goals have not been forthcoming yet.
20 minutes to go. Can we get one? Chances, as James said, have been absolutely everywhere in this game. Who can get the first goal to go ahead in this tie? Not just this game, remember, it's the first leg score was 0-0 as well between Don Chap and Bennett. Are we going to see someone find a goal in this game? Janus Horn now, who has impressed more so than we imagined, actually. We were expecting Kasten to be in the driving seat for most of this game, but Janus Horn has proven to be a worthy competitor for him. He's driving forward now again. But just these shots are proving difficult, and a bit of a tumble in the box between the Hanover attack and Wolfsburg defence. It's a wide open game, it's end to end, and it really could go either way in these final 15 minutes. Can't call it either way.
I can't work out whether it's going to come from an individual mistake or an individual moment of brilliance, but here's Ginczek through on goal. Oh, he's teed it back across goal. It's an own goal from Ron Roberts.
Oh, it's offside.
Oh, well, I don't know whether to be happy or relieved. I don't know. That would have been such a cruel twist of fate for Janus Horn, given the fact that Ron Roberts has saved his bacon on about 7 or 8 occasions. To then concede in that manner would have been absolutely heartbreaking.
That would have been the cruelest twist of fate for Ron Robert Thiele after such an incredible performance to concede a goal like that. But luckily the offside flag comes to his aid. 12 minutes to go. Kasten is forcing this play forward. Can he make the most of it? Just needs to watch out for that counter-attack. We talked about it earlier. Janus Horn looking to make the most of it here again with a long ball forward. Both these guys pushing for victory. It's what we want to see, even with a 0-0. This has been one of the most entertaining games of the day. And we haven't seen a goal.
Yeah, we're looking to end on the bang. Mark Stendera lining one up from range. It took a block on its way through. It is a corner for Hanover. So a late chance from the set-piece situation. Oh, the header was on for Felipe. I think you could see there the timed finish popped up, and he didn't quite get his timing right with the header.
Oh, what a kick that is from Kasten.
Oh, Kasten, he can't get a goal. He's going for an assist instead. And Thiele was having none of it. Oh, poor old Kasten has to wait for his players to get up the pitch.
Such was that low kick from Kasten. It came to a surprise for everyone.
Ooh, Karamoko packing out a few of the tricks and skills that can be utilised in this 85 game mode, with skill moves capped at 3 stars. No counter on there for Horn. Here is Korb. On to Stendera, who should not be mistaken for Nils Stendera. That is in fact his brother Mark, a few years older, now on loan from Frankfurt at Hanover. Plenty to aim for in the box here. It's going to fall to Prib. Shot off! Oh, it's just wide. That could have been it. The winner just escaping Janus Horn and Edgar Prib.
I think after a chance like that, and the chances that we've seen, I don't know if we're going to get a goal in this game, James. Time is not on our side now. We're heading towards our first ever goalless draw across 2 ties in the Bundesliga home challenge.
Well, quite honestly, if there is a goal, your neighbours are not going to be happy, Alex, because I think both of us are going to be up out of our seats. And right now, it looks like Horn is going to be the man to carve out the last chance. Can he get the goal to boot? No is the answer. And there will be no final chance. It is a first in the Bundesliga home challenge. We have had records broken, but we have ticked almost every box. And Alex, quite honestly, we have made a point about the fact that we have had a wonderful time seeing the full spectrum of FIFA experiences. So surely in that mix, we had to have one goalless tie as well.
And that's it. And people might have missed the stream and look at that scoreline and think, oh, that must have been boring for those guys. Far from it. That was fantastic entertainment from start to finish. You could see at the end of it there, Lino Kasten and Janus Horn, big smiles on their faces, loving the fact that they've just produced that entertaining game. And although we didn't see any goals across the tie, a really nice way to end the day. A tight affair between four players of very equal measure in terms of their FIFA ability, and in the end, a deserved draw between the two sides across the two games.
Yeah, I think neither can complain about the results, but you make a very nice point there that actually I would agree with you. When you look at the context of the whole Bundesliga home challenge, we haven't had such an evenly matched tie in both the first and second leg. There's normally been a discrepancy one way or the other, where one player has maybe shot ahead or picked up what looked like a convincing win, even if it maybe wasn't as convincing based on their performances. But you are not wrong. Lino Kass and Janus Horn picking up where Bene CR7 and Marcel Don Chap left off. And so we do indeed have our first ever goalless tie of the Bundesliga home challenge. We only had one goalless draw before the start of play today. We have had 4 today, which has certainly caught both Alex and I off guard. We were thinking that the goal-scoring feats were going to continue, but as we said, it's just fascinating to see how these trends keep emerging in the Bundesliga home challenge. Every match day has a new one, and we should say that we are not done on match day 4 either. As we've alluded to a couple of times, 7 games to come tomorrow. We've had highlights aplenty today, even if the goals haven't flown as freely. And to be honest, Alex, we've still got some bumper fixtures tomorrow as Derby Day on match day 4 of the Bundesliga home challenge continues.
That's it. It's all about the derbies this weekend. You can see a few blockbuster affairs to enjoy tomorrow. Just for the names of the teams, Union Berlin against Hertha Berlin is going to be outstanding, as is Hamburg against St. Pauli. Another 2 huge games across the ties, and in terms of actual matchups, I'm really looking forward to the first game of the entire day. Nick Lugi, esports pro for Stuttgart, going up against one of the most impressive guys we've seen so far in the tournament, Nico Schlotterbeck, Freiburg, professional defender. He's been really impressive in his games so far this weekend and across the entire Bundesliga home challenge. Julius Kader will be looking to get another win over an esports player for Union against Hertha Berlin. And then, of course, on a personal note, my good friend Marco Richter will be in action for Augsburg. We'll be sure to let you know what his predictions are. I'll get in contact with him before the day's play begins. And then a few really nice games to finish today. We'll have a few new players. For Leipzig, Tom Kraus will be coming in place of Nordi Mukiele. And then we finish our entire Bundesliga home challenge match day 4 with Paderborn against Arminia Bielefeld, and Lucas Fiedler, who's been one of the young heroes of the esports side of things. He'll be taking on Keanu Stauder as we bring an end to match day 4 in the Bundesliga home challenge. Plenty to look forward to, James.
Oh, that's it. I mean, it is Derby Central. You look at all of those. I don't think a single one of those clubs is separated by more than 50 kilometers. We've got local derbies. We've got Berlin derbies, Baden-Württemberg derbies, Franconian derbies, Hamburg derbies. I mean, you cannot ask for more on match day 4 of the Bundesliga home challenge, and there are some surprising changes to some of the lineups. Fabio not playing for Greuther Fürth this weekend, which is a shame. As we said, Nordi Mukiele stepping out for Leipzig, but that does mean we will get a few fresh faces to enjoy. And quite honestly, one of the things I'm most excited about is the introduction of the man with the best name in the entire Bundesliga home challenge. He plays for St. Pauli. His name is Cantuna. I cannot get over that fact. It is absolutely brilliant. So for the very least, tune in tomorrow at around about 4 o'clock to see Cantuna take on HSV Chrissy in the Hamburg-St. Pauli matchup. Now, I do jest. I mean, he's got a great name, but there are so many fixtures to look forward to. So hope you guys can Join us again tomorrow. James Surrigan and Alex Chaffer, your hosts. Day 1 of match day 4 is in the bags, and it was a day where defensive duties took precedent over the goal-scoring action that we have become accustomed to in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Nevertheless, we are still the best FIFA tournament out there when it comes to goals per game ratio, and we will stand by that fact. So join us again tomorrow. For now, we will wish you a good night and sleep well.
Take care.